Hello, heroes and villains. Welcome to Multiverse. So today we are going to play the Day of Reckoning missions. Also, I am starting a bit earlier than usual because sadly, bad news. Bad news. Yesterday, when I did try to play through the introduction mission, the freaking server crashed and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do all of it yesterday. I did roughly half of the mission, I think. We'll find out soon enough. And then earlier this morning, and then last night we were giving out some codes, so I couldn't play last night either. And this morning, for extra fun, the servers were down for some reason, so I wasn't able to play this morning to complete the mission quest. So we're going to do that right now, which is why I'm logging a bit earlier than usual. And let's see if our microphone works. Lately, it seems not to work all the time. So let's see if iLegend hears me. Come on, Legend, we're counting on you. Oh, Scrolls is here. So let's see if Scrolls hear us. Oh, that girl from you hearing me, so we're good. Okay. So today, guys, it is going to be Evil Friday, but before we can do that, I have to finish that mission quest. So let's do that right now. So later on, once I'm finished, hopefully around 5, if all goes well, probably a bit after that, then we will. Oh, I don't hear. Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm gonna have to make some adjustments in just a minute. Somehow I messed up. Sometimes when there's a bigger lag, it's very easy to miss your combo, even if it's a simple enough combo like this one. So yesterday I was playing this. Sadly, it crashed. So I'm gonna have to go back into my settings and let's make some adjustments. So let's put back the effects a bit.
Might find Voivode too.
First Dejana, and now John. Think I'm seeing a pattern here. Let's discuss this at the pub.
Oh, we have to go back to the pub. Sometimes you have to wonder. It's obvious that what's her name, Voivode, is underage. Seeing how she still lives with her mom, and her mom at some point in her journal she was saying that her mom was going to ground her, but she's still allowed in the pub somehow. Unless the drinking age in Kaznia is 15 years old, she should be here.
It sounds like the demons are collecting people of power across the city. We need to stop them. One of the locals told me about a demonic ritual they saw in the forest nearby. I want you to go there, put a stop to that ritual, and see what the demons know. They may know where our friends have been taken.
Hello, EEViLLL. Hello, Phantom Flame. iLegend, no giveaway today. The next giveaway will be Sunday around noon. Oh, see, our friend Scrolls knows. Oh, poor Batman, all by himself. I feel sad for him. So, we have to go stop some evil demon ritual, evil trees. I just realized I had never tried to, I played with my multiverse character, which is a flank character. But navigating the forest with the acrobat character, a little bit different. I guess this evil lesser demon didn't want to help his friend. Sorry if you're not going to be available on Sunday. I went with Sunday because basically we did it yesterday. So hopefully yesterday most people were able to finish work, finish school, and be there. But there could still be some people who, for some reason, cannot during the week. So I thought this weekend, Batman is so nice. I thought doing it this weekend would give the opportunity to people who cannot be there during the week to be able to participate. Sadly, either way, if I do it during the week, some people will miss out. If I do it during the weekend, some people will miss out. It's a crapshoot. Sadly, it's a lose-lose scenario. Phantom Flame, I did the solo before the town story, so I was a little confused. But so the villains we see in the solo is the Exobyte Killer. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The Reckoning is the Exobyte Killer. And it's that when they did mention that there was a meaning in the title, that is sort of what they meant. In an attempt to try to be subtle, they gave us the name of the Exobyte Killer and the title of the DLC. I guess they felt it was a clever trick. Sadly, sometimes the devs try to be a little too clever for their own good. So once I finish the introduction mission, which is sadly quite long, then I will be able to play the group content.
Why do you disturb me?
I know when I've been beaten. I yield. I know nothing of this voivode. But Constantine, that's a name every demon knows. Some of my kind have been among you, disguised as humans. They go places a demon cannot, without drawing unwanted attention. Find them, follow them, see where they go. They may take you to your friends, or what's left of them.
Phantom Flame, evil Batman, stealing my objective. Can you believe it? Oh, I guess we're done here. So we have to find the entrance to the hideout. And the Phantom Flame says he had to run to work. Yeah, it happens. Scareglow, how do you like the new chapter so far? I have a lot of mixed feelings. I'm gonna play with it a little bit more. Oh, see, I made a boo-boo. So you have to follow the suspicious civilian, but not from too close. Oh, and we saw it disappear here. I have a mixed feeling so far. I'll make a video specifically to talk about my feelings about that, because I did talk about my feelings about the DLC, but I talked about it in multiple streams or multiple videos, so it's spread out all over the place. So I'll try to make I'll put the content a bit more, then I'll try to make one video where I will truly explain my thoughts about the DLC. Oh, noes! I guess I did a boo-boo, and there's something I didn't do for so that my armor would work. Oh well. Phantom Flame, also, did you hear about the multiverse disclosing? I heard some rumors about that some time ago. I have to admit, not surprised at all. The only real surprise I have is why did they not close before that? Or even worse, who thought this was a good idea? Now, I understand that we're trying to imitate Mario Smash, whatever. But with other games of the same genre, it's similar characters. Like, it's basically video game characters playing together. Here, yeah, Scooby-Doo with Batman makes no sense. It doesn't fit together at all. If they had made a multiverse with Scooby-Doo versus I'm trying to find some other cartoon characters with a whole bunch of cartoon type characters that Warner owns. Yeah, okay, I could have seen that. If they had made a multiverses with the DC characters, the Mortal Kombat characters, the Master of the Universe characters, I could have seen that.
Bust those
But they went one step too far. Like Scooby-Doo versus Batman, really? It made no sense to me. And suddenly it goes into the thinking that it's just a silly game. We can do whatever we want.
Nicely done, mate.
These are just silly
Things to talk
cartoons.
about,
We
but
can do
first,
whatever we want.
I need a bloody drink. Join me in the pub. The portal will take you there.
Oh, go to the pub again. I didn't. Let's see if we can explore a bit first. I didn't take the time really to explore the last time I was here. I guess there's nothing really worth exploring. Oh well. Too bad, so sad. Oh yeah, Pops. Today is Evil Friday. Christopher Paisley, Hello Multiverse. I was wondering if you're familiar with the Navi creature of the avatars. Yeah, I saw the first Avatar movie. I won't say I'm a big fan, but I have to admit, at the time when the movie was in theater, I didn't go see it because it was a strange thing. Like pretty much everyone had pretty much negative comments. Like we're saying, it's a copy of Dances with Wolves, and it's a copy of this and a copy of that, and it's not very good. But then they would end pretty much all end their reviews with it was awesome and I loved it. So I pretty much stayed away from that film. And then later on, when it was released on Blu-ray at the time, then people who used to love the movie when they saw it in the theaters. Once they saw the Blu-ray, once they saw it on their small screen, they thought, maybe the movie isn't so good after all. And it tells me that basically, if you saw it on the big screen, with the big screen experience was very important for Avatar. When I finally saw it on my 43-inch TV, I was sad because I thought that I probably should have seen that in theaters because it did look like a movie that should have been a theater experience.
Was on my way to meet with a contact when a whole legion of those demonic bastards came out of nowhere and captured me. Can you imagine me, the great John Constantine, taken prisoner by a bunch of scruffy demonic hooligans? Detective Chimp won't let me hear the end of that, I can assure you. Thing is, demons can get right chatty at times. I overheard them talking about where reckoning has holed up. She's in an old mausoleum out on an island nearby. We move fast, we just might get her.
To get back to Avatar for a second, I had a similar experience when I saw Top Gun. Like when I saw Top Gun in theater, holy crap, was it quite an experience. But then when I saw it on a tiny, way back when, like my friend had a tiny, 12-inch TV. And when we saw it on his tiny 12-inch TV, when it played on TV, holy crap, was it not the same experience at all. We were wondering, we thought this movie was good. And it still was good. It's just that the experience, the new movie is so much better. Seeing on the huge screen with huge speakers. Pops, what is your favorite DC movie? Oh, that's a tough one. There's a few. I kind of hard to pick only one. Obviously, Superman. I enjoyed Superman 1, but Superman 2 is really the one I love. Batman '89 by Michael Keaton. That's my favorite Batman movie. I did enjoy Black Adam, but I don't know if I would say it's my favorite movie. Sorry guys, if I'm not looking at the chat, the evil demon doesn't want to go down. Can you believe it? And there's something wrong with my armory. I guess I didn't spend all my skill points or something like that. I'll have to go fix that a bit later. So we're pretty much stuck to... Oh, actually, I could probably switch to King Shark, come to think of it. Next time. So that should do it. So let's go inside. So let me go back a bit with some of the chat. Missed a few of your comment, guys. Christopher Paisley, I made an old character with water powers, acrobatic, and bow as the weapon. It made as accurate a possible version of Navi character creation. That's one of the great strengths about DC Universe Online, the character creation. At some point, once you gather enough styles, you can pretty much create pretty much any character you want. Not just DC characters, Marvel characters, Image characters with Spawn, and so much more. I see a lot of people who create Dragon Ball Z characters and more. Phantom Flame, to be fair, Batman has met Scooby multiple times in the comics. It's still a silly idea. So thinking to make a game where some comic character fights some very cartoony character, nah, it was obviously not going to work. And yeah, it is a comical thing, but sadly some people take their superheroes very seriously. Christopher Paisley, I tried to go through all my cosmetic from my main character, and I found it very hard to get anything very accurate. Sadly, it's the curse of DCUO. You do the best you can with the styles you have. Sometimes you can be very, very spot on. Sometimes not so much. For Marvel, favorite Marvel movie, Iron Man would probably be it.
Thank you for joining us. From what Mr. Constantine...
Mr. Constantine is my father, love. Call me John. Or just plain Constantine, if you prefer.
Okay, John has learned that supernatural forces are at work here. They may be controlling my sister, forcing her to do terrible things.
Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last. What's important is getting her out from under the thumb of whatever demons come knocking.
Agreed. Let's work together and deliver this place from evil.
For Marvel, Iron Man or the First Blade. The First Blade was pretty awesome. The first X-Men was pretty good, and X2 was as good, maybe a little bit better. Spider-Man 2 again was even better than the first one. So it's kind of hard to tell. There's a few options. Oh, let's see if we can switch first. There we go. We don't really need to fly here. Oh yeah. See, last time we couldn't do anything, but now we can fly.
Should have guessed. The eyes. That's demonic magic at work.
Oh, because I see. If you're wondering why I'm flying, I'm using the Legion flight ring on this armory, so that might be why my character is not stuck in slow motion. We were talking about that the other day. Like one of the tricks apparently is to go out and go back into the mission. But here, as you saw, using your armory kind of works. If you have an item that allows you to fly or change your movement, that is. Phantom Flame, Batman's love life is a mess in the comics. Yeah, they keep on trying to give him a love interest, and depending on who's writing the book, they always try to give him a different love interest. And yeah, usually they try to find something that will create a drama. And right now, as you mentioned, it's Joe Chill's daughter. Imagine the drama of Batman dating the daughter of the man who killed his parents. Before that, they tried with Catwoman, like, Batman is falling in love with one of his villains. Then there was Talia al Ghul, Batman falling in love with one of his villains, who's also the daughter of Ra's al Ghul, or Ra's al Ghul.
Hello, Multi.
Oh, I was wondering why I was hearing myself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
I
all
didn't
right.
want to interrupt you. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to be here while you're still running through this content, or if you wanted me to wait till you were done. But it's 9, so I thought I'll come and ask.
No, you can be here. Actually, you could take care of the chat if you want.
Oh, beautiful. I will. I will just adjust your voice so you don't have to hear yourself echoing back before I do, though.
It's okay. I'll adjust yours too.
There we go. Can you say some things?
Yes, I can say a lot of things if you ask me nicely.
Beautiful. Can you hear yourself or no?
No, I don't seem to.
Beautiful. All right, that is sorted then. Let me grab the chat.
So here, guys.
Were you at the bottom of the chat?
I'm at the pub. Go to where Pups is. Pups. What about Marvel movies? Or what about Marvel? What's your favorite Marvel movie?
I see. Oh Okay, beautiful. Did you answer that one already?
Yes.
Okay, so then we've got Phantom Flame saying Batman's love life is a mess in the comics. Talia, Catwoman, and now Scarlet. Man needs to sit down. Fair.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Is basically they're trying to find what would be a dramatic love interest for Batman. Like they tried with Catwoman, who was a villain. So, ooh, Batman is falling in love with one of his villains. And then, see here, we have to activate the runes, and the rune is this one. And then they had Talia al Ghul. Again, that was a villain, not just a Batman villain in that case, but she was the daughter of Ra's al Ghul. And then now they're trying with the daughter of Joe Chill. So, the drama. Joe Chill killed his parents, and now he's falling for his daughter. Ooh, what will happen next? So sadly that.
They're trying to create drama.
Oh yeah.
Another bloody sealed door. Find the correct room.
Scare Glow, cool name by the way. What is your view on SP? Are they that important anymore, or not really worth going out of my way to grind hard for?
They haven't been.
I don't agree on this one.
They haven't been important since Tier 5. There's a long story behind that, but I'll keep it short. What's the freaking rune? I forgot to check. Oh, there we go. They haven't really been important since Tier 5, but you still need them for, like, if you want to use weapon masteries. Sadly, you will need at least a certain amount of skill points to be able to purchase all the weapon skills you need for weapon masteries. And also, ideally,
We're off to the races. Let's go.
like in the case, let's say of a tank. For a tank, you will want to have as many skill points as you can in the dominance. You will have and certain tanks, you'll need also as much health as you can. And there are some tanks, like a fire tank. Well, you will also want to have restoration. So in some cases, like if you play a tank does need a lot of skill points, especially a fire tank. But if you play as a controller, as soon as you max out vitalization, then you'll start putting points into might and power. But if you don't max out might and power, it's not too dramatic, because with vitalization you can still do your job. I've seen people sometimes what they would do is that they would max out their main stats, like in the case of Trolls vitalization, and then instead they would max out, they would put points into health to get extra survivability. That's arguable, I guess. What say you, Shadow Lady?
Oh, you covered the bit that I was going to say, which was that you kind of need a lot if you're doing fire tank building, because you need to be able to feed into restoration. So you said what I was going to say, but I agree with you that just in general, tanks are pretty good. If you put a lot of stat points in, it's much better. And also, I have a tendency to, no matter what build I have, I will put extra stat points into my health if I can, so that I stay alive longer. So you covered all of those. Genius!
Well, for the health part, it's always I mentioned that a bit yesterday or the day before. One of the reasons why I don't talk about loadouts is because very often it depends. Do you play solo or do you play with a group? If you play solo, you'll need more survivability. If you play with a group, if you have a good healer, you may not need as much survivability. And then if you play in a group, an elite group with an elite healer who's on point and really do a great job, then you may even not need any survivability at all. You could decide to focus entirely on doing damage if you're a DPS, let's say. If you're a controller, you could focus entirely on vitalization and trying to give out as much power as you can. So depending if you play solo, or depending if you play with random players, or depending if you play with an organized group, or even worse, depending if you play with an elite group, the things will be quite different.
Yeah, that's fair. You basically covered everything I was going to say.
Okay.
It took something I loved.
Fred Kruger is asking Marvel Captain America 2 Civil War, or rather not asking, stating. I'm guessing that's in reference to something you said previously.
I'd say that's his favorite Marvel movie. Yeah.
Oh, good choice. Christopher says, what do you think is the rarest aura material or accessory? Also, my favorite DC is Batman Dark Knight, and Marvel is Spider-Man. Spider-Man is awesome!
Before I answer that, I'll go back to Captain America 2 a bit.
Oh, sure, thank you.
One issue I had with Captain America 2 is probably something most people won't understand, is that they have French-speaking characters in the movie. Some of them are supposed to be French from France, but they don't speak French from France. Or in some cases, they don't even really speak French. You can tell that their first language is English, and they kind of can mumble. They kind of can mumble some sort of French words, but the language was a bit of an issue when I first saw that. It took me out of the movie a bit, especially Georges Saint Pierre, the guy who plays Batroc, the Leaper, is Georges Saint Pierre. He's a little guy from here, from Quebec, and he does speak French, but he does speak French with a very thick accent from Quebec, as opposed to being a guy from France, from Algeria, I think he is from originally. So anyway, that took me out of the film a bit. So it was a bit unsettling at first. Took me some getting used to. I had to see the movie multiple times to be able to ignore that. But so that's the only reason why I have a hard time putting it in my favorite movies. There's a plot point here too. There was one or two plot points also in the film that I didn't like so much. So that these are the things that makes it so that it's not exactly up there. Sorry, and what was the other question? Sorry.
Watching someone.
Oh no, finish your answer then.
Okay.
Answer. Finish your
I was
answer.
just gonna say I can't imagine like watching something where people are trying to speak English and it's really, really clear that they're not able to speak English, but they're supposed to be native English speakers. It's almost like when I watch something and someone's pretending to be an Aussie. It's quite funny. Some people get a really good accent, but the terminology they use is absolutely shocking.
Yeah. Well, it's a weird thing. Like the British people, for example, seems to be able to imitate the American accent fine, and I guess Aussie people too, because you is a Aussie, but the reverse is not true. Like American, when they try to fake an English accent or an Australian accent, they can't do it.
Yeah, I actually find it interesting that a lot of Americans that I've spoken to, when I say I can kind of do an American accent, they'll be like, we don't have an accent. Do people really think they don't have an accent? Everybody has one. It's just about where you're from or what it is. I thought that was really interesting that quite a few Americans made that point to me, that they don't think they have an accent. So
Well, they just don't realize it.
maybe the American accent is meant to be the baseline and everything else is
Ah,
an accent. So
that-
that's baseline.
That could be. That could be. Sadly, sometimes Americans seems to think they're the center of the world, and everything revolves around them.
Hey,
Uh,
I love the Americans. I'm
I,
fine with
I,
that.
lo- I love them too, but I've heard that way too many times. When I was in Germany, the German didn't like the Americans very much because they would pretty much come in, take over the place, and pretty much take over without considering the Germans. As opposed to the Germans were very happy when they would see us, the Canadians, because we were always polite with them.
Everybody loves a Canadian multi.
Of course. So we were very polite with them. We would ask permissions for everything, and they were very nice to us. The farmer lady would bring us some strudel in the barn. Like they would offer us to sleep in their barn as opposed to sleeping outside. They would offer us food. Like the lady would offer us strudels, or banana bread. The best banana bread I ever had was from a nice farmer lady from Germany. They were nice people. But whenever they would talk to us about, sorry.
I said that sounds lovely.
But they would often contrast us with the Americans. How much sadly, they didn't like the Americans very much.
Yeah, I must admit, online, when people have thought I'm American, they behave one way around me, and then the second they find out I'm Australian, I get a whole completely different way of being spoken to. It's very weird. I don't really understand it, but I guess I just keep telling everyone I'm an Aussie.
Oh, I guess they got the wrong road.
So the question from before was, what do you think is the rarest aura material and accessory? I don't know if they mean out of all three or each individually, but
For the
you know better
aura,
than I do what's rare.
not so much as a rarest, but we do have the power auras. They are rare because they come from
Are they from the marketplace?
Well, we see them on the marketplace sometimes. So the reason why we see them there is because they do come back with whenever we get a new resurgence mega capsule, we do get some power stuff back. So we do get some of the power auras, some of the power materials. Although this time we only got some of the chroma materials, and I forget what else we got. We got the crowns. What was the other? Oh, and the skins. So we did not get the auras this time. And there's quite a few non-chroma material we didn't get either. So this time it was different. So normally we do get the like we would get the scorching aura normally with the resurgence mega capsule, but not this time. So so normally it's not that they're that rare, but they don't come back very often. And this time they didn't come back at all. So I would say like the power auras, like the scorching aura, and especially the scorching aura, the Arctic aura. These are popular auras. So seeing how we don't get them very often in resurgence mega capsules, it makes them pretty rare in the end.
Together again.
I love the scorching.
There's something about this room.
Abby says hi. Hi, Abby!
This is a summoning chamber. It's where they conduct the
And
ritual
Joe Can says hello and good day. Good day to you too.
Good day.
Can you destroy it?
Scareglow says, I main tank, only have around 400 SP. I feel I still do a good job. Been playing for roughly 13 years. Yeah, you don't need a huge amount of stat points to do a good job. You're right. Because I think I have 396, so almost the same amount as you on my best tank build, so... And she runs great, and I'm never booted from Elite with her, so, yeah.
Well, stat points is important, but what is even more important is positioning, knowing what you need to do, knowing where you need to... Sometimes you need where to pull the ads or pull the bosses, or... so that has a lot more impact. Yeah, having more health will help. Having more dominance, absolutely. But if you have a lot of health, a lot of dominance, and you don't know where to position yourself, doesn't really help. If you don't know where to pull the enemies or what you need to do, that doesn't help either.
That's true. I would much rather play with people who know what they're doing with their character build, rather than people who have high stat points or high artifacts and things like that, because if you play well, those things aren't really needed. I mean, you do need them, but not to such a high extent. I do think it's interesting when I see elitists spook people because they don't have those things. Some of those people are amazing players. Like,
well, sometimes elitists are not so amazing themselves. So maybe they need the best of the best of the best to be able to pull them through. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Because
Fred says, please. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Way back when we got something that was called wave docks. It's like the DCUO census, but before the DCUO census. And from the wave docks, you could see how many skill points people had. And way back when, at the time, the belief on the forums was if you had a lot of skill points, you were a great player. If you had low skill points, you were a scrub. It was that simple.
Yeah.
But then when we got the census and we were able to actually see with our own two eyes how many skill points people had, so in game what people would do is that they would check their group and they would check how many skill points they had on the wave docks. And very often you would see someone with 50 skill points who would be a great player, would do great, and someone with at the time I think the top skill points were like 150 or something. So someone with like 143 skill points would be a garbage player. That happened way often enough that for a short while on the forums, people stopped saying that high skill points meant that you were good and low skill points meant you were trash. There was a short period where we got a brief rest from that, thanks to wave docks. Sadly, at some point, there's a collective reset that happened, and people got back into thinking you needed high skill points to be good, and low skill points was garbage.
Yeah, I don't think anyone ever asked me my skill point count until I started making videos online. Everyone was always, what's your art? Sorry guys, what are my arts and how far are they leveled? No one was asking me stat points, so... I don't know. It started once I started making videos, people asking me that question, and the first time I got asked I didn't even realize that's what they were referring to, because it was so rare for me. But Yeah, I've definitely seen people get booted from stuff because of low artifact leveling or poor choices of loadouts in other people's opinion. Because I think Obsidian is really good at giving you like a really good breakdown of exactly what is going to be the best for whatever build you're doing. So the best loadouts, the best artifacts, all that. And I do go to his videos for reference, but I have a tendency to change those things to be something that I'm more comfortable to play. And so sometimes people will see that and be like, oh yeah, that's not the best loadout mix. But it works the best for me. So, I don't know, I feel like if you play something easily and comfortably, playing the absolute best loadout mix isn't always the best option. Especially if a lot of those loadouts are subject to interrupts, because sometimes you don't even get to finish the cycle. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, see, the thing about the loadout with Obsidian is that it is loadouts from the point of view of someone who plays with elite players.
Oh,
So
yeah, absolutely, yes.
so yeah, you can use Obsidian Shield's loadout if you play in an elite group with an elite healers on point and with. But if you play a lot with random players like we do, you're going to need a different loadout. You're going to need more survivability because you never know if the healer is going to be able to do a good job. You need so it is quite different.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you.
But yes, there are people who will kick you out. Or at some point we were doing way back when we were playing the Secreted Cathedral, and I had my Magneto character, and I was using mass levitation because it was fitting with the theme of my character. But also, also it was the power I was comfortable using. People wanted me to use. There was this guy at some point who wanted me to use a mass sphere because it was the OP power of the mantle at the time. But with Mass Sphere, the problem with Mass Sphere is that I was always poorly positioned. I was whenever I would try to use it, I was always in the wrong position. I wasn't doing as much damage as I should have. With Mass Levitation, it was much more user friendly for me, and I was much more comfortable using it. I was always it didn't matter as much where I was positioned. I could just use it whenever I wanted to. So that's what I was using. And the thing is, the mission was going fine. We were progressing fine. We were doing fine. Everything was fine, but he kept on complaining that I wasn't using Mass Terror. So in the last fight against Raven, he decided to just sit there and watch us. But the great thing is that
Please tell me everyone kicked him.
No, well, yes, but no, basically we were doing well enough, just the three of us. But then one of us went down, and when he respawned, then he was out of combat, so he was able to initiate a kick. So then we were able to vote. Then we were able to vote to kick him out, and then the two of us who were left, we completed the fight, and that was it.
That's beautiful. Oh, poetic justice right there.
So be it.
And I agree with you on the, my preference is also Mass Levitation. One of my main tunes that I have is Mental, and I agree with you. I find it much better, the way that you're saying to play, than the way that other people tell me to. It just works a lot better. I think actually, I can't remember if he said it or not. Never mind. Fred said, Multi, can you please explain how PvP is broken? I always hear this statement, but no one says how. Oh, Multi knows.
Well, there's a few reasons for that. The first thing is there's not as many people who used to play PvP as before, because at some point they changed the rules to go on the PvP open world. Way back when you would create your character, then you had to select if you created your character on the PvE open world or the PvP open world. But the issue with that is that very often people didn't know any better, so they would create the character on the PvP open world, and then they would get killed by other players, and they didn't understand why.
Specifically just Johnny.
Absolutely, Johnny would do that, I'm sure. So what would happen is that there were high-level players who would go into zones where low-level players needed to play to complete their missions, to complete their quests, to be able to progress. And they would kill low-level players. They would have a lot of, and the worst part is that it didn't give them anything. Like if you killed a player that was more than 5 level beneath you, you didn't get anything. It didn't count towards killing how many players. It didn't count towards anything. But they just had fun doing that. Sadly, one of the things that is sad about DC Universe Online is that there's a lot of griefing. Griefing is a national sport in DC Universe Online. There's a lot of people who really enjoy griefing other players, and they'll do that at every opportunity they can. So sadly, at some point the devs, at some point the devs made a change, whereas you could no longer create your character directly in the PvP open world. So you had to. Oh, sorry about that. So once they did that, then there was no longer level 4 players in the open world. Well, there were crazy people like me who, as soon as I got out of the Brainiac ship, I would switch to the PvP open world. But I was pretty much alone in that.
Let the blue light of hope light my way.
But you were also doing it as someone who is a seasoned player. Your character was just new to it. If people were coming in brand new, that was it.
Yeah, it could be. Well, I was in that season that basically after a month or two of playing the game, that I started no, actually not. Well, when I started playing the game, I quickly started playing on the PvP open world because of the griefers. But the reason why I would go to the PvP open world is that if somebody was trying to grief me, you could try to jump him and give him the beating of his life. Obviously, if he was 1,000 level higher than me, I couldn't do anything about it. But sometimes it wasn't necessarily a high level player, so you could do something about it. If you could do something about it very often. So I started, or very early I started playing on the PvP open world, and it was also a great tool. It would teach you to pretty much grow eyes in the back of your head, because there was always someone trying to jump you. Very often some people would wait for you to get into a fight with an NPC, and then they would jump into the fight to try to take you down. So you had to pretty much grow eyes in the back of your head, and also until you reach level 9, you don't have your super fast movement mode. So if a high level with his super fast movement mode went after you, it was tough to be able to get away. You could manage to get away though. That was another great thing. Like there's one time where there was this guy who tried to jump my poor old character, and basically I ran away. I would zigzag between buildings so that he would lose a line of sight and he couldn't target me with his abilities. So it was a great. Like it took me 20 minutes. I would zigzag between the buildings to make sure that he couldn't target me, and so it had some great advantages. But yes, sometimes if some high level players decided to farm a low level zone, and especially a low level quest giver, because they would not go just anywhere in the zone, they would park themselves right next to the quest giver, and you had no choice. You had to go talk to the quest giver to be able to continue your mission and continue also your chain, your quest chain. So they would pretty much position themselves in the best position so that you would not be able to progress. But so the devs changed that, and when they did that, it killed the PvP open world, and it pretty much killed PvP.
I told you that multi would have all the answers to the question.
Well, there's also a debate about some people think that some of the powers are broken, but that would be a long answer.
Yeah. I bet you he'll ask now, though. Alexander says, when I played the game before, I was always the healer and never died either, because Celestial is a very good power for a healer, and you are able to steal health as well from enemies. Yeah. Celestial is actually one of my favorite powers to use as a healer. I know a lot of people disagree with that, but it's my main healer that I have, and it's so beautiful. I mean, it looks great, but it also functions really well, in my opinion, so I'm on board with that one. I don't know what you're going to say, but...
Celestial is good. The only thing I don't like is it's very depending on the combos, and sadly, as you mentioned a bit before, it's easy to get interrupted a lot. So there's very often when I would end up in a mission playing my Celestial healer, I barely could execute the combos. So I would almost heal just as a regular healer. I would cast my single player heal, and then my 4-player heal, and my group heal, and I would just cycle through those without really going. I would try to go through the combos when I could, but there are times either you get interrupted, or there are missions where you cannot stay in one spot. If you stay in one spot, you get hit with something and you die. So you have to move around, and trying to move around while executing your combos, it's a bit tricky sometimes.
Austin says, "Hey Multi, I'm not evil." I guess that means they won't be able to join in for the evil stuff today, but they can probably do the open world, so that's all right.
Yeah, we'll probably at least we'll at least go fight the evil Grundy. So if you guys need to fight Grundy, we'll do that a bit later.
Beautiful. Sub-Zero says, "Greetings from the Green Lantern Corps." Hello, Sub-Zero. Phantom has a question. DCUO won't end for years. However, what would be the coolest story ever for the game to end with? That's a good question. He's always coming with the good questions, Phantom.
Well, I guess it could be the Great Darkness Saga. It's a storyline from the Legion of Superheroes from the early 80s. It's basically in 1,000 years. There's some mystery characters that come back and that fight the Legion of Superheroes. And then it is revealed that one of those spoiler alert. If you guys don't want to get spoilers, the time to stop listening is now. And one of the evil mysterious character is turns out to be a Superman. And then the Legion doesn't understand because they have Superboy with them right there. But it turns out that it is a version of Superman that was created in a lab, let's say. And it turns out that the evil secret mastermind who's behind the whole thing is the evil Darkseid. And then there's this huge battle across the universe. Darkseid manages to take Daxam and take control of all the people on Daxam. And then he moves Daxam in a place where there is actually a red sun, a yellow sun as opposed to a red sun. And yellow sun turns all Daxamites into Superman. So he pretty much ends up with a planet of Superman under his control. So the Legion has to fight that. They have to fight also a whole bunch of... It's an awesome storyline. So hopefully, if they ever do a storyline at the end of DCUO, I wish it would be that. But I wouldn't expect that.
I think we should just never ever again discuss the potential end of DCUO. I don't know enough comics to make an educated choice on that one, but Multiverse knows everything. So, also you kind of made me want to read that. So thanks a lot. My list is already too long, Multi.
It's okay. The longer, the better.
No! I'll never do anything except read and watch movies. That's not good. Six God says, "Hello, Multiverse."
Hello.
And Alexander says, "Black Cat has a very banging type of body as well." Well, I'm very glad that you enjoy it.
Yeah, let's avoid comments like that.
Christopher says, "No offense to the lady here, unless she'd like to answer as well, but who do you think is the hottest female character from the DC universe? Mine are Raven and Black Widow." Hey! Oh, did he say Marvel as well? Because Black Widow... Sorry, DC Universe
That's okay.
and Marvel.
You know...
I can have an opinion, and Raven is definitely in there.
Okay. I don't read comics for that. I never understood that. I remember way back when I would have friends who... where I come from, we had black and white comics. Like, we would get black and white translations of Marvel comics. And there were some naughty guys who they would take, let's say, an image of Scarlet Witch. They would erase a few lines of her costumes and turn her into a naughty picture. I never understood that. I don't read comics for that. If there's 1,000 other ways to be able to get that kind of stuff, I read comics for the action, the adventure. I never crossed my mind to think that Black Widow or Scarlet Witch were hot. It never even occurred to me. On that front, I'm like a 12-year-old kid who doesn't even think about that.
That's adorable, though. But I completely understand. Any comics I read had nothing to do with that. But that doesn't mean I can't have an opinion afterwards. And Raven is one of my favorite characters, so I'm kind of on board with that choice.
Before we continue, so once you complete the first introductory mission, so you saw we defeated the Evil Reckoning, and now we got our first augments. So if you weren't there's this vendor over here who does sell augments. Don't buy augments from him just yet. Unless you need augments for both your controller, let's say, and your DPS, so unless you need 4 augments, don't purchase augments from this little guy. Just wait And once you complete the introduction mission, then you will get your first two augments. So in this case, I'm going to take dominating augments because I'm a tank. And also, you get a letter from John Constantine, the face of evil. Some of you guys were asking, Multiverse, how can we get the Omnipotence mask? This is how. So once you complete the introductory mission, you get this little letter from Constantine. So you click on the letter, and then you can go see the vendor over here,
I only offer the finest goods. None
and
better in the
you have access to the mask. But you still have to purchase the mask, so you need 25, what's it called again? 25 Kazian crown. And sadly, at this point, we only have 11. So for those of you who were asking Multiverse, how can we get the mask? This is how. So you play the first introductory mission, which is quite long. It takes roughly an hour, maybe a bit more if you're a bit slow, or if you do a lot of chatty chat like I do. But that is how you can get the Omnipotence mask. For those who are wondering,
Do I
continue.
need to come to House of Legends?
Sure, you can come. We'll start soon. I'll just not sure why I cannot
Kick
just.
Paradox's butt.
I'm just not sure why I cannot activate my armory. Like if you look, my Bane armory is disabled, probably because of the skill points. If not, we'll see. Oh yeah, that is the skill points.
Done. 6 is saying, how's your night, Multiverse? It's gotta be great because he's spending time with me, you know, and all you guys.
Absolutely.
Ah, see? He loves us. Scrolls is asking, where or how do I get ethereal dust? What's ethereal dust? Oh, is it for the building of things, probably? R&D?
Probably. I will have to look it up. Honestly, off the top. Well, if it's the R&D stuff, you get it from the R&D vendor. There's R&D vendors in the House of Legends. There's a whole bunch of them in the Watchtower, the Hall of Doom. You can have one for your lair.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what ethereal dust is, Scrolls, but if you want to clarify, that would be awesome. Scareglow says, I agree, run many loadouts that are not meta, and I would build myself. I believe at the end of the day, it's what works best for you to a certain extent. I'm really sorry, guys, if there's not punctuation. I have a little bit of trouble getting the sentence structure correct, so I'm very sorry if it sounds weird when I read it out. But, yeah, at the end of the day, what works best for the player is probably what works best for their character, because being comfortable playing your character is something that translates very obviously, in my opinion, when you're in a load-in with other people. It's clear if someone's confident in what they're doing and clear if they're not. So I'd rather people choose loadouts that work for them rather than what people believe are the absolute best. Oh, don't forget to go to the villain side when you go to the House of Legends.
Sure.
Here we go. Okay. Scareglow also says, I feel the whole point of the game like this is to create your own unique experience to enjoy the game. I completely agree with you. I mean, that's what remember you said what they were doing to sell it was the next hero is you, I think you said?
Originally, that was a selling point. They were trying to get people to play their own characters. They made it very difficult to play already established characters, especially DC characters. It was a bit ironic at the time because you could easily recreate Deadpool, you could easily recreate certain Marvel characters, but when it came to DC, for Superman, the best option you had was the House of EEViLL chess piece, and it's a huge bulky suit of armor, so that wasn't even a good option.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that creating your own experience to enjoy the game and have fun is kind of the point, and if it's not the point, I'm making it the point. Because, I don't know, isn't that the point of video games? You want to have fun? It's the reason I play anyway. It's the only fun, like, it's the only thing I do. I don't go out anywhere. I'm kind of boring, and so video games is the thing that I do. Phantom said, personally, I found whenever someone starts yelling at others about roles in MMOs, they are more of an issue than the person with the role. Oh, so true. Nothing more damaging to a party than infighting. So if someone is struggling with something, I just do my best to make up the difference instead. Agreed! Thank you! That is the best mentality to have, Phantom. I completely agree with you. And also, I think it's interesting when you hear elitists complaining about there not being enough of a challenge, but they're not willing to have people who they don't consider to be elite in their group to make it a challenge. They want the game to be a challenge, but they definitely don't want to do it themselves. And I think that's weird. Just invite a bunch of people who are low level to do a raid or something with you and see if you can get through it with them. That's a challenge, isn't it? I don't know. I think it's a weird mentality to have.
Absolutely. So we're 1 man short for the 4-player mission. So if one of you guys want to join us, we'll play the 4-player mission. Oh, Mr.
You
Fear,
haven't invited me.
never mind. Oh, I didn't invite you. Sorry, sorry.
He
Then
never does, guys. He
I
just
guess
leaves me out.
I guess we're
If you
I
want
guess
to
we're
run it
good.
with other people, go for it, though.
Too late. I could have sworn we had
I'm
one
not really
more.
fast.
Let's invite Mr. Fear. Did we lose someone? I could have sworn with someone else.
Now, I will warn people, this is one of my builds that I definitely have not completed. I can't tank on her very well. At least I probably don't need to because it looks like you're tanking. But yeah, she's not built up yet. She's newer than a lot of my other builds.
So we'll start with the alert. Oh, casual. Oh, I guess Mr. Fear is okay. Then I guess no choice.
Mr. Fierce, he's a 17.
Oh, I can't. No, I can't.
I don't know if you can queue him.
No, I can't.
I think you might have to be past 30. Or at least past 20-something. The last time I ran this alert, I assume we're doing the newest chapter alert, I had a controller, a tank, and 2 damages, and they split us. So we had 2 damages on one hill, and then the controller and the tank on the other, and I was like, guys, we should switch one. And in the end, instead of one switching, just one of the damages went across to the group, so they went across, and I stayed there on my one by myself because the controller wouldn't swap across. I was like, bring the controller over, but they wouldn't. But I think it's interesting that the game chooses to split people like that rather than, you know, trying to put a damage everywhere so that it's a little bit more even.
The devs can be mean that way.
I don't know if it's them, though. I mean, it probably is. I've lost my place. I scrolled too far.
Sorry about that. So guys, if you want to come and join us, we have one more spot. Worst comes to worst, we'll carry with just the 3 of us. But if we could get a 4th one, that'd be nice. Ideally, we can play the missions.
Rayshon says, hello everybody, or sorry everyone, Xbox server DC was down around 5 hours. Really? I got on the Xbox last night, so this is my morning, so last night for me is probably this morning for you guys, but on there briefly, and I didn't have any issue. I just wanted to make sure I did my daily and ran my daily missions so that I got that, you know, count up to 20 for the newest area, but I wonder why it was down for 5 hours. Now I'm so curious.
I don't know. There was some issues. Even this morning, like yesterday, the game crashed during the day, and it was down. I don't know how long it was down yesterday. I just came back during the night for the giveaway, and this morning again, the game was down. At least until 11. That's when I tried to cure. I tried to log in at 10. Didn't work. 10:30, 11. Yeah. So and then afterwards, I saw that a lot of people had the same issue. So I didn't bother to try again. But this morning again, it was down for quite a while. Then at some point, there was Xbox was taken offline. They were trying to fix some sort of issues, and later on, it finally came back online. So there was a bunch of issues since yesterday.
Oh, that's not good. I mean, Xbox is the one that I felt was running the absolute best since this newest episode release and chapter release.
You jinxed this.
I jinxed it. Oh, I shouldn't have talked about it. Austin says, I'll join you, Multi. Is Austin here?
Oh, sure. No. Not yet. If there's only us and Mr. Fear. I love the Rogue Patriot.
He does look awesome. Sub-Zero says, I don't like this mission. It left a... What's that word? Chokery? Taste in my mouth? Or chalky, maybe? I don't know. I refuse to do it again. You are not the only one who feels this way.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I'm annoyed by these missions.
I've heard that a lot this past few days.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not that surprised because it's just... One, it's just a repeat, so you're repeating the same mission for both the alert and the raid, and two, it's a weird one, I feel. It's not really something that feels like DC to me. I don't know if everyone agrees on that point, but yeah, it doesn't feel right. And also, if you play through the narrative, you do the open world and then you do the solo, you actually get to the end of the story by doing that, because the solo is the climax of that entire narrative, which is weird. Phantom Flame says, the lady has spoken, gentlemen. We have the key to success. Draw someone. Draw a character who looks like a cross between Black Widow and Raven, and we can appeal to all and make trillion quadrillions, I say. Yes, you are right. Well done. We've got a hello from Turbocharge and from Scrolls, so hello, guys.
Oh, we have a Muse over here.
Oh, that's a cool name. It actually sounds like a name I should have for a character because I'm always laughing. Six says, any tips on how to gain stat points faster? Is it multiple characters, or do you have to find a group and be more active?
Well, the only...
Basically getting feats completed.
Yes. The only real tip is, like, for example, if you go to the very bottom of the watchtower, you'll see a whole bunch of vendors that sell a whole bunch of styles. That would be one way to be able... If you purchase all those styles, you'll get a whole bunch of skill points. That would be one way. Or, again, go around. There's vendors in the police stations. There's vendors in the watchtower. There's a whole bunch of styles. Or even I just realized now we have the House of Legends. Like in the House of Legends, if you go into the wing of Archive Victory, I forget the actual name, there's a whole bunch of vendor there that sell a lot of styles. So once you purchase all those styles, there's a whole bunch of skill points to get from there. But it'll cost to see also a lot of source marks.
Yeah. I've got to say, I don't feel like I match my team right now because you're all red and a bit of blue on two of you, and I'm like purple and orange. Oh well. Turbo says, I did notice that they changed Catwoman design to the original design before it was Bombshell Catwoman. In game, did they swap it over? I didn't notice.
Yeah, in the House of Legends, we had the Bombshell Catwoman who was a vendor, and they replaced her with a full bodysuit Catwoman.
Oh, good. I prefer that look much more.
Yeah, but I worry about why they made the change.
Oh. Why?
I don't know. But I'm scared that I'm scared that it might not be a good reason.
Yeah. Now you've got me concerned. Don't do that! Alright, are they going to put the two damages together this time?
Well, there's me and Amused.
Okay. There's no controller. There was a controller before. This works better. No problem. I've played with some amazing tanks doing this. There's a couple who will stay on the pedestal, and they will keep it blue with me, and drag the enemies across to the edge of it so that we can get them out fast. And then I've had a couple who will jump right off it, drag everything off there, and basically all I have to do is shoot from where I am on the pedestal, or I don't know if pedestal's the right word. Obelisk? Obelisk. And get them all knocked out, and the thing stayed blue the entire time because of how well they pulled it off. It was so cool.
Are you guys okay in the Westdale?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
It's pretty and blue. Just for anyone watching, because I'm getting a couple of requests, if there is people who are looking for a league and they're wanting me to invite them to mine, we're not adding people to my league for a couple of reasons. One, it's just me and my best friend, and I think Multiverse has one character in there also.
Do I?
Because he's the one who created it for me and then passed the reins over. Yeah, I just think you haven't removed it, but you can stay if you like. I'm fine with that. I don't know what character it is. Green.
It's my Red Lantern character.
But, I don't have enough time to be able to support people who are playing, like new players and want to be in a league. I wish I did. I used to be able to do that when I played on the Switch. It was so much fun, but I'm just a busy person, and I don't want to invite people to my league and have them be disappointed that I can't really help them out, because that's what's going to happen. So I don't invite to my league, guys, at least not at this stage. I don't know if that'll change in the future, but anybody asking me, I'm really sorry. The answer at this stage is no. And it's more for your benefit than for mine. But I think you invite, don't you?
Yeah, if people want to come in, join the league, I don't mind. I just don't have, I just don't have time to really manage the league. So, but they still benefit. They benefit from using the shirt bank. They benefit from using. I'll say that at some point. They benefit from like the bonus we can purchase with our league all. So there is a few benefits, but yeah, I can't help people directly. Sometimes people expect me to be able to help them run content, or if I can run content, yeah, I'll do it. But sometimes sometimes I'm halfway through a video, making a video, and then I get a bunch of messages. Can you run this with us? Can you run that with us? And I just can't.
Yeah, that's the exact same boat I'm in. I just can't. I'm usually, if I'm on, I'm live with multi, or I'm making a video. And if I don't answer people, it's because my UI is off because I'm base touring. So I've had a few people say that I ignore them. Guys, if my UI is off, I have no idea I'm getting messages. I'm trying to record a video looking at people's faces and things, and I don't get your message. So please don't be offended. I respond to everyone that I see message me. But if I don't respond, I haven't seen it. So,
and there's people also.
I'm not that kind of person who ignores people.
And there's people also who expect that I'll give them stuff. I don't do that.
Oh yeah, true. I get that sometimes too. I don't have a lot of stuff to give anyway, but no, I'm not going to do that, because then it's going to get, people will start asking all the time, and it will get really unfair because people will get stuff and people won't. So it's just, we just don't do that.
Well, it's not just that. Sometimes they'll ask for like little things, like a void material or a cosmic chroma material, just little things like that.
Yeah.
Or a shaded cosmic chroma material, like as if I had any spared one.
How on earth would you have that?
Well, that's
you bought
yeah.
a whole bunch when they came out and just stockpiled.
Well, people have weird ideas sometimes.
Yep. I think some people misunderstand what the Creator League is.
Either that or
some kind of an input.
Yeah. Well, you have to wonder. I wonder if in real life do they approach someone and tell them, "Hey, can you give me a car?"
That would be interesting.
Like, I understand if they.
TV show for that.
I understand if you're begging for changes on the street corner or something, but imagine if they said, "Hey, can you give me a car?"
Yeah, a little excessive. Oh, we have well and truly hit the red. Fine, though, just so you know.
Amused left to go.
One of those dead winter things. Do they count for more than one? I feel like if two of us are on here and the dead winter is on here, it still goes down in the red. Whereas with all the other ones, it's a ratio. It's 1-to-1.
Well, it depends how many evil you have on your thingy. Like if there's the two of you, but there's 5 of them, yeah, it'll probably still go down.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. Because if there's 2 of us and 2 of them, it stays stagnant. But the dead winter one, like the really tall guy that's harder to kill,
I don't know.
He counts for more than 1? I think he counts for more than 1.
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to test that. Where is our apparition? What is it called? Avenging Spirit. I don't know. I keep coming up with names for things that are not the name that the game actually tells us it is. Like, I've been calling this a pedestal when it's an obelisk. I've been calling it an apparition when it's an avenging spirit. I don't know. Also, I think it's unnecessary having all this dialogue. Like, it takes forever to get through it before we actually get the avenging spirit to escort. The first time I played through this, I didn't actually have my audio on, so because I wanted to make sure the video that will be out later today, the first time I ran through it, the storyline was something I had never heard before. So I ran through this the first time with no audio, and because there was no audio, I had no idea exactly what was being said or anything like that, and all I was doing was waiting. It was really annoying.
Yeah, I guess they made it important to listen to what is going on. So people like to turn off the audio and just listen to music. I might be a bit disappointed.
Yeah, I tend to listen to YouTubers, so it's when I usually watch multi-stuff is when I'm playing games, and there's some other YouTubers I really enjoy watching, or listening to rather. I don't watch a lot, I listen to. But yeah, I was like, why is it taking so long? And then, you know, when I finally recorded my video, I realized, oh, because there's a whole bunch of stuff I'm supposed to be listening to. Okay, which I kind of get for the first run through, but I don't really know why it's here in the alert, and then also it's in the raid. Like, why? I don't feel like that's really necessary.
So we have our first one
Why
here.
is it? Oh, there it is. Man, that took a while for our new Avenging Spirit to spawn.
Sometimes they're not in a hurry, it seems.
Yeah, we had ours at the shield, and then I came back to grab the next one. They're not here. Our hill was blue though, so I feel like isn't it supposed to come straight away if it's blue? I don't know. I'm curious about something in this. I'm wondering if once that first section that we've already completed is done, if we can all go to one hill and just focus on that one hill. I know that that would be slower because we're only dealing with one spirit at a time, but I'm just curious if that would work. So I'm gonna try that with some people.
What are you saying? We're not some people?
You are some people, but this is your channel and your videos, and you know, I'm not going to mess around with what you're doing.
Oh, okay.
I'm just here to be helpful and do the comments. If you want to try stuff, I'll do it. I mean, you were happy for me to try in the open world for Apocalyptic Gotham, dragging all those guys into the lava from the convoy. That was so much fun. Ah, love that. I do it that way every time now. Oh, unless I'm not on my tank, because I don't have pulls on my healer. There we go. But yeah, I wouldn't mind trying that out and seeing if that works, especially in the raid. If we only have to keep one hill blue, like we're gonna get through that quite easily. It'll be slower though, so I don't know if it's worth it really.
Well, most elite group probably would try to go for the faster option, so they wouldn't try to
Yes.
to do just a one hill.
But I'm still curious if it would work. I'm not saying it's practical, I'm just saying I'm curious. Come on, Avenging Spirit. Oh no!
What?
I was watching the game and I let the chat scroll like really far down.
How dare you?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I will forgive you someday.
Someday? What about today? Today's Sunday. You could forgive me today.
Too soon. Too soon.
Oh, okay. I found the spot where we were up to. Phantom says, in either of your opinion, would a team of magical girls make a great idea for a Wonder Woman villain? With Wonder Woman herself having to save them via defeating them both physically and mentally.
I will try to get her more not magical. Like sadly, one of issue with Wonder Woman, it's like it's either Greek sorceress or Greek magicians or witches, or give her like a Magneto, like a character that doesn't really have anything to do with magic or Greek, like that's just an evil character for her to fight. Give her I was going to say Doctor Doom, but even Doctor Doom is magic. Give her an Ultron villain, like something like sadly it's as if they think that since she's a Greek themed character, all she can have is Greek villains or magic villains.
That's fair. And also she's supposed to be defending humanity. It could be any villain, couldn't it?
It should be.
Yeah, I'm with Multi on this. I don't think my first choice would be a group of magical girls. But yeah, I don't have an in-depth answer that Multi does. I just think one like hardcore villain is probably better in my opinion and more enjoyable for me to read or watch, depending on what medium it would be presented in. But yeah, I don't know that that would be my first choice. Also, when you say girls, I think of like teenagers and kids, not adults. So maybe you mean adults. I'm not sure.
Nah, anything below 55 is girls.
Yeah. There we go. So I'm a girl.
Of course.
PDG90 says the alert is tricky. You kind of need battle rolls to run it. That's what I'm saying. Why on earth would the game split it so that we've got a tank and a controller over one side and 2 damages over the other side? Because you don't know that they're battle builds. Not everyone has a battle build. Though I will say on the US server, more people have a battle build than a solid build, which is interesting to me. I often find battle healers, battle tanks. It's rare that I find a solid healer or a solid controller. But I guess they should split it, at least if there's damages. Make sure there's a damage on either side, because otherwise one side will lag behind. And not everyone listens, or rather reads, because you can say in the chat, hey guys, we should probably swap over so this will work. You can run around and do so, but not everyone's reading, so yeah, you won't necessarily be able to get people to split off the way you need to for it to run as smooth or as fast as you want. But I mean, we could always run that test then. Everyone goes to one side, and we see if it works.
Well, for some time they've pretty much been making artifacts for battle builds. So that seems to be something the devs like and even want to encourage.
I have battle builds, but it's not like I always build first my damage, then my tank, or if I'm doing something else, you know, I do that. And a battle build is something somewhat of an afterthought for me. I do it afterwards, and I don't tend to use the ones that they have, the artifacts that they specifically have for battle builds. I use a combination of ones for tank and ones for damage, or, you know, healer damage or controller damage, whichever one it is at the time. I play tank more often, so that's why I'm using that as the example. So I don't know. I prefer that if I'm set as tank for something, that I am a hardcore tank. And then if I could swap to the battle version, that I have the option. But a lot of people seem to start with the battle version, and sometimes for me that seems like a little bit of a detriment, because they can't take as much damage as I would hope that they could as a tank, or whatever it is that they're trying to do. So yeah, if I'm doing a battle build, I'll usually say in the chat, hey guys, are you okay with the battle tanks? And things like that. Just because I don't want to piss anybody off with not being able to do what they expect me to be able to do as part of the group. Sorry, I feel like I just rambled a lot, Multi.
That's okay. I was trying to make some room in my inventory while you did that.
Oh, beautiful.
So now will be good to play the 8-player missions. So guys, there's 4 more rooms in the group if you want to join.
Interesting playing my villain. I need to level her up. Her arts, like, I have nothing, literally nothing in her tank arts, so I'm annoyed I can't switch to tank generally. But when I play with you, it doesn't matter, because you're the tank, but, you know. Phantom said, since Wonder Woman is the ambassador of Amazons and more, I've always felt she should operate like Goku, and all of her rivals become permanent allies over time. I don't know I know who Goku is, but I don't know anything about him. Like, I don't know how that runs, so I'm not really sure exactly what you mean there.
Yeah, but if her enemies become her allies, she'll run out of enemies pretty soon.
That's pretty true.
Like, you pretty much have always to come up with new enemies. And you never know, like, there's a reason why the way back when they did the early Batman comics, like, the villains would die at the end of the comic. I think Joker appears in Batman #1, and at the end of the story, Joker dies. But then they came to realize 2 things. First, that the Joker was pretty popular, like they had a hit there. And also, creating good villains is challenging. Like, creating a villain that will resonate with people, it's not easy. So once you have a villain that really works, like the Joker, don't kill it. So they brought him back later on, never explained how he died, how he came back from death. And they at some point they pretty much kind of stopped killing villains, because if you kill them, you cannot use them no more, and then you have to keep on coming up with new villains all the time. Yeah. Even in the movies, like, they killed Jack Nicholson at the end of the Batman movie, but then afterwards they kept on trying to find a way to bring him back. Like, at some point they were thinking of a sequence where the Batman would be hit with the free gas from the Scarecrow, and then it would hallucinate, and then they would bring back the Joker that way as some sort of hallucination. But the problem is that's one of the problems when you kill your villains. Like if you want to bring him back, you have to try to find some weird, obscure way to do that. Like they did that also in the Batman Begins. They killed Ra's al Ghul in Batman Begins, but then they brought him back later on. We don't even know if Bruce Wayne was hallucinating or dreaming or so I still don't understand the scene, but anyway, somehow in some scene, Ra's al Ghul was back, and Bruce Wayne was able to talk to him because they killed him. They had to find a way to bring him back because he kind of died a bit.
So much in stuff these days. Death doesn't mean what it used to.
Well, it never really did, but that's another point. I'll be right back in just a minute.
Yeah. Sure. Phantom said, the reason, my dear multiverse, is marketing. Beautiful marketing. I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to there, because it's probably from further back. I'm really not sure, Phantom, so I'm sorry. Rayshawn says, solo elite very hard. Use trolls characters. I died 9 times. I've heard both sides of that. I've heard people say that the elite was so easy and so fast, but I guess if you have too many trolls, is that what you're saying? It might be something that's quite difficult to get through. I haven't played it yet. Usually I wait and I play it for a video when I'm not there yet. But a lot of people have said to me that this was so fast and so easy to get through, and they're really annoyed with this episode. And that was including the alert and raid in Elite. So I'm not really sure who exactly was saying that, whether they are particularly elitists, so they get through stuff really fast anyway. But yeah, I don't know personally myself yet, as I haven't played Elite. I think Multiverse has, though, but he's nicked off for the moment. You can ask him.
Sorry?
Do you have an opinion on the Elite Solo? Said it's very hard to use troll characters, died 9 times. I haven't run it yet. Normally I do for a video, so I'm just not quite there, but...
Well, I did fine, but I think I did switch to DPS. See, you give me an idea. Maybe next time I'll try with my controller. But I do have a video about the Elite solo. I didn't find it difficult, so I don't know.
I've heard both sides. Some people say it's really, really easy, plus the raid and alert. They say they're all really, really easy in Elite, and then some people have said that they're tricky. So I personally play as a damage when I run through any Elite solo, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to tell. I don't actually have a leveled up controller that I could use to test that.
I don't know. Because I didn't even have also the top CR from the previous DLC. Like the top CR thing is 464, and I had like 454, something like that. So I don't know. I didn't find it especially difficult. But again, I've been playing this character, like my multiverse character, for a long, long time. I pretty much everything pretty much is second nature when I use him. My sleep with my eyes closed. So that I don't know. That could be that could be why.
He wakes up and he's completed entire episodes. Rose is saying, is it just me, or is anyone else having trouble hearing Shadow? Am I quiet?
Oh, are you quiet?
Is anyone having trouble hearing me? I don't know. I can't turn the volume on the video because then you'll be able to hear it through my microphone, and that's just going to sound shocking. But I'm so sorry if I'm quiet.
Here, I'll raise it from here.
Okay.
Because I did raise the volume also for the dialogues because I wanted people to be in some of our previous videos I couldn't help but notice that the dialogue of some NPCs was very low, and there's a lot of dialogue in this DLC, so I thought it would be a good idea to actually hear the dialogue. So I did raise the volume a bit, so maybe that kind of buries you a bit.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, Lilith said a lot better. I think maybe she's referring to the volume, so that's good. Thank you. T-Flight said Elite is extremely difficult if you don't have people who know what they're doing. Yeah, I think that is the point. If you've got people who don't know what they're doing, it's going to be a massive struggle. But if you've got people who understand the assignment, then it runs relatively smooth. I don't think it's dependent on whether those characters are highly leveled, though. I think it really is people who know what to do and know what they're doing and have good control of their character.
Well, you have to know that you have to capture the how do you call that, obelisk. You have to know that then you have to escort the ghost, but you still have to capture the obelisks. So it's a mishmash of all of that.
people who don't stay at their own obelisk, I've heard from people who've played with people who haven't been staying at their own obelisk that it was so difficult to get through Elite because people weren't sticking where they needed to be, and they'd come across trying to help, but it wasn't actually helpful because in helping something that wasn't actually a problem, they've gone back to their obelisk and it's been taken over, and now there is a problem. So I could see that potentially, but until I play it myself, I'm not gonna know.
I wrote picture it as a pretty cool Doctor Doom.
Where? Phantom Flame said, when you think Catwoman, when you think Catwoman costume, it should be relative to what she looks like in the comics. All according to, I don't know what that word is, Kikaku? I don't know, but I agree. I think the costume should be what I know of Catwoman in the comics.
Well, the bombshell Catwoman came straight from the comics, so.
T-Flight said, how are you all doing this without a tank, lol? Is this elite alert or normal? I think, were we in normal? Surely that wasn't elite.
No, that was regular, but we had 2 tanks.
Yeah, okay.
Even if one was not a tank.
2 tanks? I thought we had 1 tank and 3 Oh, you keep saying that I'm a tank. She doesn't have her arts yet. She's technically not really a very good tank at all. But yeah, we had a tank, because Multiverse is playing tanked. Phantom says, same reason I wish they gave Batman the white eyes for his cowl in live action stuff. Yeah. Because that's kind of iconic with his design.
Yeah, somehow they keep on trying
it
not.
would be interesting.
Well, they don't want to give him the white eyes because they're trying to show as much of the actor as they can, and also they probably don't see that as realistic. So they'll find ways, like in BVS when they give him his big bulky armor, then there he has a sort of like a huge helmet. So there they were able to give him the white eyes, but most of the time they don't want to do it because I don't know, they don't think it looks good, or they're still trying to keep some of the actor to show through the mask. It's a bit.
We get to see his mouth.
It's sometimes it's not enough. Like look at Kick-Ass. For Kick-Ass, they had to add a hole for the mouth because just with the eyes, they thought they didn't see the actor enough. They couldn't recognize the actor, which is the whole point of the costume.
Yeah, but like, what about Deadpool? He's like completely covered. We see nothing of him, and that worked great.
I did, but sometimes it's an actor thing. Like an actor have a lot of egos. They want to show their face. Like it's not an accident if you cannot go through a Marvel movie without Captain America taking off his mask like 23 times, or half of the movie doesn't have his mask. So the same with Spider-Man. Spider-Man keeps on taking off his mask in his movie so that we see the actor's face. Sadly, the actors, and especially the actor's agent, will fight tooth and nail so that we can see the face of their client as much as possible. And that means often not covering the eyes, not covering the mouth, not covering or removing the helmet in each end. Like the CW was notorious for that. In the Flash TV show, the characters kept on removing their masks, and the same with Arrow, the same with Legends of Tomorrow. Like they couldn't stay more than 2 seconds with their mask on, then they would find a way to remove their masks.
I hate that.
Yeah, but they keep on doing that. What
it is what it is. Yeah, and I mean, I could. They could explain the white eyes with, it's technology that lets him see in the dark or something like that. It wouldn't be too hard to explain, but if they've got like the actors fighting tooth and nail to make sure they're seen, fine.
Like there's exceptions, obviously, like Deadpool with Ryan Reynolds. He wanted to be true to the character, didn't seem to mind so much if we saw his face or not. Judge Dredd, Carl Urban with Judge Dredd, another example of a guy who was able to take his ego, put it in the locker, and keep the helmet throughout the whole thing. Sadly, these are rare exceptions.
I mean, if they're trying to embody these characters, doing them justice should be, at least if I were doing something like that, if I were doing something like that, I would want to embody the character to the best of my ability. So if it called for not being able to see my eyes, that's what I would do. I don't understand ego, I guess.
Sadly, their business is to show their faces and gets lots of money for that. So they'll do what they can. They'll do as much as they can.
Honestly, Ryan Reynolds' personality comes through regardless of whether we can see his face. We wouldn't mistake that person for anyone else, the actor. So, kind of get that.
So I guess we're going to cure for the raid and see what happens because we're not getting new people.
Oh, I think we'll get in, no problem. This was running so smooth, like, everyone's running this content. But, once everyone's through it, I wonder if we'll be able to get into it, because I think once everyone's kind of gotten through the entire storyline and got their face piece, they're probably going to be kind of sick of it and not want to play it through. A lot of people are already feeling that way.
Yeah, yeah. It's been 3 days and people are already sick of the content. It's sad, but what can you do?
Yeah. Rayshawn says, Tank better use Elite Solo for my character 468. I have no idea exactly what you mean there. When I run the Elite stuff, I'll be running it with a character who is a tank, but I play them as damage unless it's necessary for me to swap for any reason. Because I try to be able to do everything solo, and I try to show that you can run through Elite content without built characters, without characters that can do everything, high artifacts, high stat points, that sort of thing, because some people are really apprehensive about playing through that sort of thing if their character is not more towards the Elite. And honestly, you can get through it without. There are little tricks, and if your character is built well, you can get through Elite stuff pretty easily, in my opinion, without it. That's quite a couple of my videos of that, not quite a few, but a couple of my videos are showing that. And I will say, though, I do tend to play it with a fire damage who can swap to tank, which is not even arguably, it just is the absolute best ability for soloing, so that might be one of the reasons I find it so easy, I guess. Phantom Flame says, Spider-Man and Wolverine can do it. Why can't you, DC? Why, oh, why? What are we talking about now?
I'm not sure.
Oh, this is what happens because I go through the comments section, guys, and make sure I don't miss anything important. I want to make sure everyone's comment gets seen and said if it needs to be said. If you guys talk amongst yourselves, I'll skip that sort of thing. But otherwise, so that means when we come across some, I don't know the context anymore because we have moved on. So I'm so sorry, Phantom. I'm not sure to what you are referring. Pup says they think you're the Mr. Beast of DCUO. Is that you, Multi?
Nah, you're so nice.
Is that nice? Or is that an insult? I feel like that's more of an insult.
Nah, Mr. Beast is like, I think right now he's pretty much the biggest YouTuber out there.
Yeah, he's the biggest YouTuber, but are they referring to Mr. Beast of DCUO as in they think you're going to give away a whole bunch of stuff? Is that what we were talking about before? I'm not sure.
If that's the case, I didn't take it like that.
Isn't Mr. Beast... Look, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I thought that Mr. Beast, a lot of his giveaway stuff had been proven to not be true. But I might be mistaken or mixing him up with someone else. So
no, you're thinking of the right.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're thinking of the right Mr. Beast. But I took the good. I took the good side of the Mr. Beast compliment as opposed to the bad side. I guess you're a half empty kind of lady.
Sorry?
I guess you're a half glass, half empty kind of lady then.
Oh yeah, I assume
like
that things are an insult or a mean.
Like I saw the milk glass.
Can never be hurt.
Like I saw the milk glass, I saw it half full, but you saw it half empty.
Correct. Yes. And I think I do that anyway, just because if my expectations are low and I expect everything to be bad, then I can't be disappointed and can only be pleasantly surprised. I say that, but I'm disappointed with this episode, so who knows. Chapter. God, I'm not going to get used to that. Why on earth are they changing it to a chapter? I don't know.
It's a rebranding. Basically, they just rebranded the episodes into chapters. Basically, they took an old car, gave it a new fresh coat of paint, and it kind of looks like a new car, but it's the same old car.
Yep. That's exactly how I feel, actually. I was expecting it to be more different than it is now.
No. I know you. At least they're not charging for it. I know you were worried that they might be charging for it, but they're not.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. Turbocharge said, I did get Mobius Chair on DCUO. What's Mobius Chair? The
Mobius Chair is one of the best base items in the game. It's the chair of our friend Metron from the New Gods.
Oh, okay. That's not my favorite chair, but okay, that's fine. I'm very glad for you, though, because I enjoy touring people's bases and seeing their creativity, and getting some awesome base pieces always makes them really cool. T-Flight said, Please give me a personal code. So Multiverse does not ever give out personal codes because he does it once and then everyone's going to want it. And he will literally be sitting there all day, guys, trying to mail off codes to each individual person. He would never sleep, his dog wouldn't get fed, and the world would end. So I might be slightly exaggerating, but
No,
it's just not possible.
That's pretty much spot on. We'll give some more codes on Sunday. So Sunday around noonish, we'll log in and we'll have a code day.
He does his best to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to get the codes. He tries to split it up on different days, different times of the day, and make sure that everyone knows when it's coming so that everyone has the best opportunity to grab them. But honestly, that's the best he can do, because if he starts trying to give out personal codes, it's just not going to happen.
Now, I wish they give us a code like Seize the Throne or Face Your Fear, so that it would be one code for everyone and everyone would be able to get the reward. Sadly, it's not what we got. So
yeah. I mean, if you're not going to be able to be there on the Sunday, I think you said Meta Knight also had codes, so you could also check and see if she's giving them out sometime soon.
yeah, man, Meta Knight will probably do some giveaway. I didn't check her channel, so I'm not sure if or when she's going to do that. But yeah, she should do also some sort of giveaway. So if somehow you don't manage to get a code on Sunday, keep an eye on Meta Knight's channel. She should be giving out some codes. I don't know how she does it. I have to admit, I didn't check her previous way of giving codes before. I don't know. Did you see how she gives codes, Shadow?
No, I'm really sorry. I know some of the other stuff she's done giveaways for. She's done in video and she's done it on, I think, Twitch. But these specific codes, no, I'm not sure. Rayshon says, I own all power sets without membership and I have 24 characters. Oh, sir, it is time to be one-upped. Are you ready? I own all power sets on 3 different servers with no membership and I have 120 characters. I don't think that's really something I should brag about.
Nope.
That actually makes me seem pathetic, doesn't it?
I didn't want to say it, but too late. Oh, there we go.
Woo! Here we go. You can. Okay, so some people think that's a lie. You can access all powers without a membership. You can purchase a power set pack. And all the powers become available to you. I did that before I had a membership, and absolutely, it is true. So when my membership does drop, I still have all the power sets available to me to create my characters if I want to, because I purchased that separately. So definitely, I mean, it could be a lie, but it's not a lie for that reason, T-Flight.
Well, let's check if your pants are on fire.
How are you going to check?
I don't know. Don't you have a webcam or something?
Go to the marketplace.
Oh, maybe.
Well, we all know I have a camera, but it can't be live, so...
Oh. I was going to say, show us your pants.
Device. Not wearing any, because I am wearing a dress, so...
That's all right.
So would that mean my dress would have to be on fire, or maybe my nose grew really, really long? You know?
I don't know what happens to the expression if you're wearing a dress. Sorry, I'm not up to date.
Yep, neither am I. Sorry, guys. Alright, I won't be able to check the comments as much while we're doing this because otherwise I will mess up. So
yeah, no, it's okay.
Sorry,
we can put the comments aside for now, and we'll get back to it after the mission. So guys, keep on sending us your comments. We're just going to take a while before we read them. If you were here last night, you know that we will get through your comments, even if it takes forever.
Yep, that's what we do. I think there's only been one time where we didn't run through all the comments, and that was because you had to go for Rocky, I think. But every other time.
If something happens, obviously we're not going to do it, but within the best of our abilities, we'll do it. Unless something happens, we'll do it.
Correct. Oh, you look like a vampire! Oh, the person I'm with has like the vampire cloak on. They look so cool. I'm with Itsesin? I don't know. But awesome. Awesome look. I like vampires. That's probably why. Yeah, this Dead Winter. I'm sure this Dead Winter guy... Oh, wait, Deed? Dead. I can't see because it's red writing over a red rune, I guess. But I think that they count for more than one. There we go, it's Dead Winter. So, if we kill off all the others and only Dead Winter is on here, does the red still move? That's the question. No, it counts for 1. Okay.
That's for 1.
I really thought it was counting for 2. It's just, it takes a longer time to knock him out, so... There we go. If anyone was wondering, probably only me, Dead Winter only counts as 1 enemy when it comes to the lights on the obelisk.
Well, see, you got ahead of the curve. You're even ahead of Obsidian Chill to give out the tips and tricks to people.
I try to give out as many tips as I can as I play through, but yeah, I don't think I'm ahead of the curve of Obsidian. That man does like so much work to get his videos like very well done, like a beautiful job, just like you do.
Well, he didn't do much
Just you
videos
have
about
different topics you cover.
he didn't do much videos about Day of Reckoning so far. He did one video where he
No.
vaguely talks about it, but he should have another
He had a
video
bit of a
coming
gap,
soon.
and I'm not sure that he's fully back yet.
Well, yeah, there was the Christmas holidays, and I think he did mention he was busy with work or something. So yeah, it happens.
Yeah. But it was nice to see him back anyway. It was nice to hear his opinion too. It's nice because he agreed with my opinion, so you know.
Oh, I
Love
see.
hearing that. I think you and I most of the time agree also. Not always,
Yeah.
but most of the time.
93.5% of the time.
And I can honestly say, if we don't agree, most likely Multi's correct. Not always, though. I was right yesterday. About the mausoleum. I double-checked my footage. I was right. And then other people said the same thing to me, that they got in the mausoleum and they weren't grounded either. So, now I get to brag. I have to, because I don't get to brag very often, because too often Multiverse is right.
We'll call you Lady Braggett or something. Braggerette.
Lady Braggett. I already have too many nicknames now. I've got that girl from AU, Future Laura. We've got Shadow Lady, Miss Omniverse. What else am I? I don't know. There's so many nicknames.
There's never too many.
I don't know. I feel like it could get complicated with too many. As long as they're all compliments, it's fine. There we go. Yeah, see, I'm already sick of this raid. I'm like, didn't I just do this? Yes, I did. It's even worse when you've just finished the storyline part and then you literally go into the alert and the raid, because then you've done it solo as well. I don't like this. South Hill is having a little bit of trouble staying out of the red. Are you South Hill? I'm guessing.
We're getting there. It's the Dead Winter who doesn't want to die.
Oh, yeah. They have attitude.
We're almost there.
Sweet.
He only has a tiny sliver left, but he's hanging there. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
So we should be okay now.
Sweet. I don't understand the timer in this. Like, there's a timer that appears and disappears in the alert. Is there one in the raid?
No, it's that
I'm sure a timer comes up at some point.
we have to capture the thingy, and then there's a timer. We have to capture it X amount of time to truly, really capture it, and then we get the ghost after that, something like that.
Not those fake captures, only the true captures.
Yes, only the true capture counts. Oh no, we got the Dead Winter again.
Oh my goodness, you guys are popular.
It's a trap!
Are you literally, you're quoting Star Trek right now, aren't you?
Absolutely. Star Wars.
The video that's going to come out later today for my channel, I used the red shirt, you know, I said, oh my goodness, it's a red shirt for something, and I'm wondering if anyone's going to know what I'm talking about, because I don't know that all of my audience watches Star Trek, and I know more about Star Trek than I do about DC, so I don't know.
Yeah, I said that about Voivode, about how the way they made her, she's a little more than a red shirt from Star Trek.
Oh, darn it! You said it first! How dare you! That's what I said! I said it about Voivode and Jack. But I find it baffling that they have created brand new characters, and they kind of bragged about it. Like, Rivera seemed very excited about it in the video. Well, as excited as he could be. There's a whole backstory, you know, saying all this stuff, and I was like, okay, he seems to be passionate. Hopefully that translates well. But they're both dead by the end of this? Come on! Why put all that effort in? I don't get it.
Maybe we'll find out.
When we meet Jack, she's dying.
Yes. Isn't she dead? No, she's dying, yes.
No, she speaks to us right before she passes. So, yeah. I even checked, her mouth is moving. I don't know. why put all the effort into them and say that they have this backstory? Which, by the way, the backstory isn't in the game. The backstory is in the blogs.
Yeah, pretty much.
You barely care. Even with the blogs, I didn't care about the characters, and now I care even less because it's not in here.
Yeah, the blogs. What did you get from the blog? Yeah, she was grounded by her mom because she told her she was a superhero. It's like, come on.
Yep. And you get that Jack and Voivode have kind of a cheeky friendship rapport. That's all I got. But I also didn't care about it because I wasn't being taken on a journey with those characters. I was just reading the conversation they had between themselves. So, I don't know. I think it was really poorly executed.
Yeah. Someone skipped script writing 101 or something.
Maybe. I can't really speak. I do write, but I write narratives, like stories. I don't really write scripts. And everything I do on my channel is unscripted. Just like while we're here, it's unscripted.
Absolutely.
So I'm speaking from probably an area of naivety in that particular thing. But, you know, they have been doing it and should be good at it. Maybe. I can't remember exactly what their positions were, though.
What do you mean?
I was creative director, and I feel like Rivera was more about the storyline, and Boyd was more about graphics.
Yeah,
and
but
execution of what it looks like.
I don't think neither of them are writers, but I don't think whoever wrote the blog wasn't a writer either.
Oh no, I don't think that was a writer either. No, I won't say that because that's a little insulting, but.
No, it's not. I'm not a writer either, but I've had positions where I had to analyze scripts. When I was a character designer, I had to analyze scripts from the point of view of the characters. Then later on, when I was a storyboard supervisor, again, I still had to analyze the script for the storyboard purpose. So I'm not a writer, but I did occupy jobs where I had to analyze scripts, and that's pretty much how I learned to do that. Because sadly, I wish I could say I've learned how to analyze scripts in college. Not really. We did some script.
Also, I mean, scripts are created for us to enjoy, and if we are not enjoying them, I would hope we can at least critique the fact that it's not enjoyed by the audience for which it's intended. So, at least from that position, I feel like I can have an opinion.
Well, I did some story analysis in college. Like I had this course called Modern Fantasy Literature, where we went through Lord of the Rings. But in retrospect, it wasn't. It was a very superficial analysis.
Yeah.
I
enjoy writing. I don't know how good I am at it, but I've written a couple of like little narratives and stories and stuff for other people's channels, and I like them. There we go. This player that I'm with is very easy to work with.
He's doing all the work.
No, he's back at the obelisk, but he's staying there, keeping it blue. So I'm happy about that. And while we're doing, like, as soon as he's got enemies disappearing, so he's got nothing there and everything is blue for him, he'll jump out, attack a little bit, and head back. It's very nice. Very easy, calm, smooth, nice.
Yeah, I'm here with Rogue Patriot. We're doing fine.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. I think I have someone who wasn't actually grouped with us. It's just a random person who got grouped with us once we queued, but very happy with the person I've got. It's working well.
Those darn randoms.
Hey, some randoms are good.
Joining our group, how dare they?
Would you rather have just done it with the 5 of us?
Could we? Could we have done it, you think?
I don't know. If we could go over to one obelisk and focus, or maybe 2 obelisks and focus over there, maybe it would have worked. I don't know.
But we're still waiting also for the option to be able to go into missions with a smaller group, like less people.
Yes.
We didn't
they
hear
said it was coming, so I hope it really is.
Yeah, but they didn't say anything afterwards, so who knows?
Yeah. It was very vague anyway, that producer's letter. I mean, they
Yes.
talked about the summonables, so we don't know specifically if they're talking about pets, henchmen, like, I want to know what they're talking about, but at the same time, I think they were being vague on purpose because that way they can, change their minds about some things if they want to, or not give us a time frame. So that means if it never turns up, oh no, it's still in the works. It's something we're thinking about. Could be their answer. I feel like these devs are quite vague and don't really want to tell us anything.
Yes, they are.
Mm.
Well, maybe they just don't want to tell you.
Oh, so they don't want to tell me, so no one else gets to find out either. I am pretty annoying, so I can understand why they wouldn't want to tell me. I might just laugh at them awkwardly. Oh my goodness, they nearly got our life bar down. Stop! Stop attacking the avenging spirit thing. Thank you. Nope, she's down. Couldn't make it. Oh, that's the first time I've ever lost one.
Aw, poor spirit.
I'm broken. Ah! One of them got off an extra shot right at the end there before I got her to the shield. Oh. Knock all these. Oh, thank you. He's helping. I don't know that he can't hear me. I often say thank you to people who are not in like the chat that I'm in, and it's weird. It's funny if other people are in the same room as me, and I'm saying thank you, and they're like, "Oh, can they hear you?" And I'm like, "No, no, no." I'm talking to no one.
So guys, if you're in the chat, don't worry. We'll get back to the chat after this. As you can see, obviously we're a little bit busy.
Need to concentrate. I say that. I don't need to concentrate so much that I can't talk. I just can't look at a screen that has questions because then I won't be looking at my character. And that's not a good idea when you're playing a game. Oh. Okay. Better not die this time. Everybody's waiting for me! I will say, I don't think anyone... Oh, good. I don't think anyone really needs to stay back on that last run. I think when there's the last run going across for the Avenging Spirit, you can actually leave your obelisk because it doesn't matter if it stays blue after that. I don't know why, but every time it gets up to forced, I climb up onto the top of the shield so that my character drops literally on top of him, because I think it's funny, and it's really the only part of this actual load and I enjoy. So, because I'm so tired of running the same thing over and over again.
You're so mean to poor Felix Faust.
He deserves it! Oh, it is Faust. Wait, is it Faust or is it Faust?
Faust.
Because I've been saying Faust for a very long time, and in this particular episode, chapter, they say Faust in one of the cutscenes, and I was like, oh my goodness, I've been saying it wrong all this time.
Nope,
it's Faust.
No, it's Felix Faust. Sadly, it shows you that even the devs, probably don't know much about comics.
I was right. Oh my goodness, it's not another Barbatos situation.
Barbatos.
No. I don't think we're ever going to agree on that one. And
Barbatos.
Also, the comment section was kind of split. Some people agreed with me and some agreed with you. But I think logically, even if it's not Barbatos, it should be Barbatos because he's a bat. No.
Barbatos.
No.
Like it's like
I'm gonna keep calling him Faust now.
It's like the Frankenstein monster being called Frankenstein. At some point, you have to let it go. Even though, yes.
No, why do people do that?
Because I don't know.
I'm not letting that go.
They cannot tell the difference. They don't understand.
I tend to call him the monster.
Yeah, you could do that. But sadly, for too many people, they think Frankenstein is the name of the monster. What can you do?
Yeah, yep, that's so true. At least we agree on that one. Barbatos, we're not going to agree.
Barbatos.
But I agree with you on Faust.
No, it is Felix Faust.
Wow, what an exciting raid we just did.
Well, it was fun enough. I never complained that we get through. Just happy we did.
I'm happy we got through it because now it's over.
Burn in hell, Constantine.
Yay!
Like Constantine. From what I understand, this is sort of the American pronunciation. Supposedly, the real pronunciation is supposed to be Constantine.
Oh, really?
Yes, but he's been called Constantine for so long throughout various media that pretty much became the default pronunciation now.
Interesting. I've only ever heard Constantine, but that's probably because when I started paying attention to that, it was already out in the media as Constantine. So
I'm sure you can find a rant by Alan Moore somewhere out there ranting about Constantine being
the incorrect
Constantine.
pronunciation.
Yes. Let's go through the chat a bit, and we'll then play the other raid afterwards.
Turbocharge is asking for everyone, if you could have 2 lanterns rings, what would they be?
Green and blue.
I want black.
Oh,
I
black.
want black. And I feel like a funny combination would be fun. Like, could I have ultraviolet and black?
No, you convinced me. I'll take black and black.
T-Fight says, now you had to have paid for the ones you can't access on a free account. I'm confused. So is this person claiming that they have access through a free account?
Yeah, but even on a free account, you can pay $5 and purchase the power. I think that's what they're getting at.
Oh, maybe. If you're doing a truly free-to-play account, that means you've put no money in at all, and you only have access to the main 6 abilities, and also only have 2 character slots. Only after you've put some money in does it go up to 6 character slots. But, yeah, in regards to specifically being able to purchase the powers without a membership, you can absolutely do that, and they stay forever.
But I have a hard time.
It.
I don't see a good reason to have a free account. Like there's no reason. Like you're going to play this Universal 9 for hundreds of hours. Spend $5 and get 6 characters and get an extra power. Like there's no reason not to spend at least $5 to play the game. I understand maybe in some country $5 is like $2,000 a year. So okay, yeah, in that case I could see that. But in most for most people, I would say, just spend the $5. You'll get 6 characters instead of 2, and with that $5, you could decide to purchase one of the powers.
I have noticed 3 different mentalities of people who have true free-to-play accounts. One of them is that they don't feel like this game is worth putting money into. They're like, I will play it, but I'm not putting money into this game.
Yeah, but if you play a game for 100 hours, I don't think spending $5 is too much to ask.
No, I agree, but that's their mentality. Then there's some who say, I simply can't afford it. I play this because it's a free-to-play game and it's an MMO, and I can't afford to put the $5 in, which is fair enough. If people can't afford, that's fine. But then there's also the ones who like to brag. So people who are like, no, I have done all of this, I have all these things, my build is like this, and I am free-to-play. So some people just like to be able to say they have a free-to-play account.
Those evil braggets.
I don't know. I think those people are quite entertaining, and honestly, some of them do have amazing builds on a free-to-play account. I mean, the reason that I play a free-to-play account as well for videos is because I want to see what the struggles are and see where the problems are, see what makes it fun, what makes it annoying, and I honestly am frustrated by the free-to-play because I'm someone who normally plays not on free-to-play, so...
See, there's enough reasons to be frustrated with DC Universal 9 to begin with. Playing as a free to play, I don't see the point. I wouldn't do that. So my hats off to you because I wouldn't do that.
No, that's fine. I do enjoy it. I think it's interesting playing through it and seeing where it's very different from my normal gameplay. I will say most of the difference is watching inventory and cash. Every single mission I do, I'm like, okay, how's my inventory? Okay, how much cash do I have? Do I need to spend some? Because I only have 50,000. Everything else goes into escrow, and I don't want it to get wasted, so I'm continuously buying stuff. So it's a very different game on free-to-play.
Well, 50,000. I remember when we had like 2,000. Was that?
Yes.
So way back when we would do is that as soon as we got $2,000, would buy 2 stacks of colas, and it pretty much became a reflex. Like whenever I would go to the police station or the safe houses, I would buy 2 colas. Then I would go back again, buy 2 colas, and I would gather stacks and stacks of colas like that. So at some point, it pretty much became a reflex. You buy colas, repair, and then sell them those colas if you need to, and So I don't know. I didn't even think about it after a while. But even better yet, once I became legendary, I did not have to worry about that anymore. So
Yeah. I think the first thing that made me purchase into the game was the inventory issue. I was like, I just don't have space. And my friend and I were looking through the marketplace and we're like, we can buy space. Let's buy some space. The second we bought space, escrow unlocked, we can mail, we can chat. Like, it was such a big difference. And I didn't last long, honestly. I put money in pretty early on when I first started.
yeah, I was free to play for like 3 days, and then decided, okay, let's go premium. And I was premium for about a month. Like basically, once we got the Lightning Strike DLC, I was toying with just buying it, but because I bought the Fight for the Light DLC, the Green Lantern DLC before that, and I was just premium
Yeah.
player. Then afterwards, I was considering, okay, do I just purchase the Lightning Strike, or do I become legendary? And I thought, okay, let's try legendary for a month. Worst comes to worst, I'll buy the DLC afterwards, and I've been legendary ever since.
Yeah. Yalla has a question. I have 36 characters. These are all accessible while I am subscribed. However, if I'm no longer subscribed, I lose access to some of them. Can
Yes.
I then still buy additional character slots and unlock them again?
No,
Not
because
to
the
36.
36 is the maximum you can have. Because
Yeah.
at 36, you've also purchased, you get six, is it 16, 18? I forget.
For when you purchase, now you can purchase up to 26, and then you get an extra 10 when you do the membership.
Okay. So anyway, so either any way you slice it, if you don't subscribe, you're gonna have to remove 10 of your characters so that you can play as a premium player.
Yeah, and it's if you're free to play, you have 2 character slots. The second you put money in, you have 6, and then you can go to the marketplace and purchase all the way up to 26 now. And then the extra 10 you've got there, you're going to lose the second you no longer have membership because it gives you 10 slots.
I wish you could purchase more, but they put a cap somehow. You'd think they might want people to purchase as many characters as they can, but
Yeah.
I guess not. Although maybe they're doing that so that you have no choice but start a new account and pay them maybe a second subscription. I don't know.
Yeah. I tend to purchase my slots anyway and not use my membership slots because I have this fear that at some point I won't want to put money into the game for the membership anymore and I'll have to lose characters. So I'm careful and I make sure that'll never happen. So if I do lose my membership, all of my characters are still accessible to me because I won't go over the 26.
Nah, I crossed that bridge a long time ago. It's too late for me.
Yeah. Well, see, I have multiple accounts, so I can create characters on separate accounts and not have a problem. No, I think that's just a conversation between T-Flight and Yella and Rishon? Yeah, looks like they're having a conversation. T-Flight is asking how you're all enjoying the new solo alert and raid. That question is not a good question to ask.
The new solo is fine. The issue with the alert and the raid, it's basically the same mission. You have to play twice. So sadly, it's easy to expect. People will get tired of that really quick. So we've had
I also
DLCs.
dislike how the order of them goes because
Yeah.
the solo is the end of the story and the alert and raid are the middle of the story. So they don't go in the correct order. And if they had have maybe put them in that order in the queuing up, maybe that we had to, get a mission that says go into the alert, go into the raid, now go into the solo. Maybe I'd like it a little more, but honestly, as soon as you finished your dailies and then you go and do the solo, your storyline is finished. That's the end of the storyline. I don't like that about it either.
So we've had DLCs where people would get tired of the content pretty quick, but here they're going to get tired of the content really quick, sadly,
Yeah.
because it's the same mission twice. So or 3 times if you come to solo.
Yeah, I do count the solo because I want to complain about it more.
Oh, it's okay.
I also feel like the alert and the raid, in my opinion, don't feel like I'm playing DC to me. It feels like a different game.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know if
like
anyone else feels that way.
it's like we're playing Dungeons and Dragons or something. It's not really
Yeah.
a DC game at this point.
And I also really like how in raids everyone's like working together towards a goal, but in this particular raid and in the alert it seems like it's two of us working toward a goal and some other group is playing it somewhere else. Like it doesn't feel like we're all working together until we get into that boss. I don't really like that either, because why is it even a raid? And also it could be done with every single one of us damage, and we don't need any other roles. T-Flight said, I would have both the black and white lantern powers. I nearly did that. Nearly.
Yeah, I thought about that, but nah, let's go black.
See, that's cheating, though.
Too late.
Because it's not two. It's one. It's just one twice. T-Flight said, that's excellent, Shadow. I'm hoping that's referring to my ring choices, because I feel like that would be not only funny, but also fun. Pup says the Watchtower used to have a good amount of players hanging out there. What happened? They're all at Little Bow.
There, yeah, little Bow or House of Legends.
Yeah, no one hangs out there anymore.
Yeah, people used to hang out next to Booster Gold to do duels, but now they pretty much go to Little Bohemia. So in Little Bohemia, you'll notice like just across the street, you have a whole bunch of people lined up showing off their new style, and behind them, you'll see a whole bunch of people that will play duels. So that's pretty much where people went.
Yeah. T-Flight said HOD has so many villies as well. What's HOD?
Hall of Doom.
Yeah, they used to all hang out there too.
Same thing.
No longer.
Nope.
Same thing.
That's done. Although with the Hall of Doom, we've always had less villains, and I was surprised when I went yesterday. There was like 6 people in the Hall of Doom. So the Hall of Doom is really deserted at this point. But again, you have people go elsewhere.
T-Flight said, what is the best powers you guys would most recommend to new players? It's going to be fire is my recommendation.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if you're soloing. But
yes.
At the start, it self-heals, it has its own shields, you can tank or you can damage, and has the most survivability of a new player. Like
absolutely.
It's the easiest. Yeah. For what we agree on this one, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. If you're starting brand new to the game, do it with fire. And then once you've mastered that and you know how the game runs, pick something else and try that as well. Oh, Oni's Fury said, basically what I said in the last live, it's defend with escort missions. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't like it. I don't like it. The escorts, really annoying. Really annoying.
Escort missions are annoying in any game. Like whenever they put escort missions in a game,
yep.
People don't like it. It's pretty much universal at this point. So you have to wonder why they thought it would be a good idea to give us escort missions, and it wasn't. So
they didn't think it was a good idea. They tried to pad it. I strongly feel that they probably had plans for stuff they wanted to do, ran out of time to do those things, and were like, okay, well, let's use some random other raid for the second raid. Let's double up on this alert, and we need it to take some time. What will take time? Escort missions will take time. Put that in there. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, this whole DLC seems they were more concerned to fill it with time sink than anything else. That seems to be the case. Lilith mentioned it's Star Trek Online. So did they have Star Trek Online? Did they have escort mission in Star Trek Online and they brought that back over here? The Fiends.
Ugh. The what? Sorry.
The Fiends.
The Fiends.
Isn't that like the bad guys, like Fiends, demons from hell or something?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh.
I guess so.
I'm not talking no more.
No, you have to. It's your channel.
Too late.
I'm the reader of the comments. You're the answerer of the comments, even though I do that quite a bit too. Never mind. T-Flight said, do you guys have any good strategies for running the new Elite raid? So I haven't run it yet, so I don't want to speak to it without having done it, but you have run it already, haven't you?
Nope, I have not run it either, and I don't think I will.
Oh. Okay, fair enough. I probably will at some point, but just I haven't done it yet. I mean, if other people are willing to go in with me, because at this stage people don't want to play it, so.
I guess we could try it at some point, maybe during a live at 5, but I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see.
Yep. If we do, can we do it on hero? Because my hero is the one that's built well enough to run elite. This
Yeah,
character
yeah.
would suck and die immediately. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do it. We'll do it on the hero side because, as you guys can see, on the villain side, it's not enough of you guys have villain characters. So
Yeah.
yeah, the hero side is where it would make more sense. Well, I guess we'll wait a week or two so that people can get better gear, maybe, and then we'll
Yeah,
probably
and also
give it
past
a
the
try.
initial storyline, because some people won't run it until the initial storyline is done, and that is like a large commitment to get that done. So
Yeah.
yeah. Jokan says, speaking of power, what's the recommended best power for healer? Oh, I disagree with the majority on this.
Well, I
My
like electric.
favorite is celestial.
I like it.
everyone else says
I like electric. There are people who struggle with electric because it's a bit power hungry. But if you have a greater mastery of managing your power, electric is fine.
I actually agree with Multi in that I think that electric is the absolute best healer in the game, but my personal preference, the one that I find the most easy and fun to play, is definitely celestial, closely followed by water, but I think I like water because it looks pretty, not because of how well it plays. Fred says, I'm afraid Downey Jr. will keep taking his mask as Doctor Doom. Doom should be the Darth Vader. Was a bad choice for Doom.
Nah, you'll keep.
I haven't seen...
Yeah, they will all take off their mask. Don't. Doesn't matter if they're Doctor Doom or not. It doesn't matter which character it is or not. They want to show off the actors.
I personally don't like that. If you're trying to embody a character, be the character. Don't try to show your face. But anyway. T-Flight says, what do you all think is the best DC series show? I can't answer this one. I haven't seen enough.
It depends because like the obvious answer would be The Flash. Sadly, it goes downhill pretty fast after season 3, and the last couple of seasons, holy crap! Like there's in one of the later seasons, at some point they create laser swords with lightning, and they fight as if like in Star Wars, and it's like, ah, come on, really? So it gets really really bad at some point. So so it's kind of hard to choose just one series as opposed to, oh, well, Tatis.
Looking cool.
So it's hard to select one season per se, one show per se, because some seasons are really strong, some not so much.
Yeah. Scroll says Dr. Fate in the Black Adam movie kept taking off his helmet.
Absolutely.
And said in the Mandalorian he kept taking it off.
Absolutely.
Everyone's
Yeah.
taking the helmets off.
They all want to take off their helmets because they want to show off their face. You would think in the case
Maybe
of the
they would get
Mandalorian.
hot in there.
Nah, it's a face thing. You would think like the Mandalorian. You would think the guy would have known that the guy is a Mandalorian. He keeps his helmet all the time. But now, even in that case, and I remember at some point people were commending him, like, "Oh, it's so great, the Pedro Pascal. He doesn't have a big ego. He doesn't mind having a helmet all the time." And then the first thing you learned halfway through the season, he was complaining because he never took off his helmet. So sadly, it you would think that if they know, like, if someone knows they're playing Spider-Man, well, of course Spider-Man has a full face mask. So you have to expect to wear your freaking mask, but nah, they don't want to do that.
If I was complaining about having to wear a mask, it would be because it's blocking my ability to breathe properly or getting too hot. Wouldn't be because of vanity. In fact, I'd probably like it. Then no one has to see my face and everyone else will be happier.
Well, I'm sure sometimes some of the masks people are wearing are too hot. I'm sure sometimes they have a hard time breathing. I'm sure there are issues like that. So hopefully they can make the costumes or the masks breathable enough or comfortable enough. But yeah, I'm sure there are some masks or some costumes that are uncomfortable. Like even in Spider-Man 2 at some point, they made a joke about that. Like when Spider-Man is in the elevator with the guy, and the guy tells him cool suits, but then he says, yeah, but it kind of rises in the crotch. Like it was an actual comment about a real comment about the costume. And they thought it would make a funny joke in the film.
It is.
So of
Phantom
course,
Flame said in. Oh, sorry, you go.
no, go on. So of course, some costumes are uncomfortable.
You can muster near
Yeah. That would be my complaint. I would complain if it was uncomfortable. I wouldn't complain if I just couldn't be seen. Because who cares? It's supposed to be a different character. Phantom Flame said, in the YOY comment, I was referring to the white eyes for superhero costumes. I don't remember what the YOY comment was now. Oh my goodness. Do you?
Nope.
Oh, this is what happens, guys. But I do really think that for Batman, at least, we should be seeing the white eyes. But I do, now that Multi has explained, understand very well why they don't.
Yeah.
And I don't like that reason.
Well, there's also like a. Do you know Alex Ross?
Me? No.
Okay, he's a pretty much famous painter at this point. He did some great comics like
yes, I do.
Marvel's Kingdom Come. Okay.
Yes, I do.
Well,
Yep.
he also didn't like the white eyes for Batman. Obviously, Alex Ross is not wearing cowl. He's not. He doesn't want to show his face, but he didn't like the white eyes because it didn't seem realistic enough for him. Oh, what happened?
Where?
I don't know. We died.
Oh. Who? No, I only see one person down, who I'm picking up.
I was down too, but I used my Lazarus Pit.
Oh, yep.
Oh, someone else died
No,
again.
someone else is down. I just picked him up. I think he got up while the giant dude was right next to him, so I'll pick him up again. If you're watching, don't stand up till he's a little bit further away from you, or you're just going to go down again. See if I can get him this way. There you go. Anyway, sorry, you were saying?
Not sure.
Yeah,
Oh
you didn't
yeah,
like the-
even Alex Ross, even though like he's not wearing a mask, he doesn't show his face, but even he didn't like the white eyes. So you really wanted
Yeah.
to show the eyes of Batman when he was drawing or painting Batman.
Yeah. Alright.
Like one of the reasons people use sometimes is that it's harder to give him expressions
Is this the best you can throw?
if you don't have the eyes.
It's true. I agree. It is harder to give them expressions, but it still can be done. They did it with Deadpool. They do it with Spider-Man. I don't know.
No, I agree with you, but sadly that's what they says.
Yeah. I will say, I think, just in normal life, right? They have that saying, the eyes are the window to the soul. I kind of agree with that. Like, I look in someone's eyes and can kind of tell what kind of person they are. You know, kind eyes are very telling. But, I would think it's smart for a superhero to have their eyes closed so no one can see those sort of things. Just seems smart to me for anyone you are fighting to not be able to tell what kind of person you are, what you might be thinking, and frankly, I think the eyes are very telling for that sort of stuff. So I think it's even practical just in a logical, real-life kind of sense that we don't see the eyes of the heroes, or the villains, for that matter.
Nah, they're
Because
not.
they'd be hiding whatever they can from their enemies.
They're not thinking it through that way.
Yeah, I know. That's only me. And I don't know that everyone agrees that eyes are the window to the soul. I think that very much so.
So what does that make the butthole? The window to the backside?
I guess so. Why on earth did you bring that up, Monty?
I don't know. You bring the
window
craziest
to their
image.
darkest desires.
You bring the craziest image in me.
Sorry? I think I said something relatively normal, and you took it to an abnormal level, which, I'm not gonna lie, was very entertaining. TurboCharge has a question for everyone. What DC comic character would you like to see be in a live-action movie or TV series? Is that one that hasn't been already? Because I don't know well enough to know what has and has not been covered of everything.
I would say the question. A series, like an X-Files series with the question would be pretty awesome, where it would go about the mysteries
Actually, I'm kind of with you on that.
mysteries and conspiracies and stuff like that. That would be pretty cool. They got close to that with the.
Actually, yeah, I think I'm going to go with Multi's opinion on that one, because everything I can think of already exists.
They got close to that with the Justice League animated series. There were quite a few episodes focusing on the question that were pretty awesome. So if we could get a live action series like that, maybe someday.
Turbo Turbocharge also says that haven't gotten in live action yet, so I think that, yeah, follow up. So yeah, we were right. It's something that hasn't been there yet, and I'm with you. I think the question would be really interesting, but also I will say I'm agreeing more so because everything I can think of that I would like to see does already exist, whether I like it or not. But yeah, I think the question would be really interesting, and I do like mystery.
Sadly
Even though I
nowadays,
don't like the current mystery chapter.
yeah. Sadly nowadays, they would probably use the Rene Montoya question as opposed to the Vic Sage question. So
I don't like the newer stuff for a lot of them. So, let's not go off on that tangent.
no, let's not.
T-Flight said they need to make a Nova Corps show, lol.
It's in the works. They've been talking about that for quite some time. There were rumors not too long ago that it was cancelled. Then it was said that no, it's not cancelled. So we don't really know. But they had plans for that. They were planning a movie at first. Then they decided to turn it into a TV show. But we don't really know. I'm sure they'll announce something soon, but they're probably waiting to see the result for Captain America first, and then the Thunderbolts.
Well, I don't know anything about Nova Corps, so sounds like something that would be fun for me to experience for the first time with people, but I don't know if I'll be able to because my list for everything I have to watch, listen to is really long, and it sounds like it's not confirmed in the works anyway. We may not get it at all.
Well, it's a sort of the Marvel equivalent to the Green Lantern Corps.
That's the next comment she actually, or T-Flight, she or he, I don't know, actually said was maybe live action Green Lantern show. I think a he. It's very hard to see your image, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Way back when, basically, the Green Lantern, the Nova Corps, or Nova and the Nova Corps was created by Marv Wolfman when he was a kid, when he was a fan. And when he finally worked at Marvel, he was able to pretty much bring his fan idea to Marvel Comics and actually turn it into an actual comic. That. So we had the Nova comic in the 70s that was pretty awesome. I loved it. But it was almost like a Spider-Man from in space or from space, something like that. But a lot of the inspiration for the character was literally Green Lantern. There's a dying alien who gives him his powers. But he doesn't give him a ring, and he doesn't create constructs.
What does he do?
He flies. He has some sort of super strength, and that was pretty much it. Then later on, they gave him something they called a Nova Blast or something, where he could blast a huge blast of energy.
Cool. I was happy with the being able to fly and the super strength.
Oh yeah, that was fine. I loved it. And the costume was nice. He didn't quite have a full face like Spider-Man, but he had like a helmet with the Spider-Man eyes, sort of.
Ooh, I got up in lava. I'm such an idiot.
How dare you?
Sorry. I was looking at the comments section. Am I still in lava? I'll wait till that lava goes before I get up.
Don't worry, Shatter. She's gonna waste it.
There we go. Okay, I am up. Slim is asking, what Sublime set do you use on your multiverse character?
Sublime?
Do you mean Slimline?
I used the M Slimline so that I can have an M pattern on the costume, and I used the the bright cosmic chroma so that we can actually see the M. Like I wish I could use the cosmic chroma and have the different parts be different colors. Sadly, it's not an option. So in order to be able to get the M motif of the chest piece, I have to use the bright cosmic chroma.
Yeah.
For the headpiece, I'm using the vesture of proselyte. I'm using the classic gloves, classic boots, and the classic cape. Pretty simple. And for the shoulders, I'm using the magical. I forget the Shazam shoulders. Magical something. The name escapes me right now.
And he can't check. He's on the wrong character.
I cannot check, sadly.
Oh, Yella says, "Oh, Multi has a dog. How cool! Named Crypto by any chance?" No.
Nope. Rocky.
Rocky.
I'm not sure why.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not sure why they named him Rocky. Oh
I always assumed you named him Rocky.
no, I inherited the dog from my mom.
Oh, all right, cool.
But sometimes when he looks at you, he does a funny face, and part of his lips is up, almost like the lip thingy that Rocky has or Stallone has. So I assume that's why they called him Rocky, but I don't really know.
Okay.
It never occurred to me to ask, and now too late. Unless we get the Ouija board or something, that's too late to ask.
Oh, that is asking for trouble. We're not doing that. No Ouija boards, guys. Turbocharge said, did you know Hulk in Godzilla got crossover in the comics?
Yeah, by Herb
They did a
Trimpe, way
Godzilla
back when.
crossover with the Hulk.
Yes, Herb Trimpe was the artist on the Hulk for a while. Then it was the artist on the Godzilla comic, and yeah, the two met at some point. Poor Herb Trimpe.
I had no idea.
Yeah, way back when Marvel had the rights to the Godzilla comics, so I think I forget if it's Godzilla who appeared in the Fantastic Four, or because they had Godzilla, they had the Shogun Warriors or something like that, like huge giant robots. So they had the license to a few things like that. It's like with Rom the Space Knight. The Rom the Space Knight was a toy from Hasbro, I think, and they decided to make a comic about that, and they had the great idea to have Rom interact with a whole bunch of Marvel characters. Like there's a few issues where he interacts with the X-Men, a couple of issues he interacts with Luke Cage and Iron Fist, and I forget who else appears in that comic, but it was a pretty awesome comic. And sadly, for a long time, they didn't have the rights to Rom anymore, so they were not able to print those comics anymore. But they were able to print them recently. And the same with Shogun Warriors. There's an omnibus coming up, or they did release an omnibus. The same with Godzilla. So they did get the license of some of the older stuff that somehow they could no longer print because they didn't have the license. But for some reason now they've decided to get the license. It's easy to understand why. Sadly, the new comics they make don't sell. It's pretty much that simple. What actually sells is older comics from the 80s, 70s, even 90s. And so they went back to get a whole bunch of the rights to a whole bunch of stuff. Like they went back also to get the rights for Conan for a while. I'm not sure why they didn't keep the rights for Conan. Now someone else has the rights for Conan and are publishing the Conan comics. But we were lucky enough to get a few omnibuses of Conan from Marvel covering the Marvel years. Let's see if
Such a stupid emote.
which one?
The hammer smash.
Oh, okay.
I was just making sure I'd collected it on this character because I couldn't remember if I had, and I have. So.
Oh yeah, do I have
I'll
it?
use it.
That's a good.
I have it.
That's a good idea. Let's see if I have it.
Oh yeah, you should collect it if you haven't already.
Yeah, before I forget. Oh yeah, some of you guys were asking, will we be able to get the? Oh yeah, I do have it. Okay. Some of you guys were asking, will we be able to get the rewards from the events next year or something? The answer is yes and no. Sadly, you had to unlock it right now. If you don't unlock it right now, you're not going to be able to unlock it next year. But once you do unlock it, you should be able to claim it next year. So let's say you create a new character next summer. Next year, you should be able to claim the emote with your new character. But if you did not play the event, if you did not complete the event this year, you're not going to be able to get the emote next year. So sadly, it seems they're going all in with the fear of missing out with a whole bunch of stuff, and this is one of it. So if you want to have the emote, get it right. Well, don't get it right now, but complete the event right now, because sadly you're not going to be able to yeah. But sadly you're not going to be able to complete it next year. And how many days are left? February 4th. Well, what are we today? Oh, so you have 5 more days. Well, three and a half. No, 4.5 more days. So try to either complete as much of the event as you can, and sadly at this point, you may have to buy it out if you want to be able to get it. But again, if you don't get it this year, you're not going to be able to get it next year. But if you did complete the event this year, then yes, you will be able to claim it with your alternate character next year. It's a bit convoluted,
I
and
gotta say, it's not that great though, guys. It's
well,
kind of silly.
well, it is one skill point. Like if you, a lot of people go
That's
crazy
true. That's true.
a lot of people go crazy for skill points. So we'll go.
Yeah.
We'll do a few of the comments, and then we'll go to the open world afterwards. So guys, if you want to go
Sure.
to the open world, we'll be there soon.
T-Flight says, how many codes are you giving out on Sunday?
I have 250 left, so I might give 10 to a certain shadow lady who kind of helps us once in a while. So
you.
I'll probably give out 240 codes on Sunday.
So that means I'll be giving out, if he indeed does give me the 10, I'll be giving them out on my channel, but I give them out personally, and the format that I use is a little bit different, because I do it in a video, not in a live. So you can watch out for that if you end up missing out on Sunday, but hopefully no one misses out on Sunday. Phantom says, we must fuse all your nicknames into one really cool pun. Well, that or pull, what's that, Zemma's rearrange and your name in your name and put an X in it.
That's going to be a tall order.
Go for it. That's still a lot of nicknames. I'll have to write them all down and then do that. My nickname would end up really long if we had to combine them all together. He also asks, for your first characters, who did you guys choose for your mentors, weapons, and powers, and why? For me, it was less about the builds and more about the fun character concept that I was thinking about. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, for me at the time it was Batman. I tried to make like a Batman from the Great White North or something. So Batman with like a white costume who fights in the snow in Canada or something. And at the time I was a foolish fool. I didn't know that you could remove the guitar from your hands if you use the martial arts. So I used that character only for a short while because I didn't like having weapons in my hands, and I was too much of a foolish fool to realize that you could go into your settings and just put bare hands for your setting,
weapon, bare hands,
bare hands, and then not have the weapon. So I didn't like having the weapon. Also, I didn't realize that at tier 2 at the time you could get a sort of some sort of Batman helmet. So after a while, after playing it, I thought, yeah, this doesn't really feel like Batman. So I got rid of it. I went through about half a dozen characters. Like at some point, I created pretty much a D&D character using dual wield. And then I realized that I can play D&D. Like I could play Dungeons & Dragons Online if I wanted to. I'm playing a superhero game. Let's create a superhero character. So I cycled through a few other options. And then I thought, okay, which character could I use that uses a weapon? And then I had an elimination, the Phantom. So I created a Phantom character, gave him dual pistols. He was mentored by Batman, Acrobat, gadgets, and that was my first main character.
My first character is a little complicated because I was creating with my best friend, and at the time we didn't actually finish off our first creation. So we were both creating something to play together. I looked through the powers and I picked mental because it was purple and for no other reason, and he picked ice. And as we're going through, we both decided we wanted to restart at the same time and choose things that matched together better. So we went back to the start, but neither one of us said that we were changing our power. Both of us changed our power. I changed from mental to fire because I thought fire and ice would be more cool to see together. At the same time, not expressing it to me, he also changed his power to fire because he thought it looked better than ice or for whatever other reasons. But I chose dual wield because that's always been my favorite in most games, and I thought that would be the case in here. It is not the case in here. It moves too slow for my liking. And my mentor at the time was the Joker because, was Batman, because out of the 3 mentor choices we had, Batman is my favorite. Then when I got into game, I found out my best friend had also changed to fire, so we played fire together, which was kind of cool, but, you know, I think it's funny that we both ended up doing that without telling the other person. And I will say it is the absolute easiest one to start with, so I think I'm very glad that I did swap to that, and that's what I've played through first, because it gave me a really easy entry into the game, but now I obviously play a whole bunch of other things. But yeah, that was my first, and I have since changed my opinion on basically everything. I would rather play through the Superman mentor storyline because I feel like that's the easiest and fastest to complete of the three, and I really dislike the Cersei one because I don't like being Cersei. Wonder Woman one because I don't like being changed into a bestiamorph at some point. And I prefer the bow and the blasters over any other weapon just because it's quick and has better range.
We're going to play the bounties, but before we get started, so once you complete the initial mission, then you have basically the daily missions are spread over the map. Again, they didn't put all the quest givers in one spot, so you have our friend Zatanna over here. That'll give you one daily mission. But there's also, if you go to the cemetery, you'll see our friend Deadman, who also has a daily mission. But there's a character next to Deadman that gives the weekly for Grundy. So if we go like all the way over here, so you can see Deadman over here was one of the daily missions. And here you have the mayor. I'm not sure why he's a ghost.
That damn wizard turned the giant zombie loose.
Who gives who gives the Solomon bounty?
So is Lady Casnia. They're both ghosts.
Yep.
Why is everybody ghosts?
I don't know.
It's a ghost town.
So sadly, in order to get your missions, you have to go a little bit all over the map. Like there's also before we go to Grundy, there's also another mission you can get over here, which is another weekly, I think. We might give it a try, but last time we tried it, the game didn't like it very much, so we got a lot of lag. So we'll start with Grundy and we'll see what happens. So guys, if you want to come and join us, let's see on the map where we are. So we are in phase 8. I'm just trying to see if there's a better phase. Sadly, the phases are limited to 25 people. So it used to be 30, I think, but it seems they've because of the lag, I guess they took it down to 25.
Probably a good plan.
I don't know if we're going to play. Well, we might play Grundy. If you guys need to play Grundy and to get some of to defeat Grundy a few times or some of the feats, we might try to defeat him 2 or 3 times. What say you, Shadow Lady?
Sweet. Oh yeah, I'm fine. However many times you want to do it is fine with me. I've only done it once with this character, so, you know, I need feats too at some point. So Phantom Flame also said, so what I'm hearing is the DLC needs cinematic flashbacks. Flashback everywhere. No! Don't do that to me! It'll take even longer to get through the content if they start doing that. They should have just rearranged the load-ins so that they're in the correct order when we go into it. You know how in most recent DLCs we get a little thing saying, go into the solo, queue up for the alert, queue up for the raid. They don't have that at all in this. They could have done so, and they could have done alert, then raid, then solo, so that it actually made sense for the storyline, but they didn't do that. So
there's all the things they could have done.
That.
Danielle says phase 2 is empty. A little too late for now, but yeah, we might switch to phase 2 after this one.
Cool. Lazarus says, "What's up, Multi?"
What's up?
What's up? I don't know what's up.
What's up?
And, Firkin is.
You never saw the ad? It was a beer ad or something, or was it a Super Bowl ad? I forget. Where there's one guy who starts, "What's up? What's up?" And then they each pick the phone.
Oh, yeah,
What's
and
up?
they, like, stick out their tongues.
Oh yeah, they do a lot of things.
Like, oh yeah.
Sorry.
My brothers actually did that for a little while after the ad.
Not sticking out my tongue.
I can't believe I didn't remember.
No
Sorry?
tongue for you. No tongue for you. I'm just sticking out my tongue. Not gonna happen.
I wasn't asking you
Too late.
to, so that's fine. You can keep it. Firkin is asking, what's the max CR now?
It seems to be around 475. I don't know for sure because obviously I don't have the top gear, and I don't know if someone did actually get the top gear so far. I wouldn't be surprised if someone replayed some of the content and did get the top gear or purchased it. You cannot purchase the currency, but I couldn't tell you I couldn't say for sure right now. But my guess would be my best guess would be 475.
Yeah, other people are guessing the same as you. 475 to 480 is their guess. So, yeah. Also, T-Flight said Barbato.
Barbatos.
Spelling it like toes.
Barbatos.
I can't tell by your spelling if you're on my side or multi-side, but I feel like we should have a poll.
Well, obviously he's on my side.
No!
He has to be.
He said Barbatos. Actually, he probably is. Probably on your side. Rayshawn says DC server, working, having fun, stream everyone. Oh, DC server, working, have a fun stream everyone. I'm hopping off. Play DC, have a great day everyone. So bye! Thank you for being here, that was nice. I'm so sorry guys, if there's not punctuation, I do struggle to know exactly where your sentences begin and end. So I'm so sorry, especially because people use different vernacular to me. So, because I'm an Australian reading messages from people who are not. So, I'm so sorry if it comes out crazy.
Yeah, right now we're fortunate. The servers seems to work fine. Sadly, it's something that happens pretty much every time.
Yeah.
Whenever we get a new DLC for the next 2-3 days, for the next week, we are going to get issues, server issues, server crashings, and all that fun stuff. Hopefully, they are going to be able to fix it quickly enough. But sadly, sometimes, like with the Brainiac DLC, it took them quite a while before they were able to fix all the issues. So let's see phase 2. Oh, phase 2 is the PvP phase. That's why there's only 3 people. We're not going to go there.
Nope.
It's not. I wouldn't mind going to. Personally, I wouldn't mind going to the PvP phase, but we have to use the phase shifter to do that, and let's not do that.
Yeah. We've got some people with their suggestions for 2 ring combinations. So Jamal said green and blue, which I feel is a very safe choice.
Sure.
And PDG said indigo and blue. Anything is safe with blue, isn't it?
Anastasia says phase 28 now. Let's see. It's up to 15 from what I see here. Sorry, Danielle, no point. There's 16 here. No point switching for 15 over there.
Yep.
Come and join us instead. Barbatos. Sorry, I was reading the screen. David Sharp.
You just wanted an excuse to be able to say it.
David Sharp, Barbatos.
Garafa says playing free-to-play is basically crappling play. I don't know what crappling means.
I have no idea, so let's skip that.
Yeah. T-Flight said, yeah, I'm glad they changed it so if you buy a membership and lose your membership, you still have access to all your in-game cash. True. I'm glad that's in there. But you don't even need to buy membership to get the in-game cash unlocked. You only need to make a purchase. So $5 on something is all you need. And then that cash will stay unlocked forever.
Yeah, as soon as you spend $5, you become premium player, and then you have access to all your cash. And also you have access to additional characters. You have access to more bank space, more inventory space. So yeah, it's for $5 you can't. For $5 you can't go wrong. So if you play DC Universe Online, if you've been playing DC Universe Online for 100 hours. And you plan to play some more, spending $5, there's a lot worse you could do with your $5.
Yeah. Andre says, I've lost my tunes this way. I think they're referring to losing their membership and then not having bought enough spaces for them. A lot of people have.
Yeah, sadly, when you lose your membership, you have to make choices. So you have to decide which character you keep. And sometimes... it makes you sad.
Sometimes you can make the choice to purchase spaces, though, if you don't have a full 36 already. But yeah, that's why I have never deleted a character. It makes me sad. I love them all. I feel bad about deleting characters, so I just don't do it. I've never created characters outside of slots that I have permanently, so all my characters are safe. Thank goodness, because I would feel so bad if they weren't.
No, I've created and deleted characters all the time, and not just because of basically at some point I would make like a walkthrough to level 30 with a new character, and then I would delete it and make another walkthrough.
Yeah.
I did that many times. Well, if we had more character slots, I would have 1,000 characters. Sadly, not an option. So Also, I did mention before that I would make a walkthrough with our friend the Flash. I did not. My pants were not on fire when I said that, and I did not forget about that. But there is going to be something
Just a new
coming up.
episode came out, guys.
Well, no, there's going to be there's a reason behind that. I'm waiting for something to happen, and then I'll create that new character. I can't really say anything, but you'll find out soon enough.
Cool. Angel Hunter said, yeah, Little Bow is really popular. You're not kidding. I didn't realize because I play on other consoles. So Little Bow is not as popular on other consoles as it is here. But as I started to play on here, I realized outside Little Bow, everybody is just hanging out there, fighting each other, talking. The chat is like massive. It's crazy.
Of course.
Everyone loves it. Yeah. T-Flight said, yeah, I thought maybe for the raid people would have to fight Neron again because of the cutscene between him and Constantine in the story for the solo. I thought so too. Frankly, I thought we were going to get something completely different from that. But I thought Neron would come into it. I did wonder if, you know, in the solo how you go down and you speak to like the form of Zatanna, then Etrigan, then Faust, and then it goes down to the Void, and they're not the real characters, it's like some kind of deception. I thought perhaps they would incorporate that into an alert or a raid, something from there, but no, it's just repeated content that kind of sucks, that doesn't feel like DC at all, and I'm a little sad about that.
Yeah, when I first played the new DLC, I was going through the corridors. I kept on feeling like I was playing D&D. I thought that, holy crap, they turned the DCUO into a D&D game. And personally, I don't mind per se in the sense that I love playing D&D. I did a lot of dungeon crawling in the Baldur's Gate, in Icewind Dale, Neverwinter Nights. So I love doing dungeon crawling. Sadly for DCUO is not D&D. DCUO is a superhero game. So I wish they would keep it as a superhero game, but it seems that at least for this DLC, they really wanted to turn it into D&D. It seems.
Yeah, this is my favorite game, and there are reasons for that. And the more that it falls away from those reasons, the less I enjoy it, and I don't like that about it because this is my favorite. And I like playing other games. Don't get me wrong, and I do. I play other games, but I don't want to see this game turn into those games. Angel Hunter said, unfortunately, it is the year of the superheroes. Why is that unfortunate?
I'm not sure why it's
Oh,
unfortunate.
wait. Then T-Flight said, agreed, I'm a fire main Villy. And then Angel Hunter, we need more content focused on the villains rather than the heroes. Now I get it. They're villain players. And also a fire villain. Awesome.
Sadly, I fear that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
The villains will be at best anti-heroes, I think, from now on. And
That's what it seems like, isn't it?
yeah.
It's a little sad. I know villains are bad, but I find the way that they're written and the arcs of their storyline really interesting to watch because it's something that's not me. So I find it interesting to watch that sort of thing or read that sort of thing, and the fact that they're becoming less and less like villains means I'm less interested in that particular way that they're written. I don't hate an anti-hero, but I watched villains and read villains for a reason, because I found it fascinating. Anti-heroes are less fascinating because I can relate to them more.
Come on, the
I don't know
Punisher.
that everyone feels that way.
The Punisher is an anti-hero.
Yeah, I'm not saying I dislike anti-heroes.
Too
I'm
late.
not saying that. I'm just saying I wish that the villains weren't all changing from villains to anti-heroes, because I think most people like to relate to things that they watch, but I find things interesting that I don't relate to and fascinating. So I like watching those things, and just it's not the case anymore.
Sadly, I fear that as time went by, villains became problematic, sort of. Having the ability to play as villains and having villains in the game, I think that became problematic. The same with the sexy Catwoman. I think why they replaced Catwoman is because she was too sexy. Having a sexy Catwoman is forbidden nowadays.
She was in a skirt with a pearl necklace.
Doesn't matter. So sadly, and I think the same applies for villains. Like, villains are probably seen as problematic right now. So
I'm so tired of things being problematic.
although that's just my my impression. I could be wrong. Maybe one day the devs will come out and say that's not it at all. But from the impression I have, that seems to be the case.
I find some of that so baffling because if that was the case, which I understand that's just your opinion, but if it was the case that Catwoman was too sexy, how come I could still wear fishnet stockings with undies? Like,
well, they have no choice. They already
that be taken out also.
They already gave us that option. But notice how they never give us the skirts anymore. Like it's been a long time since we had skirts.
I wanted skirts and shorts, and they just won't give them to me.
And when they give us skirts, like the Wonder Girl skirt. Yeah, but there was long pants underneath.
Yeah.
Because
I wanted to be able to create echo.
They didn't want us to be.
Because I don't have the right pants.
They didn't want us to be able to look under the skirt. So, again, a lot of things that used to be okay are now seen as problematic, and sadly, that's where we are.
Just saying, if that is the reason, then when Indigo floats down in that cutscene. Maybe they should have changed that because you can see right up her skirt.
Yeah, but she's an alien. Doesn't count.
It does so count.
Well, again, I could be wrong. Maybe it's a false impression I have. Sadly...
Nah, you usually are right about these things. 6 says, do you think the Hall of Doom will be back like 2013? I remember those days, it was fun. I don't think it's ever going back to that. I think there's a higher probability they will remove it from the game because everyone uses House of Legends now, than that they will go back there.
Well, I don't know why they would remove it other than maybe they need some extra space for something else, but other than that, why would they remove it? Let's see if we can try.
They will. I'm saying there's more chance of its removal than of everyone going back and spending time there. I'm not saying I think they will remove it, just to be clear.
Let's see if we can try the Battle of the Damned. Hopefully, the game is not going to go crazy on us.
Damned time. Oh, that sounded bad.
Actually, we probably should stay. Let's stay with Grundy. The Battle of the Damned is not started anyway.
I was going to say, I don't see Purple Arrow.
It's not there.
Yeah.
But let me check something first.
PDG says, I'd recommend Ice if you're new to the game for tanking, Quantum for controlling, and Electric for healing. I agree with your other two choices, but honestly, Fire for tanking would be my recommendation if you're going to start with it. But Electricity, definitely for healing. Quantum for controlling, I agree, it's easier to play that one from the start, but my preference is mental. But for a new player, I agree with Quantum there. Phantom said, what is your opinion of My Hero Academia? I've only read a little tiny bit of is it manga?
Yep.
So I can't really render an opinion, and the only reason I did was because I was managing a bookshop at the time, so I tried to cover my bases and read a little bit of everything, so I had a good idea of what it was, so I could make appropriate recommendations. The only manga I've actually read all the way through is Death Note, but I have seen multiple anime. But yeah, Death Note was the only one I read all the way through, and that's why it became my favorite anime, I think, because I had read all of the source material. So.
Full disclosure, I don't know anything about it. I've heard about it, and that's the extent of my knowledge.
Yeah. Angel Hunter is saying people do have villain tunes, but no reason to play them, sadly. Oh, so spending time with us is not a good enough reason? That's fair enough. Oh, Crusader of Light says water for healing, and Scrolls says celestial. Look, people are on my side with this. Not everyone is pro-electric. I agree when people say it is the best healer in the game, because for stats and everything, that's true. But I'm glad other people like water and like celestial, because they're my two favorites. Celestial first, and then water, but yay! Do you want to start, Multi?
Oh,
Ready?
yeah, sure.
Or you... Yeah, okay. Just checking.
Well, I was busy.
Ready to play it.
I was looking at something else. Tomorrow, like I mentioned that I did not create my Flash character just yet. Tomorrow I'll make some sort of announcement about that. You'll see why
Cool.
I waited for my Flash character.
Oh,
And it's
I hope they're
something.
not doing another change to the character creation. Well, if they are, I hope it's a good change.
No, I think it's something you might enjoy. We'll see tomorrow.
Ooh. Okay, thank you. Good to know.
Oh,
Crusader of Life says, do you think Grant Gustin will return to the Flash for a new DCU?
no.
I thought he was great, in my opinion.
He was great as the Flash, and it's not just that he was great. It did resonate with the audience. The audience liked him. So, but nah, they really don't want to use TV actors for movies. Sadly,
Yeah.
for a long time, TV has been seen as the lesser of the two, and
Kid brother.
the dirty kid brother that smells, and getting movie
I didn't say that.
too late. Getting movie actors to step down and work on TV has always been a bit challenging. There was a bit of a change with with TV shows like Game of Thrones, True Detective, with like there are some TV shows that did show that TV did not have to be the bad option. It could be as viable as movies. Like we had the Two and a Half Men, where at the time I think Charlie Sheen was making as much, if not more, money than pretty much any movie actors. But sadly, there's still that stigma that movie is better and TV is a big is a lesser thing. So getting TV actors to make the transition to movie stars, sorry, is challenging to say the least. There are some actors that were able to do it. George Clooney was able to do it. He was able to go from ER to the demons. Did the demons start?
I don't see a purple arrow.
Let's find out. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. So George Clooney was able to pull it off.
Here.
Oh, I'm so sad now. So George Clooney was able to pull it off. There's a few actors that were able to pull it off, but usually, but again, there were some example of actors like Charlie Sheen went from movies to TV. He did great. Who else? Like the Game of Thrones actors, and the Game of Thrones actors are probably the best example of that. Like a lot of actors were like when you watch Game of Thrones, especially the first few seasons, you swear that every actor in that show are Oscar level actors. Like Charles Dance, holy crap, was he good as Tywin Lannister? But then when you see him in movies, holy crap, it not good at all, or not as good. The same with like the guy who played Jon Snow. He's great as Jon Snow, but when he tried to make the transition, what was the movie, the volcano movie in Rome that he did? Pompeii.
I haven't seen it. I only know of him from the actual
Like
show.
when he made the transition to making movies, he made like a Pompeii. He made also a sort of spy movie. Holy crap! None of the a lot. I was going to say none of the Game of Thrones, but more like a lot of the Game of Thrones actors when they tried to step up and go into movies, it just didn't work. Sophie Turner is probably the less bad option, and even then, like she played in the X-Men movies, and even then, a lot of people thought she was not very good at all. So Sally making
fell a little bit flat.
well, I personally I liked her, but maybe it's just I thought she was pretty, and it kind of clouded my judgment. Could be that, but but stepping from TV shows to movies is a big step. And sadly, a lot of people just cannot do it. And also from the movie, the lake. Let's go to the lake.
Yay, lake time!
So
I would like to be a lava demon. So
let's
we'll
try.
do that.
Let's try with the lava, and we'll switch afterwards. Oh,
Actually, you can do both at the same time. If half the group do one and half the group do the other, it should count for. Oh, that's only if you're doing the mission, though. It counts for both.
Too late.
It doesn't count for both when there's no mission active.
so anyways, and also in Hollywood right now, like there's a pretty big. Oh, I transformed. I'm so sad now.
Oh,
So-
I did that last time. It's so easy to press the wrong button.
So sadly, in Hollywood right now, they still see, despite the success of some actors on the TV, on the small screen, they see that as the lesser of the two still. So there's still a lot of prejudice against that. So I guarantee you that when the time came to cast the Flash, Zack Snyder did not want to cast Grant Gustin. It's sad, but what can you do?
Yeah. T-Flight says, haha, Multi, do you feel the crossovers were the ace of the DC TV shows overall?
The Ace?
I don't know what that means. I thought you might know.
Not sure, but well, the crossovers
Is it
were
comparing it to something else, a show called Ace for a different group? I don't know.
I don't know. The crossovers were pretty awesome, especially and even the early one. Like it started very simple. Like you had one episode of Arrow where the Flash would cross over, one episode of the Flash where Arrow would cross over. It started simply enough like that, and it was two separate episodes. Like it wasn't even like the story starts in one episode and continue in the next. It just that 1 week Arrow was in the Flash TV show. I forget they were fighting the Rainbow Raider or something like that. And also, Green Arrow was trying to train Barry a little bit, and there was a great scene where Barry challenges Ollie to be able to hit him, and when he didn't know it, it was some like a crossbow hidden that shot him in the back. So it was a pretty awesome bit. And then the week afterwards, you had Captain Boomerang in Arrow, and then Barry made an appearance, guest starred in the show. I think there was also Cisco and Caitlin. And ironically enough, Cisco and Caitlin, the first time we saw them was in the Arrow TV show. But anyway, so that was a pretty cool crossover. And it wasn't like a cosmic event or anything. It's just 1 week. Green Arrow helped the Flash, and the other week, Flash helped Green Arrow. Oh, I think I'm going to go switch. But then afterwards, when we got some of the other crossovers that led into Legends of Tomorrow, like with Hawkgirl and Hawkman, and that was pretty cool as well. And technically, Legends of Tomorrow was a big crossover as well. Although they did us a little bit dirty. Like at some point, early on, the promotion for Legends of Tomorrow was making us believe that Flash and Green Arrow would be part of the group, and they were not. It was sadly a bait and switch.
There's barely any of these guys.
But then the Crisis on Earth X crossover, that was pretty awesome. The Crisis on Infinite Earth crossover, even more awesome, despite some of its flaws. But then some of the later crossovers, like there's one where they called it a crossover, but like it was 5 episodes on The Flash. I don't think they understood what crossover means, but anyway. So that one was pretty much the worst one of the bunch, or the baddest one of the bunch. I'm not sure how to properly phrase it. Oh, I guess we're done here.
The least cool, the uncooliest.
Yeah.
Yalla said, don't we all wear masks? And I would like to say no. No, we don't all wear masks. Some of us simply don glasses and change our hairstyle, so people don't recognize us. It's very effective.
Of course.
Yeah. I knew you would get that because he's your favorite, so. And my hero never has a mask, but I will say I don't wear glasses, so I don't think mine really makes sense.
If you don't wear glasses, how can you see?
I don't need them. I just have 20/20 vision.
Okay.
You don't have good vision? T-Flight says when they had that scene where him and Ezra Miller had meet during the Infinity Crisis episodes was so good.
It was a fun bit.
I don't know who.
And I think it was in Crisis on Infinite Earth. There's one scene where Grant Gustin meets Ezra Miller.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen, so that's why I didn't know what you were talking about. Sorry, guys. Black says, I wish I could be a superhero, but the tight costume can't contain my giant junk in the trunk.
Let's not go there.
Let's
not go there. Let's not go there. Henry Cavill had
Phantom says, sorry?
Oh, Henry Cavill had a similar issue. When we first saw the first photos of him in costumes, a lot of people commented on what's in his pants. And it's funny because for years and years and years.
Trunk.
Well,
Trunk means his ass, doesn't it?
I don't know. Let's not go there. But anyway, so people
You're
were
going towards package. I feel like that's worse.
people were commenting to his physique. But it's a bit ironic because for years and years and years or decades, people have been complaining that, oh, why does he wear red shorts? It's useless to wear red shorts, and the red shorts did just that. They were helping to hide to hide his physique. So, but as soon as he didn't have the red shorts, the first comment you saw in some articles was about his physique. So
That's what happens every time they make a movie or something to do with superheroes, though. Everyone critiques how the people look. And I think as superheroes, they take a lot of heat because if they're not perfect, then there's a problem. So, and also, I think the definition of perfect also changes from person to person anyway. Phantom said live-action Red X might be a good choice. Speaking of which, they are using him for the Harley Quinn show.
live action who?
Using who? Red X.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I suppose that could be a fun idea.
What's the Harley Quinn show?
There's a Harley Quinn TV show, an animated series.
Oh, the animated. Okay, no, I do know what that is. Okay, not really interested in that. T-Flight says, I remember the live-action Titans exist, lol. Apparently that was meh.
Yeah, I've seen some people who say that with season 2 it got better, but the general consensus seems to be that it was a terrible show.
Yeah. T-Flight says, I wish they did a Blue Beetle TV show rather than the movie. I have no opinion on that.
TV movie doesn't really. They're talking about having. I forget if it's an animated Blue Beetle or a live action Blue Beetle TV show, but either way, it doesn't matter. They've been trying to push Jimmy Reyes for a long, long time now. They've been trying and trying. They give him multiple ongoing series. The audience just isn't responding to the character. Yeah, there is a small rabid fan base that loves the character, but the general audience doesn't care about that version of Blue Beetle. The same with so they gave him a series. They introduced him in Infinite Crisis, and afterwards they gave him his own series. Then with the New 52, they again gave him his own series, and that still didn't work. They gave him not too long ago. They gave him another series not too long ago that lasted 6 or 8 issues. I forget. It still didn't work. They tried to push him in the Young Justice TV show. Still didn't work. They gave him his own movie. It still didn't work. Like they've been trying and trying, and sadly it seems that James Gunn is still going to try to push this character, despite all the times that it didn't work. Like at some point you have to take the hint. The audience is not responding to the character. Move on. But they're not. They way back when they would release a character, like in the case, let's take Spider-Man as an example. When Stanley released a Spider-Man, he didn't make a Spider-Man miniseries, a Spider-Man series right away. He tried him in the last issue of Amazing Fantasy because they were going to cancel the comic anyway. So whatever they did with that comic didn't matter. So he tried out Spider-Man in that comic in a short story. And also, the reason he did that is because at first he did try to get a series with Spider-Man. His publisher said no one will buy a series with people hate spiders. No one will get a series with Spider-Man. But then when you got Amazing Fantasy number 15, the book was being canceled anyway. So he tried Spider-Man there, and the audience responded to Spider-Man. So then he was able to give it his own series. And as the series would progress, the character would become more and more and more popular. And then when John Romita Jr. became the artist on the book, that's when the series shot up in popularity, and that's when he became the flagship title of the character. But they went through various steps. Like they did not try to make him the flagship character of Marvel right away. They went through a process to test the character with the audience, basically. And the audience reacted really well to the character, and then it became the flagship character, the flagship character of the company. Sadly nowadays, they try to push a character whether the audience respond to it or not doesn't seem to matter to them. For example, Captain Marvel. Pretty much for a while now, they've been trying to make Captain Marvel the flagship character of Marvel. They even tried to make her the flagship character of the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It doesn't work. With the Marvel comics, she had series after series after series because they start a series with her, it gets cancelled after a while. They start a new series with a new number one, gets cancelled after a while. They keep on trying and trying and trying to turn her into the flagship character, and it doesn't work like that. You cannot impose a character to the audience. You can present a character to the audience and see how they react, and then based on their reaction, give them more if they want to. If they don't want to, stop giving it to them. And sadly, Blue Beetle is one of those cases. They've been trying and trying very hard to push that character on the audience, and the audience just isn't responding to that. And sadly, I'm worried that with what we saw with this DLC, I'm worried that the devs will take that kind of approach. They introduced a new Blue Lantern character. They introduced the serial killer. They introduced what's her name? Voivode, just to kill her.
Voivode.
But I'm worried that the storyline is called Light and Rain, and sadly that seems to indicate that the Blue Lantern, the two sisters, will be the main character for the next 3 DLCs, and I'm worried that they are going to push those characters on us whether we like it or not. And I'm worried that it's going to have an effect, not unlike when Marvel tried to push Miss Marvel to their audience in the Marvel Adventures game.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'm hoping to be wrong. We'll know by the next episode or by the next chapter. We'll know if they're still giving us the Blue Lantern character and now she's an Indigo Lantern character as the main characters, and the story is based around them. I'm going to be very sad.
Yeah,
Unless
so
if the story is awesome. Maybe we'll be wrong. If it's not,
though. We've seen it's
well,
not.
So far it's not. So it doesn't look good.
Yeah. Danielle said, I thought this was the new content. That's old content. Yeah, they gave us a second raid that is running the older content. So we're running the new content. It gives us the new rewards, but it's the old content in that we had to repeat the same raid. It's very, very sucky.
Just give me a second. My camera is a bit messed up. Sadly, one of the
no worries.
When you change, one of the reasons why at some point he stopped giving us abilities to change the size of our character, they stopped doing that because it messes up the camera. And now it's stuck. My camera was a bit messed up, so let's see if I can fix it by zoning out. Nah, I can't. Oh well, too bad.
Said Rocky is a great name for a dog, by the way.
I suppose. See, that's an example of repeating mistakes of the past. I think we spoke about that a bit yesterday.
Yeah.
We've known for a long time, like in the past, the devs did make that mistake. Whenever they put size changing stuff, things that changes the size of a character, it messes up the camera. So they stopped doing that at some point. But those new devs...
It is cool.
It is cool, but sadly those new devs don't seem to have gotten the memo because now my camera is messed up. And I would have to log out and log in. We're not going to do that. Linif says, I'm going to wait till the story's over and the next one, and then we'll see. Sadly, if some people seem to think that we're going to get a new DLC every month, or a new chapter every month, I kind of doubt that. Yeah, I see Spirit Warden says you want to face the camera, you have to log out and log back in. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to risk messing up the stream.
That'd cut the live altogether. Yeah.
So, but what were we talking about? Oh yeah, the story. Sadly, the current story will last 4 DLCs, four chapters. Assuming that they do give us 1 chapter a month, that means we'll have the story for 4 months. But if they give us 1 chapter, like 1 DLC every 6 months, like they did for the past 3 years, then it'll take us 2 years to go through that story.
No.
That's going to be a long time.
No.
I'm hoping that we're going to get knock on wood. Hopefully, I'm hoping that we'll get maybe 4 DLCs this year. Yeah, I know that's crazy because they can't they could not even give us 3 DLCs for the past couple of years. And even now, like you can see in this DLC, they did reuse a lot of assets. Like they reused the new map in the raid and alert. They've reused also a raid, an already existing raid. So even by reusing a lot of assets, we still had to wait 4 months to get a new DLC. So let's assume they do the same thing for all the DLCs. Let's assume we'll get 1 DLC every 4 months. The storyline will still go for over a year. So anyway you slice it,
And great news, they only have to make a solo because they don't have to make an alert and a raid because they can just reuse content, guys.
so anyway you slice
I'm
it,
bitter.
it's okay. So anyway you slice it, it's going to be a long year.
Yeah. David Sharp says the same as last time. I use Shadow's pronunciation. So we're talking about Barbatos.
Barbatos.
I pronounce it correctly. Thank you, David. My man. Andre said, was that a hint, Multi, waiting for something, then create a character? I've been holding my CR skip just in case.
No, it has nothing
Is
to
he
do.
holding his CR skip until tomorrow?
No, it doesn't matter. The CR skip won't matter. But if
No,
you
it's a different secret.
yes. The only hint I can really give you is that I was planning to create a Flash character and then decided to wait for this. So that's the only hint I can really give you. Because I already told you before that I would create a Flash character. So I don't feel I'm spoiling anything
I'm
saying
looking
that.
forward to that.
But tomorrow, guys, I'll make a video explaining the whole thing. You'll know.
Yay! Warlock Superman says, "What's up, Multi and Shadow?" And now I know how to respond to that. What's up?
What's up?
Oh, you do it way better. I sound too feminine. What's
Whoa.
up? That better? That sounds better.
Kind of makes sense.
It does. It does make sense. Alejandro, I got the name right. Said, what phase are we in? We are in phase 4 currently, but I don't know if that's still relevant. It could have been when we were out in the open world. I'm not sure.
Nah, we'll just go through the comments left, and we'll probably be done afterwards.
Yeah. No problem. T-Flight said, I hope they give us another event gift box. Event gift box? I'm not sure what you're referring to. If it's the CR skip, that was the anniversary that they do every year, kind of.
If you're talking about the CR skip, I wouldn't expect one until next January, but you never know. Maybe they'll do something special later during the year. But for the events, like right now, we had the anniversary event where we did get some rewards. Now we have the Day of Reckoning event. Well, we will get some more rewards. And I assume there are going to be other events like the Valentine events, the spring seasonal event, and stuff like that. So I suspect that there's going to be a whole bunch of like, it's not an accident, I guess, if they decided to give us new events last year, so that every month we have a new event. It seems that they were already planning for this event thingy. And one thing they could also do, like they gave us the Outsider Ops, what was it, in November last year? But the Outsider Ops doesn't...
I don't remember.
There's nothing saying that they have to give us the Outsider Ops only in November. No, it's okay. They could give us... Why not give us the Outsider Ops 2 times, 3 times a year? So, but we'll see. We'll see how it works out. But ultimately, right now, there's enough event that they should be able to, and there's enough event, and also with the various DLCs, there should be enough content to be able to get a new event every month. Maybe.
Let's hope. PDG said Wolverine is an anti-hero, which I agree with, and I love Wolverine, but he was always an anti-hero, wasn't he?
Yes.
I'm more upset about them taking villains and changing them now to anti-heroes. So things I was enjoying because it was villainy, I no longer enjoy for that reason, and my characters that I liked don't feel the same. So I like Wolverine. I have no problem with anti-heroes. I have a problem with changing heroes that villains that I love into something that they weren't.
Sadly, the problem is that when a villain becomes popular, they want to create a series with him or a movie with him. but it's pretty much forbidden to have a series with an evil villain. A good example of that would be Venom. At some point, Venom became so popular they wanted to have a Venom comic. Well, you cannot have a comic about a murderous sociopath or psychopath who kills people and eats people. So they had
I
to
don't
give
know, I
him.
feel like you could. But they
Well,
won't.
they don't want they don't want to do that. So they had
Yes,
to kind of
yes.
find a reason for him to have his own comic and sort of be heroic sometimes. So they made it into like he's an evil villain when it comes to Spider-Man. He wants to kill Spider-Man. He wants to eat Spider-Man. But he also wants to protect the innocent. When it comes to the innocent, somehow he wants to protect them, and that's the angle they use to be able to give him his own comic. Uh, or when the Red Lanterns, like when the Red Lanterns were first created, it was obvious they were evil villains. There was no doubt about that. When they introduced Atrocitus in I think it was in the Green Lantern Secret Origin Stories or something like that, he was an evil villain, and he was the one who killed Abin. They made it so that they revealed that the reason why Abin died is because the evil Atrocitus killed him. So they pretty much made Atrocitus to be directly a villain for Hal Jordan. But again, a whole bunch of lanterns. They created a whole bunch of Lantern Corps. The Lantern Corps became popular. The Red Lantern Corps became really popular. They had to make with the New 52. They wanted to have a Red Lantern comic. So no choice, no choice. The Red Lanterns could not be villains anymore, so they had to be anti-heroes.
Mm, so annoying.
Yeah, but
Um,
they always do that.
yeah, I know, but I get why they do as well. It's just that for me, the reason I watch particular things, they keep taking the reasons away, which is why I'm having trouble with this new release of the episode as well. Chapter. Because it's taking away things that I like about DC and putting things in that are from other games that I also like, but it's not what I want for DC. I want what I like for DC because it's my favorite. That sounded like a convoluted sentence. Never mind.
That's all right.
Fred said, I remember them offering a lifetime membership for about $300, I think. I didn't think I would be playing this long and bought a 2-year membership instead. That was years ago.
Ah,
So
what a
many people have
mistake.
told me how much they regret passing that up.
Yeah. At the time, I didn't have the money to do it on PC, and we didn't have that option on PlayStation. On PlayStation, sadly, all we got was we had a sort of sale where you could get 15,000 marketplace cash for like for cheaper, and then there was also an exclusive material that came with that, something like that. I forget the details. But on PC is where you could get the lifetime membership, and yeah, at the time
Mm.
I didn't have the money to do that, so I didn't do that, and I was sad after that.
I wasn't playing back then, so I never had that opportunity presented to me, but I've met quite a few people who have passed it up and regret that decision, so
Yeah.
I understand.
But at the time there was also a big sale on the membership, like for PlayStation. So I was able to subscribe for like with the sale, it came down to like $7 a month, and I think I bought it for the next 2 years. So for about 2 years, maybe a bit more, my subscription would costing me only $7 a month. So I couldn't really complain about that.
Mm. Phantom says, or has a question. You are reincarnated into DCUO as an exobyte hero of yourself. However, you also meet your created characters who are determined to test your skills via fiery fisticuffs. What is your plan of attack? Can I cower in the corner and beg for my life and claim that I'm their creator and so they should give me mercy? Because I have 120 characters and there is absolutely no way I could beat them. Like
Punch him on the
it's just,
nose.
I'm down unless they give me mercy.
Punch him on the
Yeah.
nose real hard. That'll settle it.
120 of them.
Sure.
I punch one and then I'm down because someone else will get me. Like it's not gonna happen. That's it. What would you do?
Punch him on the nose.
Oh, there you go. That's his plan. I thought he was giving me advice for my plan.
Well, you could do that too.
I don't think I would succeed. I'd be surrounded.
I didn't say
I
anything
would be
about
gone.
succeeding. I said do that.
Oh, true. My plan of attack is to not attack and hope for mercy. That's what it is.
Hope is not a strategy.
It is so. You're really going to say that after this new episode, chapter release?
Now, hope is never a strategy.
um, its Raps says, I hear the Quebec accent. I'm from Quebec as well. Lol. Is that for the NPCs?
No, you're talking about me. Or maybe he's
you.
talking about
Okay,
we did mention we talked about the Captain America movie. That's probably what he's talking about. Because in the Captain America movie, there's Georges Saint Pierre who plays Batroc. It's a leaper, and he does speak French, but French from Quebec. So it sounds nothing like French from France, which is what Batroc should sound like.
Yeah.
But using him like Batroc the Leaper basically is a master of the savate, and using Georges Saint Pierre, who was I don't know if he still is, but was pretty much the top MMO fighter at the time. That was a perfect fit. Like you have two guy who has to be into martial arts. Who do you take? Well, you take the number one MMA guy in the world. So the thing I don't understand, is why could they not do like they did with let's say Darth Maul? Like when they did cast Darth Maul was awesome, but the voice of the actor didn't match the character at all. So just hire someone to dub him. So I don't know why they didn't do that with Georges Saint Pierre. Maybe there was some contractual thingy that prevented that. Maybe they just didn't care. They thought, oh, it kind of sounds a Frenchy. It doesn't matter, because also the other characters also most of them don't even sound French anyway. So I would say that the directors usually very often what happens the directors if it kind of sound like something that would be the foreign language they want, and they don't care if it's exact or not. Or even in the comics, we saw that a lot. Very often, like when we saw Colossus say some bits in Russians, when we saw Nightcrawler say some bits in German, and when we saw Gambit, again, Gambit kind of sort of speaks French. I know that people will say it's Cajun, but it's French. It is derived from the French from Quebec, and very often the French in the comic was off. Wasn't really it.
Mm. Yeah, that would be frustrating.
And that is when I realized that because obviously with Colossus he said something Russian sounding. I didn't pay attention to that. The same with Nightcrawler. But then with Gambit I realized that I don't think Chris Claremont actually knows French at all. He probably was using something like either I don't know. We didn't have Google Translate at the time. He probably had someone advising him about what to use, or worse, he just faked it and hoped it was okay. But ultimately, and then later on, when you go back and check, what does Colossus really say? And then you realize that okay, the language was messed up.
I can imagine how frustrating that would be for people who can recognize that.
Oh, you get used to it after a while, because it's pretty much always like that. And sadly, when like when the director doesn't speak the language, sadly he has to trust whoever else actually does speak the language. And sadly, it could be I've seen directors sometimes who would be advised by quote unquote advisors, and but sadly it was often the wrong advice.
T-Flight says, so much grind for the Battle of the Damned, but the feats are worth it.
Oh well, if it is, then it is.
Also, they say, what if they made a Marvel game version of DCUO? I mean, wasn't that in the works at one point and then they changed it?
It was changed a few times. There was one MMO at some point that did kind of give the impression that maybe they were going to create something like DCUO. Those plans were scrapped. Then later on, there was the MMO that Daybreak themselves were working on. That kind of looked like something that would be a cross like between the Spider-Verse style and the Fortnite style, and that went down the drain as well. So they've been trying to come up with a Marvel MMO for quite some time. Sadly, they don't seem to be willing to invest the money, the time, the manpower to really do it. Like the last time they did that, the last Marvel MMO we had was Marvel Heroes. And it's clear that all they really did was they took Diablo, and not even Diablo, the good Diablo 2. Like they went all the way back to 1988 and took Diablo 1 and gave it a Marvel skin. That's the extent of what they did. So that way they were able to make a MMO sort of on the cheap. and not have to invest $50 million and 5 years of their time to create an MMO. Sadly, it didn't last. It didn't succeed. At some point, also originally Champion Online was supposed to be a Marvel MMO way back when, but then there were some rights issues, and then the people making the MMO decided to screw that. They got the Champion license somehow, and they turned it into Champion Online.
T-Fight said Ace earlier was meaning it was perfect, so it wasn't an actual show that they were comparing it to. They meant perfect.
Okay.
Now I feel silly. I've not heard the term ace used that way before, so sorry. Sorry.
That's okay.
Is asking, do you have to group for this new zone? I'm not sure which zone they're referring to. Maybe that purple zone. For it to count.
For Grundy, you pretty much have to group. Whether it counts or not, you have a little choice. For the demons, I don't think you have to group, but I couldn't say for sure.
Don't. No, I've done it with being grouped and not being grouped. It's basically the same. As long as everyone's in that same area getting it done, it counts for us all. So,
okay.
At least so far, unless they change it.
Knock on wood.
Phantom said, I've always wondered why Superman doesn't try shades when he's working as Clark. I mean, didn't Henry Cavill do a test and walk around wearing a literal Superman t-shirt to see if people would recognize him as the actor of Superman, and nobody believed that it was him or even said anything?
Yeah, nobody even
some reality for this.
Nobody even recognized him. So I understand that people see that as silly, but did you ever know someone who wear glasses and then one day you can barely recognize them and you realize that holy crap, all he did was take off his glasses, maybe change his hair a bit, and you thought it was someone else. Also, people have to understand that if Mel Gibson was Superman, then everyone knows Mel Gibson's face. But if Johnny Joe Smith was Superman and nobody saw him on TV ever, nobody knows him, who would make the connection, really?
Exactly. I kind of think it has a little more basis in reality than people are willing to admit, because also naturally, I don't think we're walking around the street looking for someone to be somebody. We don't look, at least at where I am, we're not looking for, are there any celebrities? Is there anyone I could recognize? We're off in our own little worlds, so even if they were presented right in front of me, I wouldn't care or notice because I'm busy doing my life. So I think maybe Superman's, trick could work.
But even sometimes there's celebrities also that on the street people don't recognize them, so they're not wearing costumes or anything. They just that people don't just realize it's them, or they just look different. The way they dress, the way they're coiffed or whatever, the way their makeup maybe makes them look different. So it's not that big of a stretch, but I don't know. Sadly, I think a lot of people had bad faith when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yep. T-Flight is asking, did you all think Superman and Lois was a great show?
No.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know. There you go.
It was fine, but I was watching the first season, and then after, I don't know, towards the end there was a couple of episodes left, and I kind of forgot to keep on watching those episodes. And then 3 months, 4 months, 6 months passed, and then I realized that I didn't watch the last few episodes of the first season, and it had been so long, and I didn't miss it at all that I didn't even bother to watch it again. I think I watched one episode where one episode where Diggle makes a guest appearance, and I thought it was a bit sad because they were hyping the fact that Diggle appeared in the Flash, Arrow, Superman, and I forget what else. No, Arrow was cancelled, I think, at the time. Diggle appeared in the Flash, Legends of Tomorrow, Black Lightning, I guess, and then Superman. And it was supposed to be interlinked or something like that. It turns out it wasn't at all. But and also it's just Diggle. People thought we would see Diggle as Green Lantern. It seems that apparently they were not allowed to do that. So they decided to still have a sort of mini event with Diggle. And even then, from what we understand, the Diggle and the Superman TV show was not part of the same universe as the other TV show. So seeing Diggle, you would think that seeing Diggle in all the shows means that they're all linked together. but that wasn't the case. Basically, the Diggle and Superman was another Diggle somehow.
That's confusing.
Yes, and they didn't turn him into Green Lantern. There were rumors at some point, or plans at some point, supposedly that they were going to make a Green Lantern show with Diggle, but it never happened.
Um, Lucky is saying, "Hi guys and ladies, the Red Skull. I wish I could get on and play with you all today, but I'm tired from lung cancer surgery from yesterday. Hopefully next time I will be able to play with you all. I hope you get better soon. And it's nice
Yes,
that you're here."
I hope you get better. I hope the surgery went well, and
Me
take
too.
take a lot of time to rest.
Yeah, look after yourself.
Yes.
Crusader of Light is saying, "I've always thought that David Tennant would do a fantastic performance as the Riddler in Batman movie or TV show. By the way, Riddler in DCUO needs an appearance update." I agree, Riddler is looking really bad. Also, David Tennant would be such a great Riddler. I love that idea.
Yeah, I
I
guess that
also
would
love
be.
David Tennant.
Yeah, I guess that would be a good choice. It was the one good
Yeah.
thing in the Elias TV show. No, Angelica Jones TV show. No, was it
Yeah.
Angelica Jones?
I don't know. I don't know which show you're talking about, but
One of
in what
the
I've seen him, I loved him. He was Doctor Who, and I've seen him in, oh, what's that movie where he's playing a demon? Good and
wha-
Evil? I don't know.
one of the Netflix shows with Daredevil, Luke Cage, Iron Fist. Was it Angelica Jones or
I don't know.
Jessica Jones? There we go.
Oh, Jessica Jones.
It was the one good thing of that show. Other than that, that show wasn't very good.
Oh, people are giving lovely well wishes. You have lovely people in your comment section, Multi. PDG says, "Did you know Etrigan has a daily mission in Kaznia?" Yes. So
Yes.
Etrigan does, Zatanna does, and Deadman does. You don't get anything telling you to go there. No one knows it, but you can get 3 daily missions from those people. If you go to your map, you can see white dots on the map for where they're located, so if it's hard for you to find them, that makes it a bit easier. But yeah, there's 3 daily missions that activate in Kaznia after you've completed that really long initial story.
And it's a bit strange that they didn't put a single quest giver in the inn. You would have thought, like, if there was a place where they could put the quest givers, that would have been it. But no, they didn't do that. Also,
no, and they don't direct people to them either.
Yeah. Also, you'll notice that we used to get like remember we used to get a free mark every day. There was a quest.
Yes.
There was one NPC that would give us a free mark. That
gone.
that doesn't happen anymore. Just as a side note, we have a pretty cool nuclear man over here. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, he does look really cool. Oh, sorry, I should have scrolled further. Everyone's doing well wishes still. You guys are lovely. Can I just say, lovely people?
Yes.
T-Flight says, "I know where you can get the feat, suspicious geological formation." So do I. Yes, my best friend found it and showed me where it is, so excellent. Well done finding that one. Scrolls says, "Epic multiverse?" I'm guessing that's a compliment for you.
I suppose.
And Steve is saying hello, so hi, Steve.
Hello, Steve.
The Shatterverse says, villains are still active. We just stay chilling on phase 1 on the little catwalk area. Catwalk area? Oh, in Kaznia, the little bridge, maybe?
Could be. I don't know. What's a catwalk?
As far as I knew, it's like a high, kind of like a bridge between things.
Okay.
A section where you walk up, usually between pieces of technology, I think, or in warehouses, but I could be mistaken, so I'm not sure what catwalk he's specifically referring to. But if we were in Kaznia at the time, the only one that's similar would be the little bridge, but I don't think that technically counts as a catwalk, so I'm probably wrong.
Could there be a bridge in the castle or something?
Maybe. Not one that I saw, though. I had a pretty good look when I was doing investigation and briefing checks.
Anyway, so I didn't pay attention at all, so sorry.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
For those who might be wondering if we're going to run some more content, we're pretty much done for tonight. But we will keep on answering questions until we answer everyone's questions.
Yep. Scrolls said Outsider Ops was so cool. Not many people have said that.
I didn't hear
At
that a
least not
lot.
to me.
The only thing people
You have?
no, no, I did not. The only thing I saw people find cool was the 10 skill points.
Yeah, I mostly have had the opposite. I've had people complain that it wasn't accessible by particular lower level people who wanted to be able to get those skill points. And people complain that it seems like they're selling skill points now. So I haven't heard anyone say that it was cool before.
Yeah, that was a bit ironic and a bit of a faux pas, I guess. It was supposedly supposed to be for people to be able to catch up, but then low level players could not access the thing, so it was like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
So sadly, I think their pants were on fire at the time. I strongly doubt it was for people to be able to catch up. As you just said, I think they were just testing the water, whether they would be able to get away with selling skill points.
Yeah, which honestly, if they start selling skill points and it's ones from older content that I can't get myself to run on like the Xbox, I'll probably buy it if it's cheap, I'm not gonna lie. So, I don't like it, but I would buy it anyway. PDG says Wolverine was an Incredible Hulk villain originally. I don't know anything about that, so if true, interesting. Do you know?
His first appearance was in Incredible Hulk 181. Basically,
Yep.
there was the Hulk was fighting an evil creature of evil that eats people called the Wendigo.
Ew.
And then the Canadian government decides to send their agent, which was Wolverine. They were calling him. I'm not sure if they were calling him Weapon X at the time. Anyway, so they sent in Wolverine to deal with the situation, and that is the first time we see Wolverine. And then there's this three-way fight with Wolverine, Hulk, and the Wendigo.
Yep. Steve said hello, Shattered Shadow. Hello, Steve. PDG says, remember when the original plastic aura was an EU exclusive? US was pissed. What is that?
I'm not sure. Or does it mean plasmic aura? I do have the blue
Might
plasmic
be
aura.
plasmic.
Let's see.
Was there an EU exclusive aura? Oh my goodness, I can imagine US getting pissed about that.
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
There's one that's exclusive on Xbox when you first start, but it just looks like grey smoke, so no one's too fussed about missing out on that one.
I don't have it on this character. I'm so sad. But yeah, there were a bunch of plasmic auras at the time. Originally, they came from Booster Bundle, I think. But yeah, they could have given some as exclusive rewards for either subscribing or stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know if I had to have the membership on Xbox before I received it or not, but I definitely got Xbox exclusive aura that looks like grey smoke, and also a cape that has, it glows and sparkles, which is quite pretty, but it's very slim and has an odd round symbol in the middle that I think it's called the power cape. But yeah, no one on other servers is upset about that because it's not like really cool. T-Flight is giving a description of the location, so I'll read that out for people. He's letting Steve know. When you go to Kaznia, you know where the hideout is located. Go southwest from the hideout, then a little ways out from the lake, you will see a rock with the Shazam symbol in the corner. So for anyone who's trying to find it, I'll probably do it in a video at some point so that people can find that when I do the investigations and briefings as well. But for the moment, hopefully that helps people.
Yeah, they seem to enjoy hiding that somewhere on the map as some sort of Easter egg. I don't know if they'll ever do something with that, or if just a funny bit that they'll do from now on. We'll see.
Yeah. Shadowverse says everyone's got a plan until they get hit in the face.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Too right. Scroll says, I'll take a multiverse Flash character back to the Speed Force.
Oh, you're so mean.
I love it. It's hilarious. Steve said, how crazy on the new DLC, although it's snow everywhere, there isn't a snowdrift you can hide in. That would be cool. I don't know what we'd use it for, though, in the narrative, but yeah, true. No snowdrift we can hide in at this point. Sub-Zero says, oh wow, you're still live? I left, tried to sleep, couldn't, made dinner, ate, edited, and uploaded a gaming video, and we're still going strong.
Yes.
That's like the other day when Johnny literally left to go to a convention and came back and the live was still happening.
Oh yeah.
We talk too much. T-Flight says, are you talking about Marvel Omega Strike?
No,
I
no,
don't know.
Marvel
Were
Heroes.
you? I don't know.
They made
Marvel Heroes. There
they
you
made
go.
a Marvel MMO at some point called Marvel Heroes, and it was literally
Yeah.
Diablo, the first Diablo with a Marvel skin. And even
Yeah.
the devs who worked on the game were the devs who worked on the first Diablo game. So basically it was their way to be able to try to make an MMO on the cheap, and it didn't succeed. You had to be a really hardcore Marvel fan to get to enjoy that to play that game basically because
Yeah.
again
Didn't last.
it was the problem is that once you played, let's say, DC Universe Online, it's kind of hard to go back. Like going back to a game like Marvel Heroes, where it's isometric view, top down. It's kind of hard to go back to that after playing DC Universe Online. Uh, Also, like I did mention that the other day. I think we spoke about that a bit. Even at some point, I tried to play the Old Republic, and holy crap, was I frustrated because sometimes you would reach an obstacle. Like let's say you would reach the wires here, and oh, you cannot go over them. You had to go around them. And
Yeah.
most games don't have the ability we have in DC Universe Online to be able to just jump over
Go over
obstacles.
everything.
Sometimes, as soon
Exactly.
as there's a tiny, tiny obstacle, you can't move forward and you have to go around it. That drove me nuts. I couldn't, I have a hard time. Like, the game has to be really, really, really good for me to be able to play it if it has that limitation. So, Sally,
Yeah.
once you get used to certain things, let's say in DC Universe Online, it's kind of hard to go into other games when they don't have those features. And sadly, Marvel. So when they made Marvel Heroes, I remember before we knew that it was going to be Marvel Heroes. They were talking about the a Marvel MMO, and it was going to kill DCUO. And people were expecting, at the very least, they were expecting something like DCUO, but even better, and with Marvel characters. Sadly, not at all what happened.
Mm.
Because and even now, like no one seems to be willing, and Marvel doesn't seem to be willing to invest the money needed to truly make a game like DCUO.
There's nothing comparable to this game,
Not so far.
especially in movement. Yeah.
Yes.
Ron said Zoe Deschanel can't recognize her without glasses and bangs. So true. Great example.
And also, I kept on
Sorry,
confusing her. I kept on confusing her with Katy Perry. With Katy Perry?
Really? Do they look similar?
Well, with when they
I
had
guess
black
they kind of
hair
do.
and they had similar faces, and so also
They have a similar face shape, I guess.
you have to remember, like, there's a lot of people that look alike. So imagine you see Superman
Yeah.
and you think he's your neighbor, and that's not the case. He just looks like your neighbor.
Yeah.
Like there's what's his name? Javier Bardem, who looks like the guy uh, who plays the Thomas Wayne in BVS. Um, he plays the comedian in Watchmen. Jeffrey Dean Morgan, like Javier Bardem and Jeffrey Dean Morgan, they look the same, but they're different guys. Or there's the guy who played in Alien Covenant, no, Alien Prometheus. The boyfriend of what's her name? The guy who gets infected by the android and then he has to be burned alive because he's infected. He looks like Bane. Although now Bane looks bigger now, but anyway. So
Yeah.
there are people who look alike. So imagine if your neighbor looks like
It's a lot.
Superman, but he's not Superman. But people don't think of that.
People really don't. Yeah, they think that it's way too far fetched. But honestly, I don't think it is that far fetched.
Or
I think when I'm recording and stuff too, and then when I go out, I don't think people would recognize me.
or Margot
Not that
Robbie.
everyone here knows who I am, but you know what I mean.
Or Margot Robbie, like she looks like what's her name? She played it. My Name Is Earl. Presley something.
I haven't seen My Name Is Earl. I'm sorry.
Haven't seen. Oh, I'm so sad now.
I'm
Put
sorry.
put that on the
I've seen
list.
a lot of things.
Jamie Presley.
No.
Okay. Like look at Jamie Presley and look at Margot Robbie. It's the same face with a 10-year difference or 20 year.
Yeah, I
Like
think there are a
oh,
lot of people who look alike and could easily be mistaken for someone else. And I
there's
think
even
people ignore who the people around them when they're busy in their life.
there's even a photo that someone made where half of the photo is Jamie Presley and the other half of the photo is Margot Robbie. Holy crap!
Yeah.
It's the same person.
Yeah, they've done that with a few different celebrities as well that look really similar to each other.
So anyway, all that to say that the glasses thing is not that far fetched when you think that there's a lot of people who look alike, and there's a lot of people
Yeah.
that when they have their glasses on and remove their glasses, don't quite look. They look. You know that something's weird.
Different.
Yes.
Yeah. T-Flight said Supergirl got cancelled way too soon.
I don't know. I gave up on the show after 2 seasons, 3 seasons. I forget. I got really tired of the whole storyline centered around her sister. And I thought foolishly that the whole drama with her sister and then her girlfriend and they want to get married and I was come on, kill me someone. And then when they finally got married, I thought okay, they're finally married. They'll move over, they'll move past that. But no, then they start the next season again, a whole bunch of drama, and I was like okay, I'm not doing that anymore. The first season was pretty. The first season was pretty cool. It was almost like a female version of Christopher Reeve somehow. But then with the second season, when they went into all those story about the relationship and they're focusing on the sister, and I understand that they were trying to focus on the gay relationship with the sister and Maggie Sawyer, but I got tired of that really quick. I don't watch TV.
I haven't watched.
I don't watch
Sorry, go.
superhero TV for drama. I watch it for action. I don't
Yeah.
care about relationships.
Clearly. But yeah, I haven't watched that specifically, but from what it sounds like, it's another one where they're trying to push a narrative upon people rather than doing something that happens organically with the characters. I enjoy if a storyline, if things are pushed because that's what the character would do and it makes sense. But when things get pushed for the sake of whatever narrative they're trying to put in, it's noticeable and the characters seem less real, which is less fun to watch, I feel. But yeah. Crusader of Light said, thank you so much, Multi and Shadow. Best wishes and night night. Good night, Crusader.
Good night.
Division is asking, what are you guys running? Currently nothing. We're done. We already ran what we were going to run, and now we're just chatting and making sure we address everyone's comments.
We're chatting because Shadow has a lot to say.
Always, yeah. I'm very verbose. T-Flight said, I wish they would have added where you can pick up snowballs and have a snowball fight in Kaznia. Yeah. That would have been fun.
Well, you'll know for
enjoyed that.
You'll know for next year. Next year when we get the the Christmas seasonal, get as many balls as you can. Also,
Yes,
you could look also on the broker. There's probably still some snowballs on the broker. So that
I have stacks of snowballs already.
so those would be your options right now.
We should get to Christmas time and then plan a snowball fight. It'll be epic. It's not going to happen. No one will join in on that, but you know, it would be fun. The Shatterverse asked, Multiverse, do you love my name? The Shatterverse?
That's
I
fine.
do. I think that's cool. It's pretty good. Phantom is saying, I think they should have kept Wolverine as a Hulk villain then. It's better for a hero series to grow from the different characters introduced than for it to keep splitting off. That's true. Some of the split off characters do well. A good chunk don't, though, so... Sorry.
It depends. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In the case of Wolverine being a Hulk villain, Hulk doesn't go to Canada all that much, so I don't think they were planning to. Shatter, you have to move a bit.
Oh, thank you. Yep.
So I don't think they were planning to have the Hulk go back to Canada all that often. So what do? You have Wolverine go back to the States to fight the Hulk, and also when they created the X-Men, they wanted to create the all new, all different X-Men. They wanted to create a more international group. So that's why you have a Russian X-Men, a German X-Men, an Irish X-Men, and they went and got a Canadian X-Men. Also, Len Wein is the one who wrote the X-Men Giant Size number one. Was it number one? Anyway, the
Are you
giant size.
asking me because I have no clue.
That's okay. Now I was asking myself. The giant size X-Men, basically where they recreate the X-Men into the all new different X-Men, was written by Len Wein, and he's the one also who was writing the Hulk when Wolverine appeared in the comic. So he's the co-creator of the Hulk, of the Wolverine. So when they decided to have a international team with the X-Men, Len Wein took the character he created, Wolverine, and added him to the X-Men. And at some point, Chris Claremont didn't really know what to do with Wolverine anymore. But luckily, good old Canuck John Byrne, when John Byrne joined the X-Men comic as the regular penciler, he was able to convince Chris Claremont to not only keep Wolverine but to use it some more, and then Wolverine became the most popular X-Men ever.
Mm. He is. It's absolutely true.
And in the 90s, he pretty much he almost replaced Spider-Man as the flagship title for a while. Heck, the entire Image comics have been pretty much created with alternate version of Wolverine. Like Dale Keown created the Pit, who's basically Hulk and Wolverine mushed together. Wildcats had Warblade, who's pretty much his version of Wolverine. Cyberforce by Mark Silvestri had Ripclaw, again his version of Wolverine. Like Shadowcat was a mixture of Wolverine, Batman, and probably something else I forget. So they pretty much the Image universe in the early 90s was pretty much built around the alternate versions of Wolverine that the Image guys created.
Keita apparently says, oh, actually, I can't read that out because I'm not going to swear, but I'll say he really, really thinks that Marvel Heroes was great.
I'm glad you liked it. Sadly, it was a huge step back, a huge step down compared to DC Universe Online, sadly.
Phantom says, top-down games are hard to enjoy in general, hard to get invested in something so far away from view.
Well, I guess it depends.
What's top-down?
Basically, a lot of games like Baldur's Gate, the new Baldur's Gate, you can rotate the camera, but way back when
the view is from down. Okay, got it. Sorry.
The view is from down with an isometric point of view, and you cannot move the camera. If you played I played Baldur's Gate way back when, so if I go back and play Baldur's Gate, I don't mind it. But if they make a brand new game tomorrow and we still have the same point of view, it better be a pretty darn good game because I'm not going to like it very much. Yeah. Although there are modern, I think Pools of Eternity kept the same point of view, and probably something else I forget to mention. Pathfinder, I think, kept the same point of view. So I guess you can still use it. But when they did that with Marvel Heroes, after playing DCUO, it was baffling to see that they did not even try to match what DCUO were doing.
Yep. Which is a shame, because people should try to emulate this game, because this game is really popular. Look how long it's lasted with fans and people playing in droves. Like, people should take a number from it.
They should, but they don't. And although, to be fair, even the current devs don't seem to take a note from what the older devs did also.
Yeah. T-Flight is asking, do you and Shadow play any other MMO games that you all enjoy as well?
Never.
I came from Elder Scrolls. I play it sometimes. I'm currently working on an Arcanist Vampire build. I'm running some of that content, and I still do like it, but I like it less than I used to. They did a big change at one point where they changed the way the skill points worked, and it made it so that a build that I had kind of perfect no longer was perfect because I had to pay through different stat points to get to the stat points I needed to actually spend in the right locations, and I didn't have enough to have the build that I previously had, and I was like, So I came and played DC, but I mean, that's not the only reason, but I do still play it a little bit.
I guess I misunderstood the question. I thought you meant the MMO we played together. I did play...
together, no.
I did play Dungeons & Dragons Online way back when. I've been toying with the idea of going back, I'm curious to see if I would enjoy that or not. Also, I played Lord of the Rings Online. I pretty much gave up Lord of the Rings Online to start playing DC Universe Online because I played Lord of the Rings Online for a while, but then DCUO came out, and at the time I was working a lot, so playing two games that I just couldn't do it. And sadly, DC Universe Online was the winner of the two. And
Why? That's sad. That's good. Happily,
yeah.
DCUO was the winner.
I also tried a bunch of other like Terra Online. I tried Rift Online. Uh, Defiance. Defiance was a fun bit. It was a fun shooter game, and you would ride around with your jeep and fight some evil. Um, what else? Neverwinter. I played Neverwinter for a bit. I didn't enjoy it, but it wasn't exactly Dragons anymore. They bastardized it so much that it didn't really feel like D&D anymore. Even the settings didn't feel like D&D somehow. Uh, and the abilities and the spells and all that. And what else?
I've tried a little bit of Neverwinter only just recently, and the controls are something that I find fiddly, and so I have stopped playing it for the moment. But I'm not really enjoying it so far.
See,
Elder Scrolls I still do enjoy though.
See, for that, it's Throne and Liberty. The control on Throne and Liberty throw me off or bother me. I have a hard time with that.
Yeah.
So these are pretty much the examples I have in mind. I might be forgetting one or two games, but basically there's one summer where I didn't enjoy playing DCO very much. So I tried other games, a whole bunch of other MMOs, but sadly I had to realize that there's no other MMO that could offer what DCO does. Like I mentioned, I tried the Old Republic, and holy crap, when I would hit a tiny obstacle and could not move forward, that drove me nuts.
Yeah, that's something I can't stand in a lot of games. That I have to walk around everything all the time, which is, I think, like a problem from the fact that I've played this one. This one is too good. Now everything else pales by comparison.
Oh yeah, Marvel Heroes became Marvel Heroes Omega at some point. Yeah, okay, so that's what I meant when someone said if I meant Marvel's Omega, yes.
Oh, cool. Phantom has a question I don't know that I understand. If Marvel finally bought DC, which characters and teams would you start to meet up regularly?
Uh, Probably none.
I don't know what that means exactly. Which do you mean team up? Which would we team up together? Maybe?
That'll probably never happen to begin with.
Yeah.
For a whole bunch of reasons. But in a nutshell, Marvel are owned by Disney, DC are owned by Discovery, and they unless somehow DC decides to Disney decide to purchase Discovery, which they don't have the money for right now. They spend way too much to purchase Fox to be able to do that. I don't think, although yeah, no, I don't think that would ever happen. And even then, like
I don't think it would either.
for what I understand, for quite a while, Disney pretty much has the rights to the Adam West Batman TV show. Basically, when they purchased Fox, somehow Fox owned some of the rights or all of the rights of the Batman, the Adam West Batman TV show, and they still haven't done anything with it. So Shatter, you have to move. So even if let's assume that was the case, I'm not sure they would do something with that because way back when we had a new publisher that was we had Malibu Comics that came up with something they called the Ultraverse. It was basically a new like they figured the Image guys were able to start their own universe. The Image universe was pretty much based around a whole bunch of artists. Malibu decided, let's do that, but with a bunch of writers. So they got a whole bunch of writers together. They created the Ultraverse, and they created their own alternate superhero universe. And it became popular enough and successful enough that Marvel decided to, okay, let's buy off the competition. So they bought the Ultraverse, put it in a drawer, and never used it ever again. And sadly, I fear if something like that would happen, I wouldn't be surprised if Marvel were so crazy that they would put it in a drawer and make it disappear. But we'll never know.
Well, I definitely don't think it's something that would ever happen, but I kind of like the idea of Beast Boy and Spider-Man interacting.
Well, we had that technically with the amalgam universe. Like I just got not too long ago I got the omnibus for the amalgam comics. So that's the closest we'll get to Marvel and DC characters together. And
Yeah.
there were some fun bits in there. If you get the chance, I think the omnibus is probably still available. And I kind of doubt they'll reprint that again. So if you guys are looking for some cool comics to get, I would get that omnibus if you can. It's a bit pricey,
Yeah.
obviously. It's almost $200, but it's
That's so expensive.
it's a cool comic, and also it's pretty much a time capsule of the comics at the time. So
Yeah.
like you have the Ben Riley Spider-Man when Marvel were crazy enough to when Marvel like we can say that Marvel for a long time has been trying to replace Spider-Man with someone else. Like right now they're trying to do that with Miles Morales, but way back when they were already doing that. They tried to replace him with Ben Riley, and obviously the audience, the viewers didn't respond to that.
Are they trying to replace Spider-Man with Miles Morales? I thought he was an addition to.
No. In Spider-Man 2, it's pretty clear that they want Miles Morales to be the main Spider-Man. And from what I understand, the Spider-Man 3 game, they're going to go all in, and he's going to be the main Spider-Man.
I haven't played the Spider-Man 2 game yet, but I plan to. The thing is, they did a good introduction for that character. Like, I like Miles Morales. I really enjoyed the movies. I really like the character. So I don't like the idea of them replacing Peter Parker and having him as the main. And the way they introduced him, I really thought worked well in conjunction with Peter Parker, with the alternate realities and everything. So I didn't realize that's what they were doing. I don't like that.
Well, they
Even
were a
though
bit.
Miles Morales is cool, don't replace Peter Parker. Just have him as well. Why can't we just have him as well?
They were a bit sneaky, and they played the long game. They first created him in the Ultimate Universe, and at the time the argument was, oh no, it's Peter Parker is still there. Basically, we're killing the Peter Parker of the Ultimate Universe, and that version is being replaced by Miles Morales. So we still had Peter Parker in the regular universe, and we had Miles Morales in the Ultimate Universe. And then, of course, once the sales were down the drain with the Ultimate Universe, they had this event, the Secret Wars, where they pretty much merged everything together. So now you had both Spider-Mans in the same universe. And sadly, pretty much ever since, there's also people like YouTubers who are cheering for Peter Parker to be replaced with Miles Morales. At every turn, they keep on saying that people are tired of Peter Parker. People want Miles Morales. So there's big Miles Morales supporter that are pushing for that. I'm not going to name names, but and then in the latest game, we kind of saw that they took one step further with the Spider-Man 2 game.
I don't get it. I don't mind people introducing new characters and stuff, but why does Peter have to die in order for Miles to exist? Why can't they both be there? They're both awesome. And they did such a good introduction of Miles. I was really happy. And I thought the interaction between the two was great. I'm annoyed now. Thanks a lot, Multi.
You're welcome. Anytime.
I was happy in my ignorance. Literally.
So anyway, they did a bit like they did with they were sneaky a bit like they did with Nick Fury. Like Nick Fury, they started by having him being Samuel Jackson in the Ultimate Universe, and then again, then they had in the regular universe they had Nick Fury have a son that somehow looked like Samuel Jackson, and that was also called Nick Fury, but it was supposed to be Nick Fury Jr. And then, of course, they got rid of Nick Fury. Nick Fury Jr. became Nick Fury. And then, even better, once they had the Secret Wars, there was only the Nick Fury, the Black Nick Fury.
Yeah.
So, and again, the argument at the time was that it's Nick Fury in the Ultimate Universe. We still have the regular Nick Fury in the regular universe. But as time went by, they one inch at a time, they were able to gain subtraction, and then the first opportunity, they got rid of the classic Nick Fury and replaced him with the new Nick Fury. And they've been trying to do that with Spider-Man for a long time. It hasn't worked so far. Whenever they try to do that, it hasn't really worked, but they're still trying. Like the success of the Spider-Verse movie did give them more ammunition to be able to push Miles Morales some more. And then they went all in with and then with the games, it seemed they're going to be all in on that front.
Oh, all right. Silesium says, I just subbed to her too. You guys are awesome. Oh, thank you for the sub.
Oh yeah, let's check.
He's gonna check my sub count.
No, I'm not going to do that. Continue, carry on.
Okay, sure. Phantom says, does Batman need the with great power comes great responsibility talk? Because after Zurin R and Failsafe, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, guys, I am worried about the Bat. I personally don't really like that talk because I've heard it a billion times, but I don't know what specifically you're referring to there. I'm so sorry. Do you, Multi? Do you know what Zurin R is?
Yeah, it's something Grant Morrison reintroduced way back when. There was a comic where Batman would end up into another planet, and he met the Batman from Planet X, the Batman of Zurin R. It's basically a Batman with Superman powers.
Well, that's silly.
Of course, but then
Batman is cool without powers.
Never enough powers. But then Grant Morrison wanted to make that canon into when he was writing the Batman comics. So he came up with the storyline, whereas if Batman ever becomes incapacitated or brainwashed or something, he has in his brain. He had his. It's kind of hard to explain, and I have to admit, I did not read the comic all that much, but he had in his brain some sort of personality that takes over to protect him from being brainwashed or to protect his brain from being taken over by someone else. That kind of started like that. And then last year they had this storyline where basically I think it's Amanda Waller who was able to take the Zurin-R personality, put that into some sort of robot, Batman robot that they call the failsafe, and then a whole bunch of shenanigans happened from that. But I have to admit, didn't really follow the storyline. I know that the storyline exists. I sort of kind of know what maybe it's about, but I didn't really read it. So that's the understanding I have of it so far. So basically, you had a whole bunch of Amanda Waller was trying to pretty much put all the metahumans in prison, and it caused a lot of.
So she can use that. Yeah.
It caused a lot of problems.
Yeah. David said Legion of Superheroes was the best parts of Supergirl.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I haven't seen it, so yeah.
We never really thought we'd see a TV show of the Legion of Superheroes, so it was nice to see them. We didn't see all of them. I think I seem to recall there was Saturn Girl, Mon-El, Brainiac 5, and I forget who else was there. But it was a fun bit to get the Legion. Yeah, obviously it wasn't exactly like in the comics. Then they tried to have also some sort of romance between Supergirl and Mon-El. But then at some point they had some evil lead bomb that exploded, that filled the atmosphere, the Earth atmosphere with lead, and then Mon-El had to leave. That's pretty much how he ended up in the Legion of Superheroes. He had to leave the Earth because of the lead in the atmosphere, and then it was caught in some sort of wormhole or vortex or whatever, ended up in the 31st century, and then that's how he ended up with the Legion of Superheroes. But no, there were some fun bits here and there, and it's something we never really expected to see on TV someday, and there it was.
Yeah. Guys, I've lost my spot, so I'm going from here. I hope I'm close. Sam says, I feel bad for those who thought we were getting Blue Lantern stuff with this DLC.
Yeah,
I do think that was quite a leap for them to think that that's what we were going to get with that little ring thing at the end. He was hinting at the character. He wasn't hinting at a superpower or anything like that, and a lot of people seem to think it meant there would be a Blue Lantern power, but no one explicitly said that.
Yeah, but people are so desperate, they're so starved for a new power. and they've been asking and asking for the Blue Lantern power for
Yeah.
so long. And also, I remember on the forums at the time, like when I would try to say, "Come on, guys, I think you're reading too much into it." Usually, the replies would be something along the line that he would not tease as something like that if he didn't mean it, and if it wasn't something
Oh
important, and if
yes, he wouldn't have even thought it was a big deal. I'm so sure.
yeah. But anyway,
Ugh.
so somehow they. But I understand people have been desperate for a Blue Lantern power for
Oh
a
yeah.
long time. So you don't joke about that. Even if you make a joke about that,
Yeah.
people will take it seriously. That's how desperate
Yeah,
people are.
I must admit, I'm the kind of person who's trying to keep my hopes nice and low so that I don't get too disappointed with what comes out. So I'm much more skeptical of the things that they do and say, and try to, I don't know, keep myself grounded and not get excited, because otherwise it's just disappointment. And now all those people who thought that that could have meant that there was a power coming are all disappointed, which is really sad and sucks.
But also, you have to wonder, like, how hard. Oh, I have to plug in my controller. It seems. You have to wonder, like, how hard would it be to create a Blue Lantern artifact ring? Like, create a
Yeah.
ring that's an artifact, and do all the lantern rings like that, and have them have one lantern power. That's all. Only that would make people so happy. And for
Yeah.
the Blue Lantern powers, we established yesterday, like we already have the what's his name, the
Oh
Blue
yeah, no.
Lantern, the legend character Blue Lantern.
Yes. I don't
Uh,
remember his name either.
sorry, brain fart. Anyways, we already have a handful of abilities with the Blue Lantern character. So
Yeah.
take one, maybe two of those abilities, put it in a ring that's an artifact, because also they want to be able to monetize whatever new ability they had. So
Yes.
put that into a ring, make the ring an artifact that people have to rank up from 1 to 200, and give people what they
Give
want.
them some
That
power.
alone
Yeah.
would make people happy. And then of
And I
course
mean,
you
they're already putting powers inside of them,
yes.
artifacts, because they did it with the Omega, like that beam. They've got it already. So I think that's a great idea. I hope they do that.
And then you could do that for all the lantern rings and sell a lot of materials to upgrade artifacts,
Yeah.
or
That's
sell
right. Yeah,
or
and that
or,
would give
or,
them the dollars.
or even sell a lot of artifacts. But somehow
Yeah.
they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
It can't be that hard, but they're determined not to do that.
Yeah. It seems. I don't know. It's very hard to be on the outside looking in, but honestly, sometimes it just seems like everything that people want, they go, nah, 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 but 2 new characters that no one knows about that we've created from scratch? Yes. I don't get their choices. I don't understand.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have reasons, but I don't get it.
And I have a question for you about those two new characters.
Yeah, sure.
What are Voivode's power? Do you know?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
She kind of hints at being like a vigilante and stuff when she's in the blogs, but her actual powers in game, no idea. Does she even fight with us? I don't think she does.
No, but she does even mention in some of the dialogue when we talk with her in the pub, she does mention that she has powers. And also we know that the evil serial killer kills people with powers to be
People
able
with exobyte powers.
to absorb it. But I couldn't I was listening carefully to the dialogues, and never once does it come up to tell us which
No,
power she
and
has.
it came up, and even her mentioning powers was kind of benign, because there's people in the streets who are exobyte powered, and they're talking about how they went after the people with powers and not the people without powers. Like it's like everybody or half the population there has powers, so Voivode's powers are kind of not really that important to me when I'm playing it. It's really sucky. Like, and also, I find it like a little sad that they said in their damage control video that, you know, there was a backstory to these characters, and, you know, there's a lot of effort put into them, and I'm like, where? What backstory? What? I don't know her powers. I don't really understand their relationship other than goofy friends. I don't know how long they've known each other. Don't know how long they've been in this village. Don't know why they're here. Don't know their motivation. Like, the only motivation we've got is there's a killer, and we're trying to find him. I don't even know what Jack was doing when she died.
Well, we know
Just in the snow.
we know Voivode as a mom who grounds her.
Yes. Yep. We know that. And a weapon that she has an odd name for, which was so unmemorable that I can't remember it right now.
That was Jack, the Jackarang.
Oh, there we go, Jackarang. Oh, see, that's how little I cared.
That's all right.
But I don't. I wish there was more information about them, or I wish they just didn't go that route. But I mean, well, it is what it is now. So. Silesium says, "Rest in peace, Stanley."
Yes.
That bad. Like, if I had created comics and stuff, or I love the way he was inserting himself into everything.
Oh yeah.
Just that little tidbit. People were watching, waiting for him. I love that.
Well, it was a fun Easter egg every time.
It was, yeah. I enjoyed it. T-Flight said, I think she's just responding to someone in the comments. Shadow was going to make a video about where to find it, so that's the artifact item. But if you scroll up, it's said in the chat as well. So if you scroll up and find one of T-Flight's comments, you'll see that he's mentioned where to get it as well. T-Flight also said they need to make another Superman game ASAP. They haven't. I agree.
They don't want to do that. They had the opportunity.
They don't want to, but I think they should.
They had the opportunity to do that. They scrapped that and made Suicide Squad versus the Justice League instead. I guess the people at the head of DC's either they don't like Superman or they don't think Superman would be a good option. Either way, they don't want to do that. Oh, we have the evil Bazar over here.
Oh yeah. I wish that the symbol on his chest had the bat and then a Z for Zorro. Silesium said, "Thanks for the link. I love Elder Scrolls content." Oh, excellent. I quite like Elder Scrolls. It's fun. It is fun. I just got mildly frustrated when they made that change because I put so much effort and I finally got there, and then like 2 days later it changed. Yeah. PDG said, "Marvel Heroes Omega was fun. It was cancelled because of some scandal with the people who made it." Interesting.
They apparently someone mismanaged the money, but also it wasn't successful enough in the end. Even if there wasn't a scandal for the cash, it didn't really it didn't bring the amount of money they hoped for. Otherwise, it would still be here. Despite the scam, it would still be here.
Yeah. Silesium says, "I need to finish Silent Hill remake, but play DCUO and I am hooked." Yeah, so many people start playing DC and get like really addicted.
Oh yeah. Well, it is a fun game, and despite the flaws, despite the bugs and the issues we've had for the past few days, the game itself is fun. It is a great game.
Yes.
We're just hoping that it would remain as such.
Yep. That's T-Flight is just giving another description of the location for the artifact, so that's good. Silesium says they got to make things with that every now and then, or they lose the rights. I heard. I'm not sure what that means specifically is referring to.
With that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. Sorry. Huey says, "I have the Invincible Spider-Man team UYP."
Team up.
In the end, it will all be worth it.
Oh, team up. It's not UYP. There's an accidental Y. Oh, Invincible Spider-Man team up. Sometimes I'm like brain farting, guys.
That's all right. They made a fun team up. Like there was a Marvel team up comic at some point, and I think the writer was Robert Kirkman. So he had a sort of crossover, whereas it started in Invincible, and then Invincible he's fighting one of his evil archenemy called Armstrong Levy, who can open portals to alternate universes. So at some point he fights Armstrong Levy, and then he opens a portal, and then Invincible ends up in the Marvel universe. And then the story continues in the Marvel Team Up comic. So you have Invincible and Spider-Man who interacts, and then somehow at the end of the comic, another portal opens. I forget the reason. It's been a while since I read the comic. So Invincible manages to go back to his time. Although I don't think he goes back to his time directly. I think Armstrong Levy sends him from one world to the next, and eventually I think the Guardians of the Globe manages to go find Invincible and bring him back. But anyway, so basically there was the storyline where Robert Kirkman was able to have a crossover between Spider-Man and Invincible. which was a fun bit.
Cool. Yeah. Silesium says, I like both Spider-Mans. Darn right! See, I'm
That's
not
fine.
the only one.
That's fine if you like both Spider-Man. The problem is that the
Yeah.
people in charge, sadly, they're actively trying to replace Spider-Man with Miles Morales somehow. And the
I
people at
really hope that doesn't happen.
the people at Sony sadly also are of the same mindset. I don't know why exactly. I'm sure there's a reason. I couldn't tell you the exact. I could speculate, but I'm not going to do that. But
Yeah.
basically that is the mindset we've been seeing for some time.
If
That's-
anyone is saying that people are tired of Peter Parker, I don't think that's true. Like, how much content have they brought out? They keep rehashing and bringing out new actors, and everyone still loves it. I still love it. I don't know if anyone's saying that. That's crazy.
Yeah, but sadly, something that often happens is that I saw it many times on projects that I worked on. Like, let's say the director doesn't like a character, then they'll say no one likes that character and he doesn't want to use it. So let's assume that the people in charge of Marvel don't like Spider-Man for reasons. They want to replace it with Miles Morales. They'll say, nobody likes Spider-Man anymore, just to push what they want. It happens all the time.
Yeah. PDG says, I found the Rock! Yay! Good job directing him there, T-Flight. That's great. T-Flight says, see, that's what I'm saying. Spider-Man 2 is amazing, and you can basically fly in the game, which is why I'm frustrated they haven't did you boys Superman justice and make another Superman game.
They could have made a Superman game. They actively chose not to.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it's that. I think it's they're not doing it by choice,
Yes.
which sucks because so many people want it. Even I would like that, but at this stage, and Superman is not exactly my favorite, but I would love that. Phantom Flame has a topic. There is a skit by Solid TK where Peter actually wants Miles to replace him, and looking at modern Spider-Man comics, I don't blame Peter. In current comics, Peter is going through the 8 deaths of Spider-Man trials where he is forced to watch 3 million people die and his entire career not success. I'm not reading the comics, so I don't know what's going on currently in the comics.
I'm not reading the comics
That
either.
sucks.
I'm kind of sort of aware of what they're kind of doing sometimes, but in a nutshell, for the past I don't know how many years, it's as if they are actively trying to sabotage Peter Parker, to sabotage the Spider-Man comic with Peter Parker, so that they can have a justification to say, see, no one wants Peter Parker anymore. Let's put Miles Morales instead. It hasn't worked
They
so
don't want him because they're butchering him.
Yeah, but sadly for them, Spider-Man is so popular that even with bad writing, even with bad stories, it still managed to sell more than most Marvel comics anyway.
Mm.
And the merchandising, that's another thing. Like the merchandising for Spider-Man alone sells more than all the other merchandising, like the Avengers, Fantastic Four, X-Men, all the other merchandising put together. And not just
Yeah.
a little more, like 10 times more, if not more. So there's a huge gap between the sales of the Spider-Man licensing and everything else. But still, for some reason, they want to replace. They want to get rid of the character. It's crazy, but that's what can you do?
Not much. Complain online like we already do.
Yeah, pretty much.
Steve said Peter Parker equals Spider-Man. Anything else is silly. Well, I respect your standpoint. I just
Yes.
humbly disagree, or very loudly disagree.
Disagreeing is forbidden. The reason for that is very simple. Is that the reason why Spider-Man is popular is and why it has to be Peter Parker. It's not just because of Peter Parker himself. There's also the supporting cast. Like Spider-Man has one of the best supporting cast out there. J. Jonah Jameson, just to name one. And there's a reason also when they had the reboot with Andrew Garfield. There's a reason why they didn't use J. Jonah Jameson, because they had done such a great job with the Sam Raimi Spider-Man to portray the character. And again, the supporting cast of Spider-Man is part of the reason why Spider-Man is so popular. Like, where else can you have a character like J. Jonah Jameson? And that's why also the Ultimate Spider-Man doesn't work as well, because he doesn't have the Peter Parker supporting cast. He doesn't have J. Jonah Jameson. He doesn't have Betty Brant or Ned Leeds. And also, that's one of the things that made the new version of Spider-Man with what's his name, the new kid.
You talking about Miles Morales right now?
No, the one of the movies, the MCU Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that part, so sorry.
Oh.
You're doing
Anyways,
a brain fart. I think I'm a
yes.
bad influence.
Anyway, the new Spider-Man. The reason why it's a bit iffy, although he was successful despite that, but when they made the new Spider-Man movies, they pretty much took the supporting cast of Miles Morales. Like
Yeah.
Ned Leeds is I forget the name of the character, lifted straight from the Miles Morales Spider-Man. So even with the new Spider-Man, you don't have the supporting cast that makes Spider-Man great, sadly. Or you have
That
the
is
cast,
fair.
but it's different characters now, or a different version of the characters.
Phantom says, Pete has literally given up being Spider-Man from depression of seeing the future and seeing everyone he cared about fall at once. If they're forcing the narrative upon him, though, that just makes me annoyed. It doesn't really make me not want Peter Parker.
Yeah, they're pretty much forcing the narrative so that they can have a in-universe reason to replace him. But at the end of the day, it's still them actively trying to get rid of Peter Parker and replace him with Miles Morales.
Yeah. T-Flight says Samuel L. Jackson getting up there in age for him to keep playing Nick Fury. Yeah.
Well,
He has more longevity in the movies though than women do, so he might last a little bit longer.
yeah, he still looks pretty good for an old guy. But yeah, he's getting up there. At some point, sadly, they'll have to recast him, of course. But maybe they're not there yet.
Fred said Batman failsafe sounds the same as Brother Eye.
Yeah, a little bit. They kind of are repeating themselves a bit.
Yeah. I must admit, for a lot of narratives, they seem to repeat themselves a little bit because they run out of ideas. Phantom says Amanda didn't do it. Batman did it to himself. Bruce mind split into two, and Zer tried to force Bruce into retirement and become Batman full-time by uploading his body into Failsafe, a robot that he had created. That sounds really complicated.
I could have sworn it was Amanda was behind that, but okay, if Bruce did it himself, either way, the result is the same. They had basically a Batman robot with the sort of the mind of Batman, but it's the Zuranar part of the mind.
Yeah. T-Fight says, after watching Miles Morales into the Spider-Verse, it's depressing what they have to throw out to become an iconic Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Hang on. It's a depressing what they have to throw to become the iconic Spider-Man. I'm not sure that I understand. I'm so sorry. You
That's all right.
probably understand. Do you understand what he means?
Well, I assume he means in the first movie, what they ended up doing is that they made Peter Parker a deadbeat, not a deadbeat husband. I forget. No, they didn't give him a
Oh
kid.
yeah,
in
one
that.
of the versions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I see. I got it. Okay.
basically, they
I
had.
quite liked that. I liked seeing all the different versions of Peter Parker.
Yeah, but
I
I
liked him. I thought he was like more normal, more real.
I didn't like how they had. Basically, they did what they always do. They had to take down the iconic version so that the new version could look better.
I see what you mean.
They've been
I didn't
doing.
mind that because I found him more relatable.
Dragon Arc is asking Multi, do you know the GTA 5 Superman mod? Absolutely not. I don't play Grand Theft Auto.
Mm.
The thing with the I'll say it at some point.
What?
I guess I'm
Are you
more
looking
tired.
something up?
No, it just I'm trying to remember what we were talking about. I got distracted by our friend here, and oh, there's R or the Spider-Man, evil Dragon Arc, Dragon Rack. He made me lose my train of thought. Read the question again, the last question. Maybe that'll bring me back to what I wanted to say.
The Miles Morales one?
Yes.
Or the Zer. Okay, after watching Miles Morales Into the Spider-Verse, it's depressing to see what they have to throw to become the iconic Superman.
Okay, we spoke about the deadbeat husband. Oh well, too bad, so sad. Next time. Probably wasn't that important anyway.
Yeah, thank you for explaining though, because I wasn't sure what he meant, but now I get it.
Oh yeah, I got it now. I got it.
Go.
Okay.
Say it before it's gone.
Like way back when Marvel had this, the thing with Spider-Man Miles Morales, taking down Spider-Man so that Miles Morales can look better. It's nothing new. When they in the mid 2000, Marvel had this initiative called the All New, All Different Marvel or something like that, where they replaced the Iron Man with Riri Williams. They replaced Bruce Banner with Amadeus Cho as the Hulk. They replaced who else did they replace? They replaced Thor with Lady Thor. They replaced Steve Rogers with Sam Wilson. So basically, they went through this thing where they literally replaced pretty much all their characters with a diverse version of those characters. And of course, the audience didn't react too well to that. So then they announced a whole bunch of one shots called Generations or something like that, where you would have the classic version of the character with the new version of the character in the same comic. Sadly, all they did with those comics was to take down the classic version so that the new version would look better. And also those comics, also in the comic, you have the classic version of the character who validates the new character, who says how the new character is so much better than they were, is so much more stronger, is so much smarter, and is so basically they already they did that trick, which sadly a lot of people thought was a bit dirty, for the all new, all different Marvel look back then, and sadly it's a strategy they keep on using, and that's pretty much what we saw in the Spider-Verse movie with the deadbeat husband Spider-Man.
Yeah. I see, but that didn't make me dislike Peter Parker or not want him. So if that's what happened for other people, that's a little bit sad. I still liked him. I thought he was still cool. I liked all the different alternative versions we got to see as well. I thought it was funny. But maybe that's just me.
I suspect...
And I didn't feel like he was torn down, but maybe they would have had to do a better job of it for it to actually impact me.
I suspect you're a big fan of Penny Parker.
Peter Parker, yeah.
Penny Parker.
Who's Penny Parker?
The one with the robot.
Oh, with the spider robot thing. No,
yes.
I thought that was kind of far-fetched.
Ah, come
I didn't
on.
like that.
Say it. Admit it.
I liked the pig more. No, I really didn't like that one that much. I thought it was bizarre how it was like a robot and a girl, and it didn't really correlate with me that was also Spider-Man. All the others have their Spider-Man powers within the one character, so no, of all of them, I thought that one was kind of ridiculous.
It came from
Ham more.
It came from some manga comic, I think, and the Spider-Ham.
Did you only say that because it was a girl? You think
Nope.
I like them just because they're girls? Is
No,
that what you were doing?
actually, I thought you liked it because of the robot.
Oh, I would like it as a team if it wasn't supposed to be a replacement of Spider-Man or a version of Spider-Man. They're okay, but because it was supposed to be another version of Spider-Man, I didn't like it. I thought that was stupid.
But the
Silly.
the Spider Pig, also known as Peter Porker, the spectacular Spider Ham, there is a comic from the 80s with that character.
I know.
Okay.
I know. But Noir was really good, too.
Well,
I enjoyed that.
Noir will have his own series.
Yeah. I thought that out of all of them, the girl with the robot I thought was the most ridiculous for them.
It is
Because
ridiculous.
It didn't seem like an iteration of Spider-Man. So, yeah.
Well, it's not really. It falls in the category of they don't. A lot of people don't understand that there are rules in comics. There are rules in sci-fi. There are rules in fantasy. A lot of people seem to think that it's just make believe. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter, but it does matter. And sadly, when you break the rules, it kind of removes some verisimilitude from your story, because there's how's it called? The disbelief, the like you can suspend your disbelief, but only so much. Like
Artificial suspension of disbelief? Yeah.
well, the suspension of disbelief. Like for example, when you go with let's say you go for Lord of the Rings. With Lord of the Rings, you have to suspend your disbelief that there's actual magic. You have to suspend your disbelief that there's creatures like dragons and hobbits and elves. So how do you do to make it seem real? You ground it into something from reality. For example, you put it in a medieval setting with castles, with horses, and with various people in various regions. Sadly, nowadays they also want to have like if you look at the one of the thing why I cannot to watch the Rings of Power or even the Game of Thrones, the new Game of Thrones, is that they break the immersion by having diversity everywhere. Basically, they turned Middle Earth into San Francisco or Los Angeles by having the diversity. It's okay to have diversity, but like in Rohan, you should have one type of people. In Minas Tirith, you should have maybe the white people should be there. In Gondor, you should have another type of people there. So that would make some kind of sense. But then if you have diverse people everywhere, that's the third strike. That's the third time where you have to suspend your disbelief, and the whole house of cards falls apart. And sadly, they do that. They do that with science fiction, and they do that with comics as well. Comics, you have to suspend your disbelief that there are people with superpowers. You have to suspend your disbelief that there are people who put on a costume and go rob a bank, or there are people who put on a costume and go fight the ones who are trying to rob the bank. So when you had one more thing that you have to suspend your disbelief for, it falls apart. But sadly, people don't understand that. That's why when you see the Superman 2, when Superman grabs the piece on his chest and his symbol and throws it to Zod and it becomes a big tarp that surrounds Zod. That's why when you see that you go, ooh, because that's not supposed to happen. That's not they're breaking the rules right there. But they rode themselves in a corner. They didn't know how to get out of it. So they said, fuck that. We can do anything we want. And he throws his emblem like that. Or the memory erasing kiss. Like they needed for Lois Lane to forget Superman was Clark. So they had Superman kiss her and erase her memory, failing to realize that that's not one of Superman's power. And you have to
Yep.
the Superman power have been established, and you have to follow the rules. Luckily enough, Superman 2 is a strong
He
enough
could
film.
just go around kissing anybody who finds out who he is.
Absolutely.
If that was a real power, that would be a very different story.
But luckily enough, Superman 2 is a good enough film that you can overlook those minor things. Sadly, sometimes it's a lot of minor things like that you have to overlook, and it becomes too much. There's this great clip from Max Landis where he talks about at some point they had this discussion with his father, and I forget why they were talking. I think they were talking about a script about you have to move. I think they were talking about a script about the vampires and stuff like that. And then his father asks Max, "How can you kill a vampire?" And then Max goes all fanboy. He goes, a stake through the heart, sunlight, and I forget what, a holy water." And his father is, "No, any freaking way you want. It's make believe. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to follow those rules." Sadly, that is the mistake that Hollywood makes all the time. They figure they don't have to follow the rules. They figure it's make believe and they can do whatever they want. And that's why Star Wars no longer works. That's why the Marvel movies no longer works. That's why Lord of the Rings, the Ring of Power didn't work. The Game of Thrones. What else? I'm sure I had more. Wheel of Time. They made a Wheel of Time that should have been a great series, but nope.
Yep, I think you make a good point, and that's probably why I don't like the girl with the spider robot thing, is because I don't want to suspend my disbelief that one step further, so...
Oh, you're so mean to that poor little robot.
I'm sure it'll get over it. I don't think it cares who I am. Phantom said crime in Gotham went to 0, but at the cost of Zer becoming a dictator with his own prison. I mean, the crime in Gotham could go to 0 if we just kill everybody. So, like, there's good ways for crime to drop, and there's bad ways for crime to drop.
Nah, there's never bad ways. As long as crime drops, that's good. That's all good.
Oh, thanks, Multi. PDG says, can we at least get the Lantern Ring accessories? Talk to him, Multi. I don't think you guys realize.
They don't listen.
He has no impact.
They don't listen to me. It would be much better if like a thousand of you guys tell them, like go to the forums or go to the Discord, and if 1,000 people tell them, maybe they'll listen. But if 1,000 people tell me, and then I tell them that 1,000 people want to do that, they're not going to listen to me, and they might even find an excuse to say that those doesn't count. You influence them or something.
Mm.
So if you really want something to happen, you have to tell them, and then maybe they'll listen.
Yeah, and it's got to be a lot of people. Even then, though, there's things that I think they are well aware of, and they still are choosing not to do those things, even though they know. So, I don't know.
Tiny Lilith says...
Multi to say it on behalf of people doesn't work.
Tiny Lilith says they haven't followed the rules for like 4 years. I think she talks about... She means about Marvel, I think, maybe?
Yeah, a lot of things haven't followed the rules for... with 5 years, she probably is being specific, but... No,
they actually, it makes sense. Like, nothing, for quite a while, the movie, okay, she talks about the movies. But even, like, Rings of Power didn't follow the rules that were established already for Lord of the Rings, whether they were established in the books or in the movies. So, sadly, the current crop of creators, whether it's movie, TV shows, comics, they don't want to follow the rules. They want to create their own stuff, and they don't care about what happened before.
Sam says just use the light power and make it a changeable color. So many people have suggested that also. Yeah,
thousands of times, but they don't want to do it. In that case, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something along the line that DC doesn't want to see a Green Lantern with. Sorry about that. So I wouldn't be surprised if the DC doesn't want to see the Green Lantern power being bastardized or something or changed. So I don't think that would be a solution, or I don't think DC would agree to that.
I think I've got some people having a conversation together. So
okay.
Sam says, I don't think the production at DC knows what they are doing anymore. Game might well end up like TF Reactive if this continues. Might end up like what? Gone? Reactive.
Well, I'd say 2025 will probably be an important year. They're going to basically have a year to show us that they have good ideas. They will be able to do stuff that we like, and they will be able to not only keep the game going, but get the game growing again. Obviously, it's not off to a good start, but they have basically 1 year to be able to show it to us. If by the end of the year they made some great DLCs, they gave us some great styles, they fixed a whole bunch of issues in the game. What if they made a lot of great quality of life improvement? Then they might even bring back more people. Although we'll remind me to get back to more people in just a second. But if by the end of the year we get it gets worse and worse and worse. By the end of 2025, DC will be dead. If we keep on going in the downward slope the way we've been going for the past 3 years, then we're by the end of 2025 the game will be done. So if the devs manage to do a good job and give us good content and bring back people, that's one of the important part. Then DC will be fine for a while. But also to what do you want to say?
You wanted to get back to more people.
Oh yeah, more people. That's it. One of the issue, like as you guys saw when they launched a new DLC, it creates a whole bunch of issues. That is sad, but also it creates yesterday the game kept on crashing. It's something that's been happening with DC for a long, long time. In that whenever they add new content to the game, whether they add a new DLC, whether they add Trying to find another example in DLC. Well, let's stick with DLC. So whenever they add, let's say, a new DLC, a lot of people come back to see what the DLC looks like. Sadly, pretty much every freaking time, it kind of breaks the game, or the game crashes, or it creates issues because there's too many people on the game. Like whenever there's a whole bunch of people that come back in the game, and there's quote unquote too many people playing this universe online, the game crashes and has a whole bunch of issues. And every time you would think that there would be an easy solution. Add more servers. Like if the servers cannot handle more than X amount of people, and you release a new DLC, you know that you will get more people coming back. Add more servers to compensate for all the people that will come in. But every freaking time, and it's been like that for like 14 years now, every freaking time, instead of adding more servers, although maybe they do add more servers and it doesn't help for some reason, that is not impossible, I guess. But every freaking time, it's as if instead of adding more servers so that the game can accommodate a lot of a lot more people that are coming back, it's as if they wait and wait and wait, and once people finally get tired of the game crashing and finally leaves, oh, it fixes the problem and we're good to continue. So I don't know why they can't seem to be able to add more servers to be able to compensate for the extra players coming back. Is it a budget issue? Is it that for somehow they don't have the money to purchase more servers? Is it just because they're trying to get the game to run with as little resources as possible? We don't know. But it's always like that, and it drives me crazy every time. And this time was no exception. Like we knew that the new DLC would bring back a lot of people. That was to be expected. Add more freaking servers, and not just one more server, a lot of more servers to make up for to be able to accommodate all those new players. Because that's why DC Universe Online has had a hard time growing. Is that whenever there's a lot of new players who say, okay, I'm going to try DC Universe Online and see if I like it or not, they could play the game and say, oh, I like it, I'm going to stick around. Sadly, also, when they play it, oh, the game crashes, the game has bugs, the game freezes, there's uber lag, and most people don't want to go through that. Most people, when they see that, they say, screw that, I'm going to play something else. So sadly, whenever they do something that would bring back a lot of people, because of the issues they do not fix, because of the lack of servers, well, a lot of those people don't stick around and they leave. So they have, I'm hoping, knock on wood, I'm hoping that this year, whenever they'll add a new DLC, let's hope that they will have the foresight to add more servers to accommodate all the new players that are coming in. Right now, we could say that it's not their fault. They didn't know, like it was the old devs knew that information. Somehow the new devs did not know that. Now they know. It had one. They should know already. Like the Harley Quinn DLC had similar issues. The Brainiac DLC had similar issues. So, so you would think they should know by that. They should know by now. Although it could be that they said it's not our fault. It's the older devs who did that. But here, this is 100% them. So now they have no excuse. They should know that when they put in new content, it will bring in a lot of new people, or it will bring in a lot of returning people. So put enough freaking servers. So hopefully the next DLC, they will get the memo and they will do something about it. We will see. So basically, I would say they have until the end of the year to prove us that they can actually manage the game properly. They can actually add enough content. And they can also give us content we want. Like, it's nice. It's one thing to add new content. If they give us new content we don't want, like obviously getting a raid as an entire reused asset, people don't want that. So hopefully they'll be able to do better next time, but we will see. So if they do a good job this year, if they manage to grow the player base, add more servers, and give us some good stuff, then yeah, DC will be fine for quite a while. But if it keeps on getting worse and worse and worse, every freaking DLC, yeah, we're 2025 will be the end of it. So sadly, at this point, there's nothing we can really do on our end. There's nothing we can do on our end. Like I saw some people on the Discord who dared try to blame the players for all the issues that we have with DCUO. Somehow it's our fault when there's some lag. Somehow it's our fault when there's the game crashes. So sadly, there are crazy people like
I know.
that.
How dare we play their game? Ugh.
Yes. So let's hope they can fix the game as much as possible, so that we can grow the player base this year, and hopefully by 2025, by the end of 2025, we'll have 53% more players playing the game. We'll have a bigger population, and hopefully we'll have better content. Uh, so I would say that this year to pretty
Cross
much.
your fingers on that one.
Well, the thing is, we've been waiting for like 3 years at this point for the game. Every DLC, we think, okay, this DLC had issues. Hopefully, the next one will be better. The next one will be better. The next one, but we've been doing that for like 3 years now. So I would say this
Yeah.
year is the last straw, I guess. They have to do something. They have to fix the game, and they have to improve it. Otherwise, I strongly doubt people will stick around some more. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm mistaken. What say you guys? Tell us in the comment section what you think.
Mayhem or both?
So
I
let's
also
move.
do think that
Oh yeah,
even
go ahead.
though there has been declines that people have been able to see happening throughout the game over the last few years, this one seems like the largest and quickest decline in one shot for me. I could be mistaken, but seeing that alert and raid, seeing that extra raid that is just rehashed content, seeing nothing escalate, so we haven't got our armor set back, we don't get the daily currency, that story at the start drags on so much. I'd rather play most of the previous episodes over that one. It seems like too many things have declined really rapidly on this particular DLC. But
Sure.
I mean, we can give the excuse. They didn't know. They're new.
Keep
They
going.
can
I'll
fix
be
it
right
from
back.
here. No problem. I just really hope that that's true, that we do actually see them react to the current episode release and everyone who doesn't like it with, okay, let's fix that, rather than getting discouraged and not trying to fix the issues that everyone seems to be having, and trying to present us with something we actually really want. Because even though Mr. Rivera seemed quite passionate about bringing new characters into the game and having this backstory for them that I don't really feel like was expressed to us much at all, what of the fan base were asking for brand new characters that weren't DC? Was there a single person who was asking for that? Because I really don't think there was. And if they want to put their own stuff into the game, fine. But maybe also listen to the people who play, because they're the people who will stay or go, and they're, in the end, the people who will keep the money rolling in. So I think that was a really interesting choice, and I'm hoping that the further interesting choices in the future are going to be ones where they actually listen to what the players want, rather than things that seem to be off on a tangent that maybe we're not asking for. So, I don't know. PDG says, oh no, the scandal wasn't over money, but I won't spoil it for you, just Google it. Well, thank you. Now I've got something to Google once I get off of this live.
What spoiler?
PDG said the scandal wasn't over money. Do you remember earlier when he was talking about Warner Brothers, I think?
I was under the impression
Won't
like
spoil it for
the owner of the thingy is left with a whole bunch of cash that was supposed to be for the game, and I don't know. But oh yeah, there was also some.
Maybe there's more to it.
There was some Me Too stuff also, I think. Yeah.
Okay, I wouldn't know. I haven't looked any of it up, so I probably will.
It's been a while, so I have to admit, didn't care so much about it at the time, and don't really care now either.
Yep. Lucky says, I didn't see an OP item for this DLC. The
Aha!
The Veil's the OP item.
Yes, if you go, you don't see it until you play the introductory mission. By the time you're done with the introductory mission, you will get a little, let's call it a collection. You will get a collection that you have to consume, and once you consume it, then you will see that little mask over here. Oh, let's equip it. Oh, what did I do? So you're going to see that little mask over here. It's called the Siphoner style. And if we go to our styles tab, yeah, I could have scrolled. Not too bad. So let's go to the Siphoner. Siphoner, where is it? There we go. So you will be able to see this little mask on the vendor after you play the introductory mission. So sadly, until you play the first mission, the first chains of mission, until you finish the introduction, you do not see the mask on the vendor. But once you're done, and then once you consume the quote unquote collection, then you will get this little mask. So
That's kind of cool on this character.
that is the OP that is the OP item for this DLC.
I am skipping over parts where you guys seem to be having a conversation with each other, just so you guys are aware. Shadow Lurkering says, movie rights for characters can be lost if they aren't used with a certain amount of time. It's the reason that we still get Fantastic Four movies despite them all failing. Yeah.
Yeah, but now that's no longer the case. For the Fantastic Four, the first Fantastic Four movie they made way back when, yes, that one was to keep the rights, which is why it was basically they made it for a handful of quarters, knowing full well that they were never going to release it for theaters. But they didn't tell the actors. Like the actors all thought that it was their big break, they would be on the big movie screen, and it didn't happen. Although it did become then popular later on by accident. Basically, somebody made a copy. Then it was sold on various conventions, and people were still able to see the film, and it's pretty much famous now. And then we got the Superman, the Fantastic Four movies with Jessica Alba. They sadly the second movie, the one thing they did that was really well realized was the Silver Surfer, and even we're talking at some point about the making a movie just with the Silver Surfer, but all those plans went down the drain. And then they made the what some people call the Fan4Stick movie. That one at first it wasn't just to keep the rights, but then it became a shit show, and it ended up being something that they just released just to keep the rights. I so but now Marvel now got their characters back. Like uh, Fox had the Fantastic Four, Daredevil, and I forget what else. And even Daredevil, at some point, the rights reverted back to Marvel. Marvel did some sort of trade with Fox so that Fox could keep the Daredevil rights a bit longer, and they were never able to get their things together in order to be able to release a new Daredevil series or a new Daredevil movie. So the rights for Daredevil did revert back to Marvel. But then once Marvel purchased Fox, then everything Fox, the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, everything Fox had is now back at Marvel, and they don't need to make movies to keep the rights. They own those properties. The one exception is Spider-Man. They do have some sort of time frame where they have to release a new Spider-Man movie, but I forget what the time frame is. And for DC never had that problem. They own all their characters.
It Rap says, did you ever play PvP multi, and what do you think is the best build for PvP on DC right now?
Absolutely, but I haven't played PvP in a while, so I wouldn't even begin to recommend a build.
Yeah, I have never played PvP. I didn't even know it was a thing when I started this game. Other players had to tell me because it was so poorly introduced to me, and it was dying anyway, so no one was playing it.
Well, for a long time, the meta was to use one-handed. I assume it probably didn't change because of how quick it is and the various combos. But other than that, I couldn't tell you for sure.
Mm. Matt says, I don't know about the Spider-Verse version. That felt like people not expecting Miles to be the Spider-Man, but he proves himself to be his own Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2 game is a better example. I'm kind of with him on, like, that felt like people not expecting him to be Spider-Man. I agree. It felt like people didn't expect him to be able to do it, and then he proves that he can. That was the storyline that I got from it, the narrative. I didn't feel any of the teardown for Peter Parker, really. I like Peter Parker in it. All the versions of him.
They could have done that without making Peter Parker a deadbeat husband.
Yeah, true, but that was only one version of Peter Parker.
Doesn't matter.
T-Flight says Shadow.
Let's go back to that.
Oh, sorry, you go.
Notice how they didn't do that for Spider-Gwen. They didn't do that for Spider-Noir. They didn't do that for the Robot Spider Lady.
What do you mean? Give them their own arc?
No, make them less.
Oh, yeah, but I think, at least from what I could tell, the reason that they weren't making them less is because they were being freshly introduced in this story as a one-off character, whereas Peter Parker was there millions of times. and one iteration of them happened to be Deadbeat Dad. I mean, the one we're introduced to at the very start is actually like the biggest hero, and he dies at the start. I really liked that. I thought he was really good. And yeah, I don't know. I understand what people are saying. I understand that people feel like that was put in there intentionally to tear down Peter Parker.
Of
But what
course.
I'm saying is, it didn't work on me. I didn't feel like it was a tear
Right,
down. I
it's
felt like he was just a relatable character who went through something. He has a really good arc too. He comes out of it the other side doing the right thing again. So I don't know. I didn't at all dislike Peter Parker because of that. I liked it. And
yeah,
I
but
still like Peter Parker.
yeah, but again, we didn't see Spider-Gwen being a deadbeat mom. We didn't see Penny Parker being a
No, I know, but
deadbeat
she as a
girlfriend. We
she's
did, we
one-off
didn't see.
character, just like Miles Morales.
Doesn't matter.
If they had to put every single one of those characters in it as a deadbeat version of a character that no one has really a lot of knowledge of, that would be the first impression everyone gets of those characters, and the only impression that we get of those characters, since only one of each of them exists in that particular world, movie, whatever. So, I mean, if you're saying that the only way that you would believe that they weren't trying to tear down Peter Parker is every other different Spider-Man would also have to have been in a bad situation like that, I don't know if I agree with you. I think that they may have been trying to tear down Spider-Man, Peter Parker version in that, but I don't think it worked. At least it did not work for me. I think, if anything, it's made it really obvious to people that that's what they're trying to do. People are too smart to fall for it.
Well, also, it's not done in isolation. Like in the comics, they've been trying to do that.
Oh yeah, I believe that for sure.
Like
I can only speak to the movies.
in the games, like the latest game, they're pretty much doing that. Like they're doing that. It's not an isolated event. Like if it was just the one movie where Peter Parker is a deadbeat husband, you might have a point. Sadly, it's pretty much a trend at this point that they keep on repeating.
I can honestly say I haven't seen all the other stuff, so I am coming at it from only this one thing that I have seen. But what point? My point is that I agree with you, and they are trying to do it, but it just didn't work on me with the movie.
No, you don't agree with me.
No, I do. I
No,
think
you
that's
don't.
what they're doing. I
If
just
you-
don't think it worked.
If you did, you'd say I'm the smartest man in the world.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that.
See, you don't agree with me. I knew it.
You're a smart man in the world.
Too late.
But also, yeah, if I haven't seen the other content, I can't speak to that. I have no idea. But yeah, I think you're probably right. I think they're trying to tear it down. I mean, they do that with a lot of things so that they can introduce the newest thing that they want to push. And I don't like it when they're trying to push stuff on me, honestly. I don't. And Miles Morales didn't seem like a push to me, but I could be mistaken.
It's a push, but it's a push they've been doing. They've been playing the long game for that
Yeah.
push. There's some
Well,
characters
that
where
one
they.
didn't work on me, but I also haven't read the rest of the stuff, so.
Okay.
T-Flight says Shadow would like the Scarlet Spider. I've heard horrible things about the Scarlet Spider.
Well, it's Ben Riley. It's Spider-Man from the 90s. In the 90s, already back then they were trying to replace Peter Parker, and
Okay.
the in the 70s there was a story where there was a clone of Peter Parker. There's this guy called
Yeah.
the Jackal, who was also a professor, who it's a bit common. Anyway, he created a clone of Peter Parker, tried to replace the real Peter Parker with the clone. Didn't work. Peter Parker defeated the clone. I threw the clone in some sort of furnace or something like that, and he continued on his merry way. Once in a while, they would have a storyline. Like at some point, there was a storyline where Smith, the Spider Slayer, was trying, almost killing Peter Parker, and at the time Peter Parker was doubting, am I the real Peter Parker? Am I the clone? So once in a while they would have stories like that. But then in the 90s, they went back with what they called the Clone Saga, and they revealed that the Peter Parker we had been reading for the past 30 years at the time was actually the clone. And the clone came back. The clone, somehow the clone didn't die for reasons. I forget how they explained that. And the clone
That would
left.
piss me right off.
The clone left for years and years. So that's why, not the clone, the real Spider-Man left for years and years. So that's why the clone was able to stick around, marry Mary Jane. And then when the real Peter Parker came back, the clone was married to Mary Jane. And then there was a whole bunch of drama, and Submergent and Peter decide to retire somewhere, and the clone becomes the quote unquote new Spider-Man. Oh no, the real Spider-Man comes back, but since the clone is Peter Parker, the real Spider-Man comes back as Ben Reilly. He dyes his hair blonde. He works in a snack bar or something, and basically they replace the Peter Parker, who's now the clone, with Ben Reilly, who used to be the clone, revealed to be the real one. I know it's convoluted. I have a headache
That's
just
very, very convoluted.
I have a headache just talking about it. Long story short,
Yeah.
they replaced.
I get it.
They revealed that
swapped them
Spider-Man was a
over and
clone.
thought people wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
then
get it.
people didn't like that. Already back then,
No,
people
I don't
didn't like
and I
that.
haven't even been in there.
So of course, 6 months later, they reverted that. Ben Reilly was actually the clone, and Peter Parker is the real one. And they keep on bringing back, and then Ben Reilly died, sort of. But they keep every, I don't know, 5 years they bring back either a new version of Ben Reilly or they bring back Ben Reilly, and Ben Reilly is also and also when Peter Parker decided to be Spider-Man again, then Ben Reilly became the Scarlet Spider.
Yeah. That sounds really confusing.
Yes,
And no, I don't like that from what I'm hearing.
but already
I mean,
already way back when they were trying to replace Peter Parker, and people didn't want that.
I would like to firmly say I do not want anyone replacing Peter Parker. I love that character, and if they're trying to tear him down, I don't like it. I love him. He's awesome. Matt has a continuation of what he previously said, I think.
Sure.
Peter constantly praises how much Miles is better than him in the game,
Of
and
course.
even semi-retires to leave the city. Yeah, see, I haven't played the game yet. All I've got in my head is the movies. So if it becomes more obvious in other things, I'm sure you guys are correct. But from the movies, I didn't dislike Peter Parker.
They're pretty much repeating what they did with Generations way back when. You have
Yeah.
Peter Parker who praises the new version, say how much he's so much better than he is. And if you think about it, go back to the Spider-Verse movie, they do that there too.
Yeah.
That's part of the
Oh, I
point
have to
where
think.
Peter
No, I
Parker
can't
says,
watch it. I don't have time.
"Miles, you're such a good Spider-Man, much better than I ever was." I'm exaggerating a bit, but
there's like an area where he's down on himself and he's like regretting the choices that he's made, and he's talking about how Miles can be so much better than him and
Of
things
course.
like that. But again, I get that was happening, but for me, it didn't make me like Peter Parker any less. It just humanized him a little.
yeah, but
I'm sure it's worse elsewhere, but
it's because
whatever they were trying to do with this didn't work on me for that.
it's because it's not an isolated event. It's a pattern that they keep on repeating. Like
I only know from this isolated event, so.
as was mentioned, they did that in the game in the Spider-Man 2 game.
Yeah, I think that's what Matt's talking about here. Apparently, according to Phantom, Superman has hypnotism in the Golden Age.
Oh yeah,
Had really crazy powers back then.
yeah, the hypnotism, super intelligence. He could wrap a chain around the moon and drag the moon around, or he could even drag a chain around the planets and move planets around. There's a lot of things he could do. Basically, anytime the writers were blocked or wrote themselves in the corner, they would create a new power to be able to solve the problem they had. And again, they're thinking.
You told me that before.
Yeah, and they were pretty much in that mindset. Whereas, it's just silly comics. We can do whatever we want.
I hate that mentality. But
Yeah.
I'm curious for the thing you told me earlier about the mind erasing kiss, the memory erasing kiss.
Yes.
Can he only erase the memory of? I know it's not really canon, but can he erase the memory of people? Just that they will no longer know that he is Superman, or would this go further? I mean, they're really kind of shooting themselves in the foot, giving him that power. Because I don't know about you, but I'd do a bunch of random stuff and then erase people's memories.
Sadly, we don't know. Probably you can just
They
erase.
should just make a character who can do that.
Don't give them ideas.
They'll call her Memory Snog.
Could be.
I've lost where I was up to. Where was I? Sorry, guys. Gone off on a tangent. I'm getting a little hungry, so, I get giggly when I'm hungry. Matt says they kind of nerf Peter in the second game, But I get if he's like getting ready to retire, because he's been doing it for a while. I see he's getting tired of it because he's been doing it for a while. And then T-Flight also says at the end of the game he's got to have a life too, so why not pass the mantle to Miles? See, I haven't played any of this, so I haven't seen any of it.
Yeah, but again, it's the writers putting him in a position where they are pretty much pushing that through the story.
Honestly, I don't like when they do that, when they push stuff like that.
They're twisting the story
to
be able to push
myself.
that.
Yeah. Phantom has a question. I haven't seen the new Superman trailer yet, but is DC's future looking hopeful?
No, not really.
No, not really. No.
I don't know.
There's a lot of things I didn't like about the trailer.
I don't know what's behind their marketing. They have to replace that person. The marketing for Superman is terrible. It's fail after fail after fail. They should hire Ryan Reynolds to do marketing because it's
true.
It's a lot of fail.
Yeah. I think Multiverse and I agreed on almost everything about that trailer, with the exception of the music. You disliked it and I liked it. But everything else we agreed.
In the latest trailer, they didn't have the guitar music.
I liked the music.
Nah, it was better without it.
Fair enough.
But then in the latest trailer, we have the funny cross-eyed Superman. So it's a lose-lose scenario.
Phantom says, I think they've got until 2035 to get this right, so I hope they get this last set of superhero movies right. I don't want to hope for that because I feel like I'm just going to be disappointed.
Right now, everything rests on Superman. Superman has to be a hit. If it's just a lukewarm success, it's not going to work. Because it's going to repeat what happened with Man of Steel. Like, Man of Steel was an outright disaster, but it wasn't a hit either. So they pretty much built their castle on or their house on the house of sand. I forget the expression.
Yeah, anyway, that's it. Built on the house of sand. Yeah.
So basically, the foundation of their universe was Man of Steel, and it was pretty much shaky foundations or broken foundations to begin with. So the whole thing, as soon as they tried to build more movies on top of that, the whole thing collapsed. And if this movie is not a hit, the same thing will happen. So it has to be a hit in order to be able to continue. The problem is, so far, we don't know much about it. They're hiding a lot about it, and usually that's not a good sign. When you hide stuff, it's because you're not very confident about what you're doing. Like another example is the Super Bowl. There's not going to be a Superman trailer for the Super Bowl. If there's one place where you want to put a trailer for your film, it is the Super Bowl. But somehow that's not going to happen. So sadly, there's a lot of red flags all over the place. We're hoping against hope that James Gunn made a great movie, and maybe it's just the marketing department that dropped the ball. But it's a bit scary.
I'm not hopeful. Everything I know of James Gunn, I'm not hopeful. There's just no point getting my hopes up on that one. Sam says, oh, Reactive was a Transformers game that ended up dead in the water because of poor management. Oh, so earlier with what he said, I don't remember exactly what you said, but reactive was actually the right word, but he was speaking about a game that I don't know, and I'm guessing you don't either.
I've heard vaguely about that, but yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, we misunderstood, Sam. Supergirl says they also need to get better at story writing. They broke one of the rules of storytelling in the solo. What rule did they break of story? Is it they're not supposed to tell storytell in the solo?
No, it's the killing a character we never saw before.
Oh, yeah, they totally did that.
Well, they did worse
before we even got to the solo because Jack died.
They did worse than that. They had an old mystery about this mysterious mystery killer that turns out to be a character we never saw before. How can you?
So it's been solved. We found out who it is in the very first part of this supposed 4-part chapter thing. Ugh.
That I don't care so much. It's just that there was no way to be able to even begin to guess who it was because we never saw the character before. Like no matter what clues they put in before, didn't matter. And if it had put some
Yeah.
clues, like we find some playing cards, could it be the Joker? Oh, we found some question marks, could it be the Riddler? Oh, we found I don't know, a dirty diaper, could it be like Sluthor? Uh, we there was nothing, like none of the clues even mattered because there was no way to
Yeah.
be able to even begin to guess who the mystery killer was.
That's why I'm annoyed that it was solved in the first one. If they had have given us time, we could have at least followed clues to. I understand it wouldn't be to a character we all know, but we could have at least guessed as to what was happening or where they came from, or things that were hinting towards the Blue Lanterns at least, or the Indigos, whatever. Just something, but there was nothing. The introduction was fast, with very little backstory, and then everyone died, and it was solved by the solo.
Yeah,
I
they
don't know.
did.
I'm not happy with this particular chapter.
Yeah, whoever wrote the story, they would probably have failed at storytelling 101. It's sad, but what can you do? Don't mean
I'm not
to,
sure exactly what.
yeah, don't mean to insult whoever
No,
wrote this, but sadly, that's the result we have.
yeah, yep. T-Flight said, but I'm not sure what they're referring to. Multi, that's adding too much work on top of the pile for them to go through and fix. LOL. That's true, Multi. It would be dope if they did something as simple as emblem resizing as well. That's from NT.
Oh yeah, that's been asked for years and years and years. They don't have to put emblem resizing. Give us a slim line with a bigger emblem. That's all people are asking for. It would take like when we got some new styles with the new character creation, they gave us some new slim lines. And somehow they could not be bothered to give us one freaking slimline with a bigger emblem. That's at that point, that's clear that they're not just not giving us what we want, they're actively not giving us what we want at that point.
Yes. Yep. Which is really sad. Joe Bear says, I blame GHAM. I don't blame the devs at all. I don't know what that means. GHAM?
The guy from EG7.
Okay.
I think everyone deserves some blame along the way. Whether
Yeah.
it's EG7, DC Comics themselves, and the devs, I think it's pretty much a melting pot where they each get a slice of the blame.
T-Flight says they're wanting to cut corners, that's all. I'm with you on that. It really does feel like cutting corners and monetizing anything they can is what seems to be the motivating factors here. And that makes me really sad because I love this game.
Yeah, well, I guess if some of you guys played Star Trek Online, tell us how was it with Star Trek Online? Was it like that? Were the stories not very good, and they were doing everything they could to monetize the game? Uh, how is it with Star Trek Online, guys? How were the stories with Star Trek Online?
Yeah, actually, I'm really curious about that too because I know some people who played and tried to get me into it because I think probably everyone's aware. I am a huge Star Trek fan. So, but I purposely avoided it because I knew if I started, I would have two games that I'm actively playing all the time, and I wouldn't do anything else in my life. So I purposely didn't play. But now I kind of wish I did because at least I'd know some of what they're doing and why they're bringing it across. Because I don't know. And I'm
Nah,
curious. If you guys know, let us know.
nah, you didn't want to play it. The ship battle, they couldn't flying the ship. That alone was a nightmare. You didn't want to play that.
Yeah. Well, everyone told me I would want to, so I don't know.
Well,
Like,
the away team missions when you would go on a planet, yeah, those were fine. It was pretty much like playing a RPG, isometric RPG, as we talked before. But
Yeah.
the battles with the ship into space, just controlling the ship, you wanted to throw your controller away, and also the ship was so slow, and it wasn't. The ship battles were not fun, and they were a pretty important part of the game.
Yeah. It was apparently quite a bit of drama between I don't know what it was called on there, not leagues, but the groups that they had. A bit of drama going on there. But
Well,
at the time, one of my friends had stopped playing and offered me their account. Do you know how tempting that is? But I
but
said no.
but any game that has some sort of leagues or guilds or stuff like that, there's always drama. You cannot. It's kind of hard
Yeah,
to
that is
avoid.
fair. There is. T-Flight says, I honestly hope they can push DC back to the its glory days. I really don't want to see a forum on a website or Facebook saying, sadly, DC shut down due to the decline of players. Are any issues? Hang on. Shut down DC due to decline of players. Are any issues? I'm not sure what the are any issues mean. I probably read it wrong. But yeah, I don't want to see that either. I love this game and I just want it to keep going. But I don't know that it's declining in players at the moment. It seems like people are jumping back into the game.
Oh yeah,
Let's just
yeah,
hope they're not too disappointed and walk back away.
yeah. That's the thing I was mentioning. Like people did, a lot of people came back to take a
Yeah.
look at this new DLC. The problem is that
Yeah.
if the game keeps on crashing, will they stick around? I don't know. Also, if they once they see all the reused assets, will they want to stick around?
Yeah.
That's a
Who
hard
knows?
sell.
Yeah. Superman said, hello, Shadow, hello, Multiverse. Sorry I'm late. But they have a question. How was the run tonight? That was okay. It was as okay as this particular content can be.
That was fine.
Yeah. Black says, Multiverse, you are the only person that can make an 8v8 PvP happen. Let's dance. I mean, people want it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to try out something.
We'll have to do it sometime. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Last time we talked about this, he said it would be his team versus my team. I don't know that that's the smartest idea because I've never played PvP. Like, I'm going to be detrimental to whoever's team I'm on.
Well,
So, people are probably not going to want to be on my team.
one
except
thing
out of pity.
one thing we could do though is what if we don't make teams? Like people gather here, 5, 10, 53 people gather here. We all queue at the same
Yeah.
time, and then the matchmaking will make the teams.
Oh, yeah, true. Then you'll end up with me.
Could be, could be. So we'll figure something out.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. I wouldn't mind trying it. I would at least like to learn a little bit of how it works. Matt says, in my opinion, felt like the made him the deadbeat husband thing, was for his story arc. He's supposed to be this older Spider-Man with relationship problems. By the end in the second movie, he's a great dad. Yeah, that is exactly what I got. You just said it for me. That's exactly what I got from the movies.
But see,
I'm glad someone else kind of is of the same opinion.
I did not even bother with the second movie.
Oh, see, I watched both. I really liked it. I enjoyed mostly the graphics, like the artwork and the way that they did it was really different, and I really enjoyed that. But yeah, that's good to know that it's not just in my head and someone else kind of got the same thing from it. So thank you for that, Matt.
Well, the thing I really liked was the look of Spider-Man 2099 though. He had a pretty cool look.
True.
You didn't sound too sure
I'm
there.
gonna move my character. Sorry?
You didn't sound too sure there.
Oh, no, I just realized I had to move my character at the same time.
Oh, okay.
I think probably from here, Phantom says, I think the idea, hang on, opinion. I think that the idea, full stop. I feel like that full stop is misplaced. That current media is trying to overthrow past characters is a little bit overblown. Ooh, multi. It's more about creating an interesting story with the original at different points in their life. That's actually that's an interesting take.
Nah,
Because people have different points in their life, and I found Spider-Man, Peter Parker, relatable because of the fact that he was having a hard time, and then his arc made him come out of that a better dad at the end. So
there's too
I don't know.
many evidence pointing towards that, and it's not just Spider-Man. It's pretty much any classic characters, and it's not new. Like I remember 15 years ago, I didn't understand why a lot of people, let's say the younger generations, why they didn't like the classic characters or anything classics for that matter. It kind of makes sense nowadays, now that we know, let's say, a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes. But at the time, it didn't make sense why so many were against the classics. Whether it's classic characters, whether it's classic movies, classic music, there was pretty much a wave of anti-classic stuff already way back when, and it just got worse and worse over time, and it got also way back when it was pretty much covert a little bit, but for the past few years, especially for the past 5 years, it's pretty much overt, and they don't even hide it. Like just go read interviews with devs from various games, go read interviews with the artists or writers for various comics, TV shows, movies. They not only they're not even afraid to mention it, but they even brag about it. They even almost wear it like a badge saying how much they want to pretty much change or destroy the classics and replace it with some new stuff. So there's more than enough evidence right now to know that it's not overblown, and it's not people wearing tinfoil hats. It is going on. Where it's going to lead us, well, we'll see.
Supergirl says the devs need to scrap the blogs and get better at story writing. I say that with love. This DLC isn't the best. I agree. I tried really hard to like a lot of this stuff, but those blogs really just were nothing to me. I read them out for people so that people would know what's going on, but honestly, after the first one, I don't feel like anything else was necessary. Frankly, I don't feel like the first one was necessary. And
Well,
I
right now,
dislike that in order to know... Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry.
No, go on, go on, go on.
I dislike that in order to know the relationship between Jack and Voivode, the only place we really get that information is in the blog. There's barely anything in the actual game, and I find that kind of sad. So, go.
Well, at this point, we're pretty much stuck with it. They're pretty much committed to it. So they're not going to go back right now. They're not going to rewrite the story at this point. They pretty much they probably
Yeah.
wrote the story for the next 4 or 5 DLCs. So just a minute, Rocky's going crazy. Yeah, he's barking at the evil Doomsday. Give me a minute.
He saw a leaf, like, floating along the breeze, and he's very upset because it's invading his visual space. I think this happened the last time we were live, too, is that Rocky got a little excited. Phantom has... Oh,
There we go. That
well, he's
should
back. He might
calm
want to
him.
finish his thought.
That should calm him for a while. What was I saying?
I have no idea. I was about to read a comment. Now that's in my head.
Oh, for the story. Basically, we're pretty much committed at this
the
point.
blogs. Yeah.
Like they have this light and rain story that they came up with. We're stuck with it. We're going to get that for the next 4 DLCs, and the same for the blog. The blog, they're going to do that. That's pretty much
I
the
don't
way.
like the blog.
That's pretty much how they transition from one DLC to the next. It would seem. So the next blog will probably be sort of a recap of what happened in this DLC, and then whatever happens in the blog will lead to the next DLC. That seems to be what that's what they did now. I assume that's what they'll do with each DLC, at least until the fourth DLC. We're gonna have to wait and see for that. But at this point, they're committed. At this point, they have what's the expression? At this point, the arm is in the meat grinder, and there's no going back. All you can do is go through and hope for the best.
Oh my goodness, what a horrible visuals you just gave me. Oh. I
Well-
don't want to picture someone with their arm in a meat grinder, Multi.
Well,
Oh.
if you have arms, it's your fault
If I have arms, that's my fault.
somehow. I'm trying to say like the people online who were saying that it's somehow the player's fault if the game crashes.
Oh, right, I see. Phantom says, for example, Terry McGinnis may be Batman, but he is not Bruce. It doesn't take away from what Bruce did in the past. Miles may be Spider-Man, but he has his own stories and is far away from the current Peter as can be currently. Ben Reilly is Cataclysm currently. I think you are making a point there, but at the same time, if they bring in these, for example, with Miles Morales, if they bring him in and completely get rid of Peter Parker, and then it's a replacement, I don't know that I like that, because that seems like a very intentional nerf of one thing to bring in something that they've planned, rather than something that seems natural and real to me. So I don't mind if other characters are portraying different things, like Miles Morales is Spider-Man, and there's different people who are Batman and things like that. But I mind if they're intentionally doing it to overrun the other character, which seems like that is the case, but that's from what Multi is saying. I haven't observed it myself. I've only seen this movie that we're talking about, the Spider-Verse ones. So I'm probably coming at it from an area of naivety, because I just don't have all the information. Are you okay? Do you need a tissue?
No, no, I'm just waiting. You said pretty much all that needed to be said.
Oh, I do that. I'm amazing. um, Shadow Lurkering said, didn't they add Bruce Wayne DNA bullcrap to Terry's story? I have no idea. Did they do
Oh
that?
yes, oh yeah, they did that. They did that. They couldn't help
Ugh.
themselves. Basically, it started well enough. It was this young kid basically gets saved by Bruce Wayne. Like there's a whole bunch of evil jokers who try to jump him. Bruce Wayne intervenes, helps the kid, but Bruce Wayne is old. He needs pills for his heart, and so the kid helps Bruce Wayne go back into the manor. And then Bruce Wayne, being an old guy, he kind of falls asleep in the sofa or in the couch. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So, and then somehow Terry McGinnis finds the Batcave, finds the Bat costume, realizes that, oh, Bruce Wayne is Batman. And then he wants Bruce Wayne to. I think his father was killed at the time at that point in the story, or is it anyway? So at some point he wants Bruce Wayne to become Batman again because his father was killed, and he wants to know what happened. Bruce Wayne says, "I'm too old." Terry McGinnis goes into the Batcave, steals the Bat costumes, and the Bat costume, and becomes the Batman, or as we know him, Batman Beyond. It started well enough. It was an alternate version of Batman that didn't really replace Bruce Wayne, or that replaced an old Bruce Wayne in the future,
That sounds
far in the
okay to me.
future.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but then later on, they couldn't help themselves. They had to link him to Bruce Wayne somehow because he pretty much finds Bruce Wayne by accident, and he pretty much finds the Batcave by accident. But then they turned it into some sort of a fate thing or something like that. So it turns out that Amanda Waller took some DNA from Bruce Wayne, and they created Terry McGinnis because the world needs a Batman or something like that. And
Oh,
in
I hate it.
in a roundabout ways, Terry McGinnis is sort of the son of Bruce Wayne or the clone of Bruce Wayne, or depending on how you want to see it. It's like it's like when people see X-52 as the daughter of Wolverine. When she's a clone, she's not his daughter, but I guess in a roundabout ways you can argue that she genetically speaking, I guess she's his daughter. But anyway, so they did kind of that with Terry McGinnis.
I hate it. Very, very forced narrative, I feel.
Yeah.
Lucky is asked. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Lucky is asking, have you seen the new Spider-Man on Disney Plus? Nope, I have not. I don't have Disney Plus. Have you?
Yeah, it's a diversity Spider-Man series. Pretty much everyone except the Spider-Man is non-white, and also he has a weird costume. They're playing the fact that he put his costume together with like a T-shirt. With a whole bunch of different stuff, like he doesn't really know how to make a costume, so he just put a whole bunch of stuff together, and it's a diversity Spider-Man story.
Yeah. Superman says, love the kryptonite-laced Doomsday style multi. Oh, getting compliments for your drip.
Thank you, thank you. I was pretty happy with the result.
You do look awesome.
Oh
yeah. The Machine Boss says, where was Harry in the new Spider-Man show? Harry? Oh,
Harry Osborn.
No, I don't know. I haven't seen the new show.
Actually, we didn't see the show. I don't know, but the if he's talking about the Marvel movies, I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I guess they felt. I guess they felt they. I guess they felt they overused him a bit. They used him in the first the Sam Raimi Spider-Man, then they used him in the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. I figure by the time they got to the what's his freaking name? The guy who he goes out with Zendaya. Anyway, by the time they Tom Holland, there we go. So by the time they got to the Tom Holland Spider-Man,
Andrew Garfield in my head, I'm like, that's the wrong one.
So by the time they got to the Tom Holland, they probably thought that Harry Osborn was overplayed, and decided to give him a break. Like we don't have the Green Goblin either. We don't have, so they went a bit in a different direction. As for the TV show, if they was talking about the new sort Spider-Woke TV show that they have, I have no idea. I didn't watch it. I saw some of the promo stuff, and there's no way in hell that I'll ever watch that.
I have not watched it, and I don't have Disney Plus, so probably won't either.
They tried to make a Spider-Man for a quote-unquote new audience, so Good luck to them.
Well, hopefully the new audience is enjoying it. Phantom said DCU Bruce as Batman naturally pushes people out of his life like a Nightwing. True. Absolutely true. But even though Bruce does, he is still a kind soul when it comes to his desire to save others. Yeah, also true. That's one of the things I really liked about Batman.
Sure.
Because Bruce is the one that I started to read, of course. So, yeah, I like that. And also, I at the time was a person who kept people at arm's length, so maybe I could relate a little bit because I had trust issues, don't anymore. And so, yeah, I don't know. I found him relatable because he really, really cares for others, but at the same time is very keep people over there while I stay over here sort of thing. And I get that, and I liked that. MDK says, Shattered sounds so tired. I'm so sorry. I'm a little hyper. So what happened is yesterday I was recording my video in the morning. Then Multiverse reached out to me and I thought, oh, that's nice, but sorry I can't chat because I'm recording my video. Then when I finished recording, I went onto my phone and saw that I had emails from Multi asking me if I would like to be on the live with him for yesterday. And I was like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I didn't look at that. I hurt my back. I wasn't looking at my phone. I was trying to rest. So I jumped into the live. That live went for about 3 hours more after I had jumped in, which is 3 hours less that I had towards my editing. So last night I'm trying to edit. I'm falling asleep while I'm sitting at my computer, and I was like, you know what, I can't stay awake. I'm going to edit it really stupid and miss something. So I went to bed, laid down, slept about 3 hours, got up, prepared for this live. So I've had little sleep. So I'm a little tired. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to be, but yeah, that's basically what happened. And then once I'm off this live, I've got to go back to editing the video that should have been out yesterday, which is my bad. I should have been checking my email. Sorry, I feel like I went off on a massive tangent then, Multi.
That's okay.
Phantom says, you can think of it like the universe giving back to Bruce when he's sacrificed by being Batman. Interesting. I don't know that I would think of it that way, but sure. More conversation amongst people. Robert is saying if they made the Killer Kane, I feel it would have worked seeing how he is a character in the comics.
There's a lot of things they could have done.
Kane. Yeah.
There's a lot of things they could have done. For example, like the Blue Lantern, it could have been Saint Walker. Why not? So the killer could have been Saint Walker's brother. Like they seem to be setting up a storyline around the two sisters. So what if use a Saint Walker for the Blue Lantern, and what if the evil killer is his brother? Why not? Or if they really want to make it a female character, let's make it a sister. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So they could have done that, and even better yet, they could have found maybe an already existing character. Like maybe what if the killer is the Blue Lantern elephant? I forget his name. Anyway, so there's a lot of things they could have done different. Even the same for Voivode. Voivode, they didn't really have to use Voivode. Maybe because of the way the character ends. But I'm sure they could have found an incidental character that no one cares about. That could have like I don't know, which character could we think of? They could have used a character. Let's say Copperhead. No, we need a hero. Let's use. I'll find something at some point. I swear. I'm sure there's a character they could have used, and probably like a character that hasn't had a comic in 20 years. Nobody saw in the last 20 years. And there's like pages of characters in the Who's Who omnibus. So I'm sure one of them would have done the trick, but that's not what that's not what they want to do. They wanted to create new characters. Also, strangely enough, all the new characters they created were female characters. I don't know if we can read anything into that. They keep on talking about. I was saving that for a video, and I'll probably do that again.
That's Jack and Voivode and the Blue Lantern and her sister.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, you're so right. How did I not see that? That's so silly.
Well, the thing is, like when we heard what his name, I'll talk about the meaningful storyline, storytelling, and important storytelling, and also there was also a producer letter that was saying something like that, like compassionate storytelling. These are all talking points of activism storytelling. Uh, One thing I fear, I dread, I'm terrorized is that they go full activism with their storytelling, where they try to redress, like they in a lot of places they try to redress the balance that there's too many white male and superheroes, so we have to create not just female characters, but um, trying not to say brown females. Can't find another word.
Of color. Females of color?
Diverse females. Let's say that.
Diverse.
So and this seems like an attempt. Like, okay, there's too many male characters. Let's create a whole bunch of female characters to balance it out, and also let's make the two of the female characters the central characters of the next storyline. Uh, I'm terrified that they're going to go full activism on us with that storyline. I hope I'm wrong. I'm knocking on wood as much as I can.
Every time they do something like that, it feels so forced, and I don't enjoy it.
Well, the worry I have is that like we have Dragon Age: The Veilguard. That was a disaster that went full activism storytelling. And right now, BioWare is laying off people by the hundreds, and they're talking also about shutting down the studio. That's how bad they did, thanks to Dragon Age: The Veilguard. There was also the Concord game, which again went full activism, and the game didn't last 10 days. Uh, Suicide Squad versus Justice League could be pretty much could fit into that. Whereas the let's see, Suicide Squad versus Justice League with the Lady Freeze, like if they wanted to have a female character in Suicide Squad, sure, no problem. Use a Killer Frost. Like they needed a female character.
Yes.
They needed a character with ice power. Sure, use Killer Frost. Also, Killer Frost already was in the Suicide Squad in the comics. Already was Suicide Squad in some animated movie they did some time ago. So why not? It made a lot of sense. Sadly, they went with Lady Freeze instead. So what can you do? And even Deadshot's daughter, like why? Other than adding an additional female diverse character, there was no point in using Deadshot's daughter. And I'm pretty sure there's no one in the world who thought for 1 second, "Hey, I'd like to play as Deadshot's daughter." No one ever thought that. So sadly, Suicide Squad also had sadly the stink of activism storytelling, and I'm worried that the new devs will bring that over to DCUO. I hope to be wrong, but sadly, it doesn't look good.
Shadow Lurkering says, the solo felt bad to me because we saw the character being killed and just stood there waiting our turn. You are so right. I
Absolutely.
can't believe I didn't articulate that, but you're so right. It feels like I'm just standing there letting it happen. Oh, I hate it.
Well, it's something that often happens in game, and every time it's not good game design. Like when you end up in a cutscene and something happens that you cannot prevent, it's not good. There was that. I remember when I played Baldur's Gate 3. There was a moment like that. At some point, you fight some sort of angel, and and at some point in the fight, no matter what happens, she kills an NPC. The angel kills an NPC and then flies away, and there's nothing you can do to prevent the killing and to prevent the running away. Sadly, it's something that happens way too often in games, and sadly, it's often, let's say, poor storytelling. And yes, we have that here.
Yeah. Supergirl says Star Trek Online was actually good with story. It wasn't all over the place. So hopefully, that is something that we will see that gets a little bit fixed up in this game if it really was good storytelling. But there's also maybe the people who are writing the stories for over there are not the same people that we have right now.
Yes, maybe our friend Al had a better writing team on Star Trek Online. I guess it's possible.
Yeah. Lucky said, I really wish they would have done better for this DLC, but the open world is really nice. Completely agree with you. The open world is really pretty.
The one thing people agree on is the open world looks good. Having snow, something people have been asking for a long time. So yeah, for that they did good. But there's a lot of things for which they didn't do too good.
Yeah, like a lot of things they didn't do too good, but yeah. Um, Black said, "Can we force multiverse into the DCUO office?" No.
Nah, they wouldn't listen to
They
me.
won't listen. No, it won't. It wouldn't work. It's. I think last time you said it's like oil and water, which I completely agree with. um, DOA Kickflip said, "Hey Multi, I know this is a very specific question, but do you know if the Egyptian chest piece, Shroud of Zehuti, I think, still drops in the Gotham University duo? I've been trying for it for a couple of days with no luck."
It could be a rare drop. I have to admit, I'm not sure what the. Sadly, we don't know exactly what the drop rate is for a lot of things. Very often, when we do say a drop rate, it's pretty much a guesstimation on our part. I have no idea how rare that chess piece is, how rare the drop is. The only thing I could really say for when it comes to drops is the iconic weapons. Way back when, I think it's Sharon or Red 5, I forget which one, specifically told us that for the iconic weapons, the drop rate was 5%. So if the chess piece has a similar drop rate, it could happen that you play the mission through 2 times, 3 times, 23 times, and still don't get the chess piece. Although it could also happen that maybe it no longer drops there. I couldn't confirm that, sadly.
Neither can I, for sure. Matt said, "They replace heroes all the time, though. Just look at all the flashes DC has."
Yes, they do. Yeah, but they like when they replaced Barry Allen, they killed Barry Allen in Crisis on Infinite Earth. So yeah, they replaced him with Wally West, and then
Yeah.
they brought back Barry Allen, and he replaced Wally West. So yes, it happens. And then they brought back
Yeah, it
Wally,
does.
and then they brought back Wally, and then we had Barry and Wally side by side. So yes, they did it, but not quite the same way. And they did that also with Hal Jordan. With Hal Jordan, sadly, way back when we had Hal Jordan in the 60s, and then they wanted to create a backup Green Lantern, an alternate Green Lantern for when Hal Jordan is sick or he's tired or something. So they created, I believe they created Guard Gardner first. But then later on so when Hal Jordan was, let's say, unable to do something, the Ring would seek Guy Gardner, and Guy Gardner would be Green Lantern. Then they did that with John Stewart in the 70s. Again, already a very early attempt to be more diverse. And later on, they brought back. And for a while, Al Jordan wasn't Green Lantern anymore. He quit, and John Stewart was Green Lantern for a while. Then when Hal Jordan came back, then they had the quote unquote the entire Green Lantern Corps, which sadly at the time was like just a dozen Lantern left for some reason. And so you had Hal Jordan, John Stewart, and a handful of Kilowog, and I forget who else was there. Kat Matui. Anyway. But of course, then later on they brought back Hal Jordan again, and they kind of tried to share the main Green Lantern comics. Oh, Shatterstar move. They tried to kind of have the main Green Lantern comics with mainly Hal Jordan, but sometimes you would have a Guy Gardner, sometimes you would have John Stewart, and then for John Stewart they gave him his own miniseries, Mosaic or something like that. And then later on, they had Al Jordan go crazy, become Parallax, and replaced him with I forget his name. The Mexican,
Brain farting seems to be a common thing when you're here with me.
I guess it is. The one who's an artist. Come on, I cannot forget his name. Kyle Rayner. Holy crap, Kyle Rayner. So they replaced him with Kyle Rayner for a while. And see, that is a mistake they made even at the time. If you recall, when they replaced Al Jordan with Kyle Rayner, people were not happy at all because they literally replaced. They really literally did what they keep on doing these days. They literally replaced Hal Jordan with Kyle Rayner, and the Hal Jordan fans were not happy. and there wasn't that many Kyle Rayner fans. Like Kyle Rayner did work for a while until the early 2000s, and then I don't know what happened. In the early 2000s, people didn't seem to care about Kyle Rayner very much, so they decided to bring back Hal Jordan. And even in the Justice League animated, if you're wondering why there's John Stewart is the Green Lantern in Justice League animated, the Justice League people didn't want to use Kyle Rayner. They were and DC did not want them to use Hal Jordan, so they said screw that, we'll use John Stewart instead. Even Alex Ross, when Alex Ross did Kingdom Come, you'll notice it's not Kyle Rayner that he's using. And again, somehow he couldn't use Hal Jordan, so he used Alan Scott instead. So people were really pissed when Hal Jordan was replaced by Kyle Rayner, and so eventually they did bring back Hal Jordan, but it took a while. So even DC did manage to with the Flash they did a good job switching from one Flash to the next because people did like Wally, and it did make sense also at the time for Kid Flash to become Flash, seeing how Flash was dead. But for Hal Jordan, holy crap, people were not happy at all. So it can be done, and it can be done in a way that the fans will accept. Sadly, too often, all they do is that they get rid of the old guy, create a new guy, or replace him with a new guy, and usually people don't respond well to that.
Phantom says, and I'm hoping I'm going to read this correctly, with Peter, according to interviews with writers, editorial wants the character to constantly struggle because they are afraid he will lose his relatability, hence one more storyline.
Oh, that if he's talking about one more day, that was a shit show. Oops, I should say that.
Ooh, multi.
The thing with one more day is that apparently it's a lot of people at Marvel, but Joe Quesada was pretty much the driving force behind that. Apparently, having a Spider-Man that was married was problematic. I'm guessing that a lot of writers were not married, so writing a character from the point of view of a married character, they could not really relate to that,
and
they didn't know how to do that. So they for a long time, the writers were asking that Spider-Man. They tried to end the Spider-Man marriage for a long time, and that's also one of the reasons why they would replace Spider-Man so that they could replace him with a non-married Spider-Man, because they did not want Spider-Man to get divorced. And also they tried to kill. That's funny. They tried to kill Mary Jane, and at some point also Mary Jane was pregnant, and they tried to kill her in some sort of a plane explosion or something, only to bring her back later on. And they never really explained how come she didn't die. They didn't explain how come she wasn't pregnant anymore, which is the whole point also of the Spider Girl comic. Like basically, someone decided to take that storyline and actually do something with it, and that's how we ended up with Mayday Parker, the daughter of Spider-Man. They pretty much took the story from where Mary Jane was pregnant and decided to create an alternate future with that. And for Mary Jane, they brought her back. We didn't know how she came back from being dead. At least I don't recall how they brought her back. And somehow she wasn't pregnant anymore. And later on, what did they do afterwards?
That's really convoluted and confusing.
Of course. But then, okay, and then later on, to try to end the marriage, well, they came up with one more day where they have Aunt May being shot. She's about to die. Spider-Man makes a deal with Mephisto. Mephisto tells him, okay, I'm giving you one more day, and then afterwards, I'm going to save Aunt May, but everyone will forget you're Spider-Man. And you will forget you were married to Mary Jane, and Mary Jane will forget that she was married with you. And basically, they used that to erase the marriage, and that was a disaster.
It absolutely sounds like it. Like I'm really off put by that.
It was terrible because it led nowhere. They did that because supposedly being married preventing them from doing interesting stories with the character. But even after they broke up the marriage, the stories were still garbage. They still couldn't write Spider-Man somehow. And to this day, they're still not capable of doing it.
Yeah, clearly. Robert is asking, when are they having the cross-faction league?
We don't know.
No idea.
We were told that it was. I don't know if it's in the works or if they're thinking about it, but it will. Hopefully, they'll start working on that soon. But the truth is, we don't know. Did they start working on that? Did they just start workshopping ideas and did not really start working on that just yet? We don't know. We don't. Sadly, the devs don't tell us anything, and they certainly
No, they
don't give
tell
us
us
a.
nothing.
They certainly don't give us a timeline. Like notice, we didn't get anything for 2025 so far. Like the last time we had a producer's letter was in December, but we didn't get. They could have. It didn't have to be a producer letter. They could have just told us a post or a message or something saying, "Hi guys, 2025 just started. We'll get the anniversary event. We'll get chapter one. Then I don't know. In June we'll get chapter two. In October we'll get chapter three. We're aiming for that, but hopefully we'll be able to pull it off." It's like they could have given us a timeline of what to expect and what was coming up, but they didn't do that. They suddenly they keep us in the dark, and they only tell us what's going on at the very last minute. So we usually, like with the new DLC, we found out, I don't know, 3 days before, so we were able to make a video about it, let you guys know about it. But that it took. Sadly, we got the information last minute, and it seems that's how it's going to work pretty much from now on. If we're lucky, we'll get the information a couple of days ahead. But sometimes, like the anniversary event, we found out the same day as you guys, I think, or not the anniversary. There
Yeah,
was
I
there
think
was
so.
there was something that pretty much happened on the day that we had to find out for ourselves and then tell you guys. So
Yep. Uh, the Shatterverse said, I wish someone told me that I have nice drip. He's the Doomsday beside me. So I would just like to say, your Doomsday looks awesome. And I'm saying that because it's true, not just because you're asking for a compliment. It is awesome.
nah, you're just saying
Love
that.
it. No, never.
Too late.
I also really like the shadow band behind me. I think that looks cool too.
The shadow. Oh,
Yeah. I don't know. It's creepy as.
yes, it is.
And the Doomsday is just really accurate.
Well,
So,
it's the official
beautiful.
Doomsday style we have in the game.
Yeah, and it looks great. I'm not sure if this is meant for us or not, but they said the word talking, so I'm just going to assume it's meant as a question to us. Robert is asking, whoever is talking, do they know Matt Super 1971? I have no idea who that is. So,
I heard about him a
no.
bit, but nah, I don't really know him.
What have you heard? No.
Nah, it's too vague. I won't even tempt fate.
That's fair enough. Phantom says, but man, they be doing my boy Peter dirty. However, at the same time, when Tom Holland Spider-Man first appeared because he didn't struggle, Dan's got mad. So they started making struggles like in the comics. I didn't realize there was no struggle to start with.
I wouldn't say he was struggling all that much in the movies. His biggest struggle is when he's fighting the Vulture at the end, and even then.
Yep. They follow up with, which is why Aunt May was killed and became Tom Holland Peter's Uncle Ben.
Yes.
So, yeah, fair. Oh, MDK says, and the sisters they used were randoms. Absolutely true. I don't know what the choices are that they're doing.
I don't know. Sadly, at this point, we're committed. We're gonna have to wait and see what happens in chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, and hope it gets better.
I've just read Superman say, hey, Shatterverse, that Doomsday is actually me. Which, I mean, this Doomsday does look familiar, so I'm pretty sure that is true. That is Superman's Doomsday and not Shatterverse's Doomsday. But either way, the Doomsday is looking awesome.
There was another Doomsday before. We were the Doomsday
Oh,
Core.
maybe I'm mixing them up. Yeah, maybe there was two. I'm so sorry, guys.
That's all right.
KA is saying, what was her power? Never see it. Yeah, we don't know.
Oh, we don't know.
Nobody knows.
Never mentioned. Never saw it.
T-Flight is asking, or thinking rather, I wonder what phase 2 is going to be if they continue the story plot. Yeah, so do I. Because I thought that the narrative that they were kind of hinting at was something that would extend further than one episode release. And I feel like every question I had was answered in this particular episode in the solo. I didn't need anything else really. So,
The only thing we I was going to say I was going to say the only thing we really know is it's going to be about the two sisters, but it's more of a guess than anything else because it is what the title kind of suggests with light and rain. But
yeah.
uh, could it be a misdirect? Could be wrong? Could we be wrong? We don't know. But it looks like it would be the two sisters.
Yeah, Multiverse made that leap on his own. I had no idea, so Multiverse is making at least better guesses than I am because I was like, I'm clueless. I've got no clue. But I think I'm still just really disappointed about what has been released, so I haven't really thought about what's coming next. Question from Phantom: have you guys seen Batman 2004? Maybe I need to know. Which Batman that is. I may have.
Oh yeah. It was made by the same people who made the Jackie Chan animated series, the Jackie Chan Adventure
Okay.
or something like that. It was kind of cool. You can see you can quick early on you can see it was made to sell toys. And ironically enough, I don't think they made that many toys based on that show. But yeah, it was a cool series. A bit wacky. Like the Joker looks pretty wacky. Uh, but no, it was fine. Although, for full disclosure, I only watched, I think, the first season, maybe even only the first half of the first season. So I didn't watch the whole thing.
Yeah. I haven't watched any, so as far as if you're saying it's a series, no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, they made I think 4 seasons.
Tifa also says exactly, but no, they didn't want to put Killer Frost as a playable character, but Deadshot's daughter, you're all serious.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't really understand a lot of the choices they make, to be honest. I'm really confused. I don't get it. Robert is saying, are they putting Max Mercury into the game?
Nope, not as far as we know. It would be nice. It'd be a nice addition to the Flash family, I guess, but not that we know of.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they put any new characters in the game that aren't ones they made up them. I'm getting bitter now. I'll shut up.
That's okay.
I'm just going to shoot myself in the foot. No, I'm saying nothing. Phantom says, Flash and Green Lanterns are an interesting case, but the invention of the multiverse first, right?
Sure. Not sure what that refers to.
That the Flash and Green Lanterns are an interesting case of being able to replace the character. I assume that's what they meant.
Oh,
being
okay.
able to replace the characters and have new ones come in. But the invention of the multiverse, right? I assumed that meant the multiverse came first, and then different characters were able to be introduced because the multiverse was introducing them from alternate dimensions. But I may have misunderstood that. If you didn't get it, then maybe I'm wrong.
Well, technically, the multiverse came out with the Flash of Two Worlds. Basically, in the Flash comic, they have the story called the Flash of Two Worlds, where Barry at some point he gave some sort of show to some kids, some sort of quote unquote magic show, and by vibrating so fast, he ends up on Earth 2. And there he meets Jay Garrick, and then realizes because in the Flash comic also they had established that Barry as a kid was reading the Flash comics that featured Jay Garrick. It was a fun Easter egg that they had early on, but then they decided to turn it into what if the Flash comics that Barry was reading actually another universe where there was an actual Flash character. So that's what they ended up doing. So Flash goes to that Earth 2, meets Jay Garrick, comes back to Earth 1. That's the end of that story. Until sometime later, they have another crossover. This time, I think this time Jay Garrick comes back to Earth 1. And then later on, they had what pretty much became a yearly event, Crisis on Two Earth or Crisis on Earth something it was called, whereas the Justice League and the Justice Society would meet. and they would have a sort of crossover for a few issues, and it pretty much became a
Yeah.
yearly thing. So the
I'm.
oh
Oh, sorry. You go.
so the tools were all there to be able to get alternate version of characters, but in most cases they did not use the multiverse. Like they just had Barry die in the crisis of an infinite Earth, and Wally became the new Flash. The multiverse wasn't involved in that really, other than Barry
Yeah.
dying to save the multiverse. When Hal Jordan becomes Parallax, uh, again, nothing to do with the multiverse. Hal Jordan becomes Parallax, destroy the Green Lantern core, and then I think it's Gauntlet finds Kyle Rayner in an alley, gives him a ring, and that's how we got a new Green Lantern. The multiverse wasn't involved. And for a while, Hal Jordan was an evil villain. And obviously, everyone knew it was a bad idea because at some point they killed Hal Jordan when he tried to save the Earth from the Sun Eater, and then they turned him into the Spectre. But then they brought him back with Green Lantern Rebirth. So that all's well that ends well, I guess. But for a while, they really didn't know what to do with Green Lantern, with Al Jordan, until we got Green Lantern Rebirth, and then the Sinestro Corps War, then the Blackest Night, and all that good stuff.
So the next person's comment, I can't read their name, so I'm just going to call them Effa. Black Lantern, tank slash controller power, when? Never would be my guess.
Yeah, never salvaged
But
the guess.
I think if they're going to bring a new power to the game, which I don't think they're doing, by the way, I don't think they're doing that. But if they did, I think that the one is most requested is Blue Lantern, not Black. So I think
Yeah,
that's probably more likely.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. T-Flight says, I like Guy Gardner and Kyle Rayner, the only two I know who got both lantern powers. Cool. Shatterverse says, why does everyone hate on DC but never Marvel? Not all of us are built for this mental BDSM. I don't know what that means.
No, the
But
people,
I hear people hating on both quite often.
oh yeah, especially since Endgame. Before Endgame, you would have a point. A lot of people were pro
Yeah.
Marvel, and a lot of people did seem to be anti DC at the time. But pretty much since Endgame, people hate Marvel as much, maybe even more than DC at this point. With movies like the Marvels or the Eternals, and probably something else I forget, and the upcoming Captain America movie. Sadly, or the She-Hulk TV show. Like right now, not a lot of love for Marvel, especially also
Yeah.
with Howard Mackie, who did say that Captain America doesn't represent America. It's not looking good for Marvel
He
either.
doesn't?
Sorry?
He doesn't? How does Captain America not represent America?
Yes. I think it was trying
That's
to say
ridiculous.
that Captain America represent global ideas, like ideas that everyone can relate to. But he did that in a bad way. He said that
A roundabout way.
Captain America doesn't represent America. He represents a good man who tries to do the right thing and who tries to be good. And he could have said all that without saying America, but somehow he had to say that no, Captain America does not represent America.
Oh dear. That's literally his name. I mean,
Yeah, but nah. I guess he was trying again. He was trying because he was talking. Was it in Rome or something? Like basically, he was trying to say that Captain America is not just for America; it's for the rest of the world also. Because you have to remember they have to sell ticket. They have to sell movie tickets outside of America as well. And that I guess
yeah.
that's what he was trying to say in a roundabout ways, where he was trying to appease people outside of America to convince them to buy tickets, but it came out wrong.
That's kind of funny because I'm not American, and I don't care if it's Captain America. Who cares? That doesn't stop me from going. I'm so confused.
Sadly,
I know who Captain America is. I would watch Captain America regardless. That's weird.
sadly there
That's
are
weird to me.
there are people who hate America, and there we go.
But if they change the name or try and say that about Captain America, I don't think those people are going to suddenly go, oh, well then I'll watch it. No problem. Like, it's not going to make any difference, is it? Except confuse the hell out of me for some reason.
Well, they tried that with the first Captain America movie. Like, if you ever wondered why Captain America is called Captain America: The First Avengers, it's because in some country it wasn't called Captain America. It was simply called the First Avenger, where they thought that
Well, there you go.
people were maybe anti-America. They tried to do that, and I guess that's sort of what they were. He was trying to appease basically the rest of the world and convince them that the movie is not just for America, but he ended up making it sound like America was not a good place.
Oh, my stomach is growling. But yeah, he's kind of shot himself in the foot with that one because I didn't think anything of it until you said that. And now I'm like, that's kind of silly. But Phantom says, Hal Jordan was also replaced because he became Parallax, and redeeming the character after he went on actual genocide against all of his allies wasn't working. It took them so long and so many retcons to bring Hal back from that.
Oh yeah. But they were able to do it with Rebirth. Basically, Rebirth pretty much brought back Hal Jordan, but it also brought back Green Lantern as at the time it was pretty much DC's best-selling comic after Batman. If you wonder why, when we had the New 52, Batman pretty much remained the same and continued with the same continuity, and Green Lantern remained the same and continued with the same continuity, and everything else was changed, that is why. At the time, Green Lantern was one of DC's best-selling book after Batman, and heck, it might have even been selling more than some of the Batman titles.
Your comment section has an extremely hilarious conversation about toilet paper right now.
That's all right.
We'll go to the next section. Matt says, Spider-Man is kind of all about struggling with superhero and normal life stuff. With great power comes great responsibility, they say, lol.
It's not so much struggling as the whole power fantasy thing is very often people would think that, oh, if I had great powers it would solve all my problems, or it's like when people think if I had money that would solve all my problems. And basically it was a metaphor that no, even if you get great powers, not only is it not going to solve your problems, it's going to add to your problems. It is going to create extra problems. So when Peter Parker was broke and needed money for Aunt May, he couldn't find a job because he was busy being Spider-Man. Or when he tried to get a job, he lost his job because he was busy being Spider-Man. We see that at the start of the second movie. Like, he tries to have a job delivering pizza, but then, oops, he has to stop to do something, and then he delivers his pizza. He's late because he had to do some Spider-Man thing, and he loses his job. The lady doesn't pay for the pizza. The guy, his boss, fires him. And so it is a trope where basically the idea is, if you had superpowers or if you had money, it wouldn't solve your problem. It would just add to them. So if you cannot solve your problem now without those things, you're not going to be able to solve your problems even with those things. It's going to just add more problems. But then I guess it got translated for the Marvel guys as he has to struggle all the time and everything has to be tough, and that they're missing the point a little bit. Actually, they're missing the point a lot.
Yeah, I don't need to read some of these out. Phantom has a question. Speaking of Marvel, have you guys gotten to try Marvel Rivals?
Absolutely.
You have, yeah.
Yes. I've been meaning to play it more. I just couldn't find the time, but I had fun with it. Yes, it's only PvP, so I don't think I could spend days after days after days playing Marvel Rivals and grinding the PvP. But it is a fun game. You can play as they have a good selection of character. Although even there you can see that they're trying to get, let's say, diverse characters. There's a whole bunch of lady characters, which is fine. But at least they do have Captain America, they have Iron Man, they have the Hulk, and not only do they have those characters, but they have a good interpretation of those characters. Like, the Hulk looks awesome, Iron Man looks awesome, and they don't look exactly like the comics, but they're close enough that they have the essence of the characters. So they did a really, and they look good. They did a great job on the design. There are some people who complain because sadly the ladies are too sexy, but I don't know that happens
Oh,
that happens all the time these days. So it's sadly
yeah.
it's forbidden to have sexy ladies in video games, which is why sadly I believe that might be why they replaced Catwoman. I hope not, but we don't really know. But for Marvel
Yeah.
Rivals, it is a fun game. If you obviously you have to enjoy PvP. If you don't enjoy PvP, you're not going to have fun. There are rumors that they might add a PvE a PvE aspect to the game. But even assuming they add that, what's that PvE going to be? Are they going to have like a big city like Metropolis that the players can explore, or are they going to have something like Legends PvE? We don't know just yet. Assuming that they do have PvE, of course.
Uh, Phantom says, I would have replaced Miss Freeze from for Captain Cold or Nora in SSK TJL. However, that's one character writing wise they could have swapped out for way better results. And then he also says, this is kind of fun. I can mention any topic and bada bing, bada boom, a little bit of history and a little bit of lore because you are, Multiverse, an encyclopedia of all the DC things.
Of course. Of all comic things.
Yep. I should have just said the
Too
Suicide
late.
Squad
Too
killed the
late.
Justice League instead of trying to do the letters. I
Too
don't
late.
know why. It's too late. You're right. I've already done it now.
Absolutely.
Marvel Rivals. Okay, T-Flight says it's crazy because the Infinity Crisis, they killed off Oliver Green Arrow, and he was the Spectre.
Yes. No, actually, Green Lantern was a Spectre.
Mm. Oh yeah, he said a Green Arrow. Yep. Outsider Reese says, question, would anyone like if DCUO did an adaptation of the Identity Crisis story?
Nope.
Might have been slightly better than
Nope.
the current DLC. Nope. I have no strong feelings one way or the other because I don't have enough information to render an opinion on that. But Multiverse says no, guys.
It's the story where Dr. Light grapes Jean Lauren.
Ooh, geez, that's awful.
So no, you don't. No.
No, thank you.
That story
thank you.
That story
I'm
should
on
never.
Multiverse's side for once.
That story should never have existed to begin with. And because then later on also it led to they have to mind wipe Doctor Light so that he forgets what he done. But then Batman sees them mind wiping Doctor Light, so they mind wipe Batman as well. And then it leads to the whole Infinite Crisis and OMAC thingy. No.
Mm. I hate that. I'm very glad that you said thank you.
He did say Identity Crisis, right? Not Infinite Crisis.
Identity Crisis story. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep,
No.
Identity.
No. Even though it is what leads to Infinite Crisis. Oh no. It was a really bad. It was a really bad time for DC Comics at the time. Let's not go there.
Yep. T-Flight says, I wish they came, I'm guessing came out with another Marvel Ultimate Alliance game.
Oh yeah, we'd love. They did come out with one for the Switch. Sadly, it is exclusive to the Switch. Why not have it on all the consoles? But we'll never know. There probably was some behind the scene deal that were made. But yeah, it would be nice to get a new Ultimate. Not even just to get a new Ultimate Alliance. Give us Ultimate Alliance 1, Ultimate Alliance 2. Like those games are no longer available. Give us those games on PlayStation 5. Then give us Ultimate Alliance 3, which somehow is exclusive to the Switch. And then, give us Ultimate Alliance 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'll take them all.
Oh, I've hit the bottom of the chat.
That's good.
Sorry?
That's good.
Yep, we're getting there. Outsider Reese says, I respect Multiverse's opinion, but the core of that story was a murder mystery, much like what's happening now.
Yeah, but the mystery didn't work. The mystery was flawed from the start. There are clues that didn't work. At some point, it's been a while since I read the story, so I kind of forget what the details are. but the mystery didn't work, and they even had to tweak it to change it a bit because they were worried that people might be able to guess who the killer was, and they really wanted that to be a surprise. But some of the clues they left, once you find out who the killer is, the clues don't even work.
Yeah. I think I missed one here. I just realized. Robert said, "Has anyone played Justice League Superheroes?" I have
No,
not.
I wanted there was a what was it called, just League Legends or something way back when on I forget what platform it was, and sadly I was never able to get that.
Hmm.
So it would have been nice.
Oh,
It would have been nice to get a Justice League game, but they gave us a Suicide Squad game instead.
yeah, I think I haven't played a lot of games, but the ones I have played, I've played a lot. So I played a small amount of games, but I've played a lot of them. So yeah, there's a lot of games that you guys bring up that I have no clue about, and also I haven't been playing for as long as a lot of people have been playing, who are in your comment section, and also as long as multi. So sometimes you guys bring up stuff, and I'm like, I've got no idea. I apologize because it means I can't contribute, but Multiverse usually knows what everyone's on about, so it works out in the end. Matt says, couldn't be more right about Alliance. About Ultimate Alliance. Sorry, I can read.
Absolutely.
I think... Lucky says, so what do you think the next DLC will be about, and how long before it comes out? Multiverse is predicting 4 months.
I'd guess it's going to be about the two sisters. Again,
Yeah.
the title of the storyline for the next four DLCs is Light and Rain. I'm guessing that it refers to the two sisters. So that would be sadly that's the only thing we really know. We know that one of the sisters is a Blue Lantern. The other sister is becoming or just became an Indigo Lantern. So it's probably going to be something Lantern related, which is strange because way back when I think Sharon uh, I told us like a couple of years ago that there was some Lantern related stuff coming up. So was that what he was referring to? We'll see.
Robert says PS2 Justice League Superheroes, so I'm guessing that's the game he was referring to earlier.
Yes.
See,
So
PS2, I don't know what games I played on that, but it was so long ago.
see,
There wasn't many.
that was before my time. I started PlayStation on the PS3. So
Yeah.
yeah, whatever games there was on PS2, I never got to play those.
Superman is asking, will DCUO ever make PvP gear account bound but tradable through the bank?
Nope.
Ugh, I don't even think they're thinking about PvP at this
They'll,
stage.
they whatever PvP we have right now, that's what we're gonna have in 10 years. So they're not going to
Yeah.
change it.
Fandom says we've got to introduce Shadow to some comics runs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's just a matter of when I have time for stuff. Lucky says, do you think skill points matter anymore? Oh, you broached this topic earlier.
Get enough to be able to get weapon mastery if you're using weapon mastery. Get enough maybe for your main stats, like if you're a controller, try to get enough for vitalization. With a tank, try to get dominance. With a healer, try to get restoration. But don't go crazy. If you don't have 800 skill points, that's fine.
Yeah, everyone I play with doesn't have full stat points, and we do really well. So I don't know. Phantom has a question. What do we do if DCUO makes it to PS6? Celebrate. We celebrate.
We do
with
the
a
happy dance.
snowball fight in Kaznia.
If PlayStation
And the happy dance.
if this Universal Now reaches PlayStation 6, we do the happy dance for sure. Which could happen. For one, there's rumors that we might get PlayStation 6 as early as next fall. So
No way. Oh, wow. It may happen. Then we'll have a party.
yes.
Snowball party in Kaznia. Superman said, dang, I would have thought so because PvP is so dead, but understandable. Yeah, I don't think they're looking at it at all. But, I mean, we could be mistaken, but I really, really doubt they're looking at anything PvP at this point.
Well, listen, it's you can see it for yourself. Like the last time they added anything to PvP was when the first Suicide Squad movie came out. I forget what year that was, but that was the last time they did anything PvP
Yeah.
related.
It
So
was before I started playing, so it's years ago.
so whatever how many years that was years and years ago. So think about it yourself. Do you think they didn't
Yeah.
touch PvP in all those years? Are they going to bother with PvP again? That's all we'll say.
I don't know. I don't think so. But even if they do bother with PvP again, at the moment, I don't think that's their focus. That'd be like much further in the future. T-Flight is saying, hang on. I feel like it's a question being answered. It's about stat points. They're saying that they do really matter, but only until you get your skill points past 500. Most of the people I play with have them more around 400. And we can run elite stuff and think, like, it's not an issue. So I think 400 might be a more accurate number there, but I guess it depends what your role is as well and where you're spending them. So, yeah, maybe 500, I don't know.
Well,
They certainly don't, they're not necessary up to 800, so...
Well, as we mentioned before, yeah, if you play as a tank, yeah, you might need more skill points than if you play this as a controller.
Yeah.
Because with a tank, you'll need dominance, you'll need health, you need if you're a fire tank, you'll need restoration. So yeah, with the role of the tank, yeah, maybe you'll need more, but with most characters, you probably don't need that much. Like
Weapon mastery too.
try if you can manage to get 100 skill point in your main stat, you're probably fine.
Yeah. We are at the bottom of the chat.
That is good.
Superman said, "Role and power depends on the stat points count when it matters." So yeah, I agree with that. It's a little dependent on what you are and exactly how you're playing that role. But I certainly don't think 800 is necessary to be a good player at all. Yeah, we're at the bottom. If there's any more questions, guys, you need to get them in ASAP.
Oh yeah,
Otherwise, we may not get to them.
You have 2 minutes, and then we're leaving because we've
2 minute timer. No, I'm just kidding.
we've been here for a while.
Oh,
and,
we have. I have a very stiff back.
And Shadow is hungry.
I am. How did you know that? I didn't tell anybody I was hungry.
Actually, you did.
Except my best friend.
You said your belly was grumbling.
I did?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. That's because I could hear it grumble, and I thought it might go through my microphone. Yeah, I am hungry. Because this is my morning, so I've been on this live since 9 a.m. It's now 3 p.m., and I have not yet eaten. So, yep, I'm hungry.
Robert Carter is asking, would they ever put Karate Kid in the game? I don't think so. Or I guess it depends on which version of Karate Kid, because we do have the Legion of Superheroes. So they probably wouldn't give us the original version of Karate Kid. They would probably do something like Marvel. Marvel pretty much by the end of the first Iron Fist season, the second Iron Fist season, I think, they replaced Danny Rand with the Chinese lady whose name I completely forget. Because sadly, you cannot have a white guy doing karate. It's sad, but that's forbidden now. So with Karate Kid, they would probably do something similar. So I think there is a version of Karate Kid that is Chinese or Asian. I'm not sure if it's Chinese. So they would, if we ever get Karate Kid, yeah, they would give us the Asian version, assuming they ever give it to us. Which I don't think so. We haven't had anything Legion related in quite a bit.
Phantom says, so there's something that's been bothering me about a bit, I guess, about older actors. They are clearly ill, but no one is talking about it. Are they? I don't pay attention to that sort of thing unless I'm actually watching a movie or something, but I haven't done that in a while. Are there actors who are unwell?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean, so I'm not even. We're not going to go there.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what you mean either, Phantom. Lucky said yes. I guess that's referring to me saying that I'm hungry. Yep. Sorry, guys.
Oh, and Lucky wants you to look at his base. Put that on your list.
Oh, yeah. So, can you communicate with me either in a comments section on my channel or in-game to my character, preferably my hero, which is listed in my description, and I can add you to the list? I would be happy to. Just make sure wherever you let me know to reply, because in here, I won't be able to save the information. So, it needs to go somewhere that I can save it. But I would love to. I love base tiering. It's so much fun. But keep in mind, I have a long list. And the next person on that list is Johnny Blaze. So I got to do his first, and then I'll go through the rest of the list. And I think I've got about 20 people on the PlayStation currently on that list, and I've got a few on Xbox as well. T-Fight says, DCUO will forever be alive. I honestly couldn't see this game ending. I really hope you're right. I love this game. I don't want it to end.
Well,
I wouldn't like it to decline either. Maybe no decline would be nice.
in theory, there's no reason for the game to end, and we even have Warner who wants to have more and more live service game. DCO is the ultimate live service game. I was a bit puzzled when they were saying that because basically they tried to have a live service game with Suicide Squad, and for a while I put on my tinfoil hat. Last year, basically when 2024 started, that's pretty much when we started experiencing radio silence in DCUO. And we didn't know that they were about to lay off a whole bunch of people from the game. But also, it almost felt at the time as if Warner were planning to replace DCUO with Suicide Squad. It's as if they did not want to release any real DCUO content at the time. Also, there was literally a communication breakdown at the time. So it felt a bit weird. It felt as if they were trying to leave all the room for Suicide Squad, and they did not want DCO to overshadow Suicide Squad. I could be crazy under my tinfoil hat, but it did kind of feel like that. And luckily, the Suicide Squad game was a disaster. And then afterwards, we started getting some DCO news, and then the PlayStation 5 client and stuff like that. Now it could be just a coincidence. That's true. And we don't really know what exactly happened behind closed doors. But at the time, it was really worrisome. We could almost expect that maybe they were trying to replace DCO with Suicide Squad. Maybe if Suicide Squad had been a success, that would have replaced the DCO. But lucky for us, that didn't happen, and we still have DC Universe Online. Now, are they going to try to make more live service games? Probably, but it was a bit strange at the time because they were talking about having certain live service games, but they already had the ultimate live service games that is DCO, and they were not really investing investing in the graphics update or investing like they could probably benefit a lot more upgrading DCO, but it's as if they thought that it'll be easier to create a new game than trying to fix that whole game. But turns out that new game didn't work, and that old game is still going. But we'll see.
Matt says, this was fun to listen to. I'm Mentis Noir in game, a villain like more people should be. I do understand. One of the reasons that my best friend and I, when we first started to create our characters, chose to go back and redo them before we even got into the game is because I looked up what the best choices were to start with in regard to hero and villain, and we were creating villains because that seemed like more fun to us. But when you look it up online, they say you are going to have better luck getting into things if you play a hero because more people play heroes. And so we swapped it over. So my first character, had I have gone off just what I wanted to create, would have been a villain. Because sometimes it's a little bit of fun to play something that's completely unlike yourself, and villains are that. So I have many villains now, but at the time, my first one would have been a villain if we didn't backtrack, but I totally backtracked. Robert says, they killed off 2 characters as they tried to make us feel for them, and yet we find, spoiler alert, Neuron is involved. But they tried, but they failed.
I know what he's trying to suggest. Like some people on the forums were saying that obviously they're not really dead. Neuron will bring him back to life or something. Who cares?
If they do that, why on earth create brand new characters if they can't actually, what is the point of them?
But even then, who cares? What if Neuron brought them back? Did anyone really care about those characters? I don't think so.
No. Even with the information from the blogs, I didn't care about them. It was too quick for something in this game where it's like this episode where everything dragged and was so slow and long. That part of it, the relationship between them and their personality, that was quick. I barely got a look in and I didn't care. Jack is dying the first time we meet her.
Yeah. So
at
yes,
the end of the episode, She's gone. Voivode is gone too.
So yes, they could bring them back, but I don't really. Full disclosure, I don't care.
Same. I don't care either. And if they did, I'd be like, yeah, of course they did. Because, bring back the two characters that no one cares about, and, so they can join the storyline for the other two characters that no one cares about. Just, I don't know. That's maybe a little harsh, but I didn't enjoy it. It bothered me. Oh, some people are saying that they need a villain revolution.
Sadly, there's not enough villains.
Sorry.
Sadly, at this point.
It's true. There's not enough.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they do the two factions thing, hopefully that means grouping together and doing load-ins together will become a thing. And when that is a thing again, or if not again, when that becomes a thing, it'll be much easier to get into things for the villains.
Hopefully.
It will be easier for the heroes too, because there's just more people to play with. But for villains, really, I think that will improve their gameplay.
Hopefully, sadly, we're going to have to wait and see for that.
Yeah. Robert said, you guys are cool to answer questions. Thank you. I know I'm cool.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know about multi, but He's mostly cool. Phantom says, no, I'm going to go over that one. Sorry, Phantom. T-Flight says, wouldn't it be awesome if they did a DC Marvel crossover in-game? Yeah, it would be
absolutely.
Awesome. It's just not going to happen.
Nah,
yes,
it probably won't happen. Although
I would love that.
Although things seems to have changed a bit behind the scene, because we did get the Marvel versus DC omnibus. We got the one with all the various crossovers, and then we got the one with the Amalgam Universe comics. So who knows? Maybe things did change behind the scenes, and maybe something like that could be possible nowadays. But the truth is, it seems unlikely.
Yeah.
It would be cool.
I love the idea.
It would be cool, but it'll probably never happen.
Phantom has a question. Do you think DCUO will get a sequel like the Final Fantasy MMORPGs? Nope. I'm struggling with the acronyms today.
I saw that.
Multiplayer online RPGs. Sorry, did you answer already? And I talked over you, didn't I? I'm so sorry.
That's all right. I said no.
Okay.
And you have to move.
Oh, thank you. I'm looking at my phone, not looking at all at the screen.
Right.
There we go. Phantom said, wait, so the Reckoning is DCUO original? As far as I know, yes.
Yes, they created her especially for the game.
I wasn't sure at the start because they said they created two characters with a big backstory, and I assumed from the blogs that they were talking about Jack and Voivode. But It seems more like that the two characters that they have the backstory for is actually Esperanza? I don't remember her name properly, sorry guys.
That's all right.
And Reckoning.
Yes.
Rather than those two characters. So, I think it's odd that the hint that we were given and the picture that they used is clearly Voivode. So,
misdirect and try to tease us at the same time.
See, but it would be a tease if we could actually guess who it is, or if it was something familiar. It's not a tease. Ooh, look at this new character. It's not her, it's this other character that you could never have known because we just made her up. It's silly to me.
Well, they wanted to be mysterious and not spoil the mystery, I guess.
I have big thoughts. I'm going to stop. Matt says, you heard people complaining about how hard it is to find raids and stuff as villains since there's more heroes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm one of those people who finds it hard to do stuff when I'm a villain. I will say it's nice that you can queue up and then randomly be matched with a group of heroes if you're playing a villain so that you don't miss out on it. But it would be nice to be able to group together and do things rather than having to hope for the best. Phantom says maybe they'll make it into comics one day.
Maybe, but I kind of doubt it.
People liked them? Maybe? I don't know.
Well, usually to make the jump for something like that, it has to be popular characters. Like the reason why Harley Quinn was able to make the jump is because she became really popular with the animated series. Would the two sisters become popular enough that they would want to make them into a comic? Probably not. But again, for quite some time, even in the comics, they've been trying to push characters that people don't respond to. So it could happen,
Mm.
but it would be a bit of a waste.
I agree with you. I think it would be a waste if they tried to do that with characters that people are clearly not really enjoying, at least not at this stage. But Phantom said, sorry, not Phantom, T-Flight said, I think DCUO is on par with World of Warcraft and Elder Scrolls. Yeah, I think so
Yeah,
too.
I suppose.
I think DCUO has been around longer than both of those.
No,
Maybe not.
World of Warcraft was there before.
World of Warcraft is the longest. Yeah, you're right. But it's doing pretty darn good.
Oh yeah, World of Warcraft has
Fred
been
said, sorry.
doing well for quite some time, but even they for the past couple
Yeah,
of years have been struggling. So
yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of struggle in gaming right now, and there's a lot of people that were laid off all over the place. There's studios that are closing down. Uh, so yeah, and there's studios. Sadly, and even if we wanted to feel sorry for some of them, sadly, in some cases, they pretty much were the beggar of their own demise. In the case of Dragon Age: The
Mm,
Veilguard, like they did a game that they pretty much already knew that the audience that's not what the audience wanted, and they said, "Screw that, we're doing what we want." And then they lost a whole bunch of people were laid off, and now they're talking that they'll probably shut down the studio. And sadly,
yeah.
I wish DCUO doesn't follow in their footsteps, but we'll see. But so it's been rough for a lot of games right now. But sadly, in many cases, in the case of Dragon Age: The Veilguard or BioWare, in the case of Concord and I forget Sony, I think was buying Concord. These games were a disaster, and a lot of people lost their jobs because they made poor decisions.
Yeah.
And they lost hundreds, like in some cases, they lost hundreds of millions of dollars. So
um, Fred says the OP goggles needed a mod slot like the overcharge goggles.
yeah, but they didn't give it to us. Yeah, that's the first thing I
Yeah.
checked. I looked and I thought, holy crap! Oh, where's it? Oh no, I lost my mask. Yeah, that's the first thing I checked. I thought, does it have a slot? Nah, it doesn't have a slot. So sadly, no mods for our
Yeah.
face piece, unless I'm knock on wood. Maybe once you upgrade it, maybe we'll get a slot. I don't believe that for 1 second, but who
Me
knows?
either. Yeah, would have been nice, but no,
Yes.
I don't think so. T-Flight says, man, people spend over 5,000 in this game. Yeah, I feel attacked. I have to have at least hit that by now.
No, I'm okay. I only spent 599, so I'm good. 5,099, so I'm good.
499. Yeah.
499. It doesn't concern me.
Yeah.
499.
4,999. That's you. Yeah.
Yes.
Just that. um, Lucky said, "What would it take to save the game?" I
Uh,
mean, I don't know that there's anything that can change right now that we can do as players to save it. But listening to the fan base and making changes to the game and episode releases that the fans are actually interested in would probably be my first choice. Then people will stay.
well, hopefully they can fix the crashes and lag issues we keep on having from time to time. So that would be. But then again, as I mentioned a bit earlier, like we had this DLC come out. We had a lot of people that decided, hey, let's log in and try out this Universe Online and see see how things are right now. And sadly, a lot of people could not log in. I experienced game crashes, experienced Uber lag, and as if they did not have the foresight to add more servers. As if they did not have the foresight of a lot of people will come back to the game. Let's add servers to make sure that when people do, the game will run fine and people will stick around. They didn't
Yeah,
do that. Will they do that for the next DLC? We'll find
cross your
out
fingers.
we'll find out next time.
Yeah.
Odds are I hope we're going to get at least 3 DLCs this year. So they have been 2 more DLCs to try to improve. Will they? Sadly, we'll know by the end of 2025. We'll know. Either they'll have improved the game enough that people will be happy, or that'll be it. We'll know then.
Machine Boss, I didn't skip or ignore your question. I genuinely didn't see a question. So if you have a question, pop it back in and I'll try and read it out. Lucky, what would it take to say... Oh, I just did that one. T-Flight, I'm not an even evil villain. I'm a misunderstood villain, so an anti-hero.
Too late.
Yep. Matt says, hey, I mean, Luna Snow is a Marvel Future Fight original character in Marvel Rivals, so who knows?
Yeah, but
I don't know.
if she
Sorry, go.
became, I don't know, did she become popular in that first game? Did
I don't
she
know.
like the thing is she popular or did they push a character that they wanted to push? We don't know that. I'm not sure if the character is popular. I haven't played Future Fight myself. I haven't seen the comics where she appears. So it could be that she became popular and people love her. Could be that people are just it could be the Marvel are just trying to push her the way they pushed Miss Marvel. We don't know. I don't know enough about
Yep.
that other game and about the character itself. I'm vaguely aware of what went on behind the scenes or of what happened, but I don't really know enough to know for sure.
Dante is asking, do you play on Xbox, PS, or PC? That's probably directed to you.
US PlayStation and US PC.
Yeah. If it's directed to me, all. I play on Switch, Xbox, PlayStation on the US server, PlayStation on the EU server, and I do have PC, but I only use it for test. So. Mike is saying, is anyone else having lag issues? Because my game keeps freezing and I don't know what to do. I don't know what server you might be on, but a lot of people are having lag issues with the current DLC at the moment.
There's nothing to do because the problem is not on your end. The problem is on DC's end.
Yeah.
So earlier today they had to shut down the Xbox server for a while and try to fix whatever issue they had. So for a good chunk of the day, Xbox people were not able to play. And even this morning, like I even made a post to let people know that even this morning the servers were down. And I have a bunch of you guys that did send me messages saying, "Oh, thanks. I was trying to log in, didn't work, didn't understand why." So sadly, they had
Yeah.
they had various issues, and it's their issues. There's nothing you can do on your end.
I'm not sure what this means. Matt is saying Future Fight, the mobile game for anyone wondering. I'm not sure if something was said earlier that I don't know. I did skip conversations between people, so maybe that's what that's from. So I'm really sorry, Matt. I'm not sure what that's referencing.
Well, it could be also when we were talking about the Luna Snow or something.
Oh, yep, true. T-Flight said they can't be like Epic Games and Fortnite multi-crossovers.
I don't know. The thing is, we don't know what kind of deal they have. Like we don't know what kind of deal Fortnite has, and we don't know what kind of deal DCUO has. And also in the case of Fortnite, from what I understand, Fortnite sells billions of dollars of characters, styles, whatever. They're making money hand over fist, so anyone who would like to be included in that. So that is probably the one exception where you would see Marvel and DC characters together. Although, is it really Marvel characters? Like when you see Batman in a gun or Batman with a pickaxe trying to build a house. But anyway, so yeah, you have Marvel and DC characters in Fortnite. Fortnite is such a juggernaut that everyone wants to be involved, and they're willing to make any concessions that Fortnite impose on them just to be included. So maybe if someday this Universe Online becomes so big, so popular, and decide to add Marvel characters, maybe then Marvel would say yes. Maybe then DC would say yes. But the truth is, we don't know. And the odds are probably not.
Phantom has a question. What does everyone think of the Nemesis system? They say the system will be in the new Wonder Woman game. I don't know what the Nemesis system is, so...
It's something they used in Lord of the Rings, Shadow of Mordor. Basically, it has to do with the AI of the NPCs and also how what you do will influence the rest of the world. I don't know all that much about that, so I'm not going to say too much about that. What I will say though is that for the Wonder Woman game, don't have too much hope because sadly, way back when they quote unquote announced a Wonder Woman game, and when they showed the trailer for the Wonder Woman game, that's all they had. They had no game. All they did was they made a trailer. They released the trailer in a few places to basically gauge interest. And last we heard, not too long ago, they still didn't have a game. So we don't know what's going on
Yeah,
with
that's
one.
sucky.
We don't know what's going on with Wonder Woman, but it's
Yeah.
a bit of a shit show behind the scene. So unless until they actually show us a game and some gameplay, I wouldn't expect anything.
Mm. Matthew is saying, I wish they would give us an extra color palette. So do I. Absolutely. But that's a lot of changes they'd have to make to a lot of armor styles to add an extra swatch in. But I do wish they'd do that too.
That would be nice. Will they do it someday? We don't know.
We don't know. Oh, Kaya, hello. Gotta say hello. There we go. I don't pay a lot of attention to the actual game. I just looked up to check if I needed to move my character, so good timing with that.
It's okay.
So Lucky is saying, so no more testing it online before it comes out.
We
I
don't
don't know
know.
if that's...
I wouldn't say that,
Yeah.
but obviously this time, either they didn't have the time to do it, and that's why we didn't get it. So it could be maybe next time they'll be more prepared and they'll be able to be on the test server. But even then, even if they had put the DLC on the public test server, doesn't really matter because a lot of the issues we had were server issues for PlayStation, server issues on Xbox, and even if you put the DLC on the test server, the test server is on PC. So either those issues will not come up, or whatever issues we would have on the PC test server, not the same issue as on PlayStation, and not the same issue as Xbox. So at the end of the day, whether the DLC would have been on the test server or not doesn't matter because what we have is server issues, and the test server doesn't 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 indicate anything for the server of a PlayStation and Xbox, sadly.
Yeah. T-Flight also says, cause you're too goody two-shoes and wanted to be heroes all the time,
Of
which is
course.
absolutely true. If only the devs would listen to their fan base, OG players, and you wonder why WoW is still popular in this day. Even RuneScape is having a large fan base of players still going strong. Which,
Nah,
yeah.
I understand the sentiment. Sadly, even the OG fan base sometimes is off the mark. I'll say you one word: the clamp. Okay, it's two words. The clamp is we have the clamp thanks to some of the OG players, and
Yes.
it was a mistake. So
Yeah. I really hope they remove it. I doubt it, but I just want to hope anyway.
from what I understand, we're not going to get it for the casual content, but that's it.
Yep. Yep. Matt says, not sure if Luna's popular in the mobile game because I don't play it either, but I know most people didn't know her.
No one knew
Fair
her
enough.
when we saw her in the Marvel Rivals. A lot of people didn't know her. People were wondering why we had her. But some people were nice enough to explain that she came from a previous game, then was into the comics, and then was added to Marvel Rivals. Now, is it someone at Marvel who's trying really hard to push that character? It could be. Sadly, that happens. The best example I have is Miss Marvel. The reason why Miss Marvel was pushed so much, there's a couple of reasons. One, diversity. They wanted to have a Muslim superhero out there, but also she was co-created or created by one of the vice presidents at Marvel. I forget the name of the lady, and it's basically a self-insert character. Basically, the lady created herself as a superhero and as a young kid, a young teen, and whenever that character gets used, she gets a big fat check as royalties. So of course she's going to push that for that character. So sadly, sometimes there are outside interests why some characters get pushed. I wouldn't be surprised if Blue Beetle is one of those things. It could be that whoever created the new Blue Beetle, they get a big fat check whenever that character gets used. So that's why they keep on pushing and pushing for that character to be used. It's sad, but that's how it is. So sadly, sometimes decisions are made not really because whether the character is popular or not, not really because if there's an audience or not. sometimes it get pushed because somebody will get a big fat check if that character gets used.
The Machine Boss is asking, do you think the game has the possibility to last this year with just getting a half-assed DLC from the new developers? Personally, I think we have to wait for the next one to see if they see their mistakes and then try to fix it,
No, the
or
game
if
will
they
last.
just keep doing what they're doing.
The game will last this year. I've no worry about that. The worry I have
I don't know. I think
is
people will drop off if the next DLC sucks. I don't think people will play.
absolutely. Well, the thing is, yeah, if the next DLC sucks, I'm sure we'll take a hit. If the DLC
Yeah.
after that sucks again, then maybe we'll be in trouble. I'm pretty sure we're fine until 2025. So if you guys are worried that next week there won't be a DC Universe Online, don't worry, we'll be fine.
No.
But by
I don't think that's gonna
2025, the thing is, by the end of 2025, we'll have had 3D. Like right now, there's a lot of uncertainties, and even with 2024, like there's a lot of stuff for 2024 that was leftovers from the old devs. So whatever sucked in 2024, the new devs always have the excuse to say that it wasn't us, it was a decision from the old devs. Fine,
Mm.
but now we're starting fresh, 2025. That is the new devs. Pretty much all the decisions we see right now comes from the new devs. The work we see being made in game that comes from the new devs. So we have whatever amount of DLCs we'll get this year. That is what we have this year to be able to see what the new devs will actually give us. And by 2025, we will know. Like by 2025, hopefully, we will have had 3 DLCs. We will have had a whole bunch of events and maybe something else we don't know about that we might get this year. So by 2025, we will know. We will know for sure what the new devs are going to give us, and then we'll know whether the game is going to continue or not. So don't worry about it for this year. This year the game will be fine. You'll be able to play.
Yeah.
I guarantee you we'll be playing the Christmas seasonal together next year. This year, no problem. After that, we'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I do think it will still be here, but I do think the next DLC will be an indicator of how many people are hanging around.
Well, they have
we'll
they have
see.
to raise their games. That's for sure.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to improve and do better, give us better content, fix a lot of issues. So the moment of truth will they manage to do that? We'll find out like December 31st, 2025. Ask me that question again, and I'll give you a better answer.
I'm not gonna remember to ask.
Too late. You have to
You
remember.
better come back.
Write it down.
No, I'm not gonna remember. The machinist can remember. Matt said, I heard the Nemesis system is owned by the Shadow of Mordor people and other games can't use it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
I wouldn't
surprised.
I also wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. T-Flight said, well, people know of Miss Marvel because the Avengers game, but they didn't add her to Marvel Rivals. But Luna Snow is not recognizable either.
There's a reason for that. They've been trying to push Miss Marvel for quite some time, and sadly, she's not. The audience doesn't care about that character, and we saw that with the Miss Marvel TV show, and we saw that with the Miss Marvel movie, like the Marvels movie. Like the thing about the TV show, sadly with the TV show, it's kind of hard to know exactly what's going on because very often they will hide the numbers. And you have to do some weird contortions to try to be able to figure out how many viewers the show had. But in the case of
I
the
pictured you doing some contortionist. I don't. The things you say sometimes give me a mental picture.
That's
Sorry,
okay.
sorry, keep going.
but in the case of the Marvels, they could not hide. The movie went to theaters. It was a disaster. And sadly, they had no choice but to, well, even then they tried to say that, no, it was successful, but anyone with half a brain knows that the movie was a disaster. And also, it kind of reinforced the belief that when we got the first Captain Marvel movie, that was a fluke. That the reason why a lot of people went to see that movie, it wasn't for Captain Marvel, it wasn't for Brie Larson, it was because it was sandwiched between Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame. And at the end of Avengers Infinity War, they made us believe that the character would be important to the story. When we have Nick Fury who reaches for his pager and pages for Captain Marvel, everyone thought, holy crap, I have to see Captain Marvel now. And they did, and a lot of people were scratching their heads, wondering what the what. And obviously, they didn't come back for the Marvels.
Yeah. I personally did that. I didn't even see it once it got to Miss Marvel. That's where I stopped. So the last thing I saw was that page. Matt said Miss Marvel isn't an original Avengers game character though.
No,
And then T-Flight says, but Luna Snow is not recognizable either. Phantom says Luna Snow feels like a character that earned a good niche popularity. I just thought they all three seemed to go together. I'm not sure if this is in reference to the same thing, but the Machine Boss said it's like worse than Blue Beetle in the Justice League. Is that in reference to Miss Marvel in the Avengers? Worse than I'm guessing that's what he's referring to. I'm not sure.
maybe. At the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
it's obvious that there are some characters that are being there for diversity's sake. I would,
Yeah.
if I was to take a guess, I'd say Luna Snow is probably one of those. Basically, they did not want to have only male characters in a Marvel game. And the worst part is that they don't have to. Like they're one of the problems that the MCU had is that a lot of their good female characters are X-Men, are part of the X-Men. So of course they could not use Storm, they could not use Marvel Grey, Jean Grey, Marvel Girl. They could not use Rogue. They all their good female characters almost are within the X-Men. So of course it was a problem for them. And then they had to try and sort of create or use other female characters that maybe were not so popular, and they did a gross miscalculation there. Now they don't have that issue. They can have Storm in the game. They can have Miss Marvel in the game. So, but somehow they do have Storm, but they didn't have Rogue just yet. They didn't have which other one am I thinking of? They didn't have Kitty Pryde just yet, but they did include Dagger from Cloak and Dagger. They did include Mantis from Guardians of the Galaxy. So they try to have a balance of male and female characters. And even then, they did not even use some of their more popular characters, which are X-Men. So we'll see what happens before next. So I'm not sure why they felt they had to add Luna Snow as opposed to add Rogue instead or add Shadowcat. And again, my guess is either she was really popular in the mobile game, which could be possible, I suppose, or whoever created the character for the mobile game could be, I don't know, the vice president of marketing at Marvel, and she pushed for Luna Snow to be included. The truth is, we'll probably never know. Or at least if we find out, it'll be like in 10 years when someone writes a tell-all book of all the things going on behind the scenes at Marvel. But right now, we don't really know.
Superman is asking, what do you think of a barrier accessory to give you the best example? The barrier that Doomsday has in Doomed Metropolis, but in a smaller size. So like a shield, a force shield that goes around us? I think that would be cool. But the shields are already something we have, though. What would be the benefit of an accessory that does that?
Yeah, we already have the shields.
No activation.
Most powers have shields, and there's the iconic ability. I forget the name. Light shield. What's it called again?
Hard light shield.
Hard light shield. Okay. So
Yeah, I use it all the time.
yeah, we already have. How come I didn't realize I had selected that? So we already have a whole bunch of abilities like that. So I don't know, and we have other abilities like the Amazonian deflection. So there's plenty of shield and shield-like abilities. Uh, Not sure we really need a dome, but maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. If you're asking what I think, I think I'm not sure on that because I don't know what the benefit would be to have an accessory that does that, and then would there be like a massive benefit that everyone else isn't getting by not having that particular accessory because it's a continuous shield rather than one that can drop down? I don't know. I don't know. I would need more information, I think.
Well, it could be a good, yeah, it could be, I guess, a good group shield, and it would give
Oh
additional
yeah,
options. And yeah, more options,
that's actually a good point.
more options than less. Sure, why not? But uh, I don't, I don't think we need it. We have plenty of options. But sure, one more option, why not? If they can do it and
Yeah.
not charge too much for it, yeah, let's do it.
Reshawn says, Multi, you the man.
Thank you.
And Phantom, it's true though. And Phantom says, I think the game won't shut off until they announce the end of buying currency and stuff. Yeah. I mean, until that happens, I'm not going to get too concerned. But yeah, a lot of people seem to keep saying that the game is dead. The game is dead. Every time something new happens in the game is dead. Guys, the game's not dead. There's too many people playing.
It's not dead, but we there are issues. So let's hope they fix that.
Yeah, absolutely. Reshawn said, "Oh, Shadow Lady, you're the woman. Love you guys." I'm the woman, apparently. Thank
Better-
you, Reshawn.
Better you than me.
Yeah, true. That would be weird. The machinist boss says, "I want the best for this game wholeheartedly." So do I.
We
I
all
think
do.
There's a lot of people who agree with that. Yeah.
We all do. The sad part is that not everyone agrees on what is best for the game, and the devs certainly do not agree on what is best for the game. So sadly, we're gonna have to wait and see because sadly the devs seems to have a very very different idea of what they want than what the player actually want. So and the problem is that the devs are the one in control. Even if we hold the purse strings, as they says, the devs are the one who decide what they add, and whether we like it or not, they're the ones who decide. Yes, we could decide to say, okay, starting now, I'm not spending one more cent playing DC Universe Online. Odds are that's not going to change the devs' decisions. Well, so sadly, they are in control. As I mentioned yesterday, I think basically the devs supply us a sandbox. We play within that sandbox with the toys the devs give us. We do the best we can with what the devs give us, and that's all we can do. So we do our own thing, and we do the best with what we have, like with the styles. Like in DC Universe Online, you can create a lot of characters. Sometimes it's not exactly it, but you do the best you can with the styles you have. And the same is true with DC Universe Online. You do the best you can with what is available in the game. And if you have fun, you have fun. If you don't have fun, sadly, there's nothing we can say to the devs to force them to do what we want. It's sad, but that's how it is.
Mm. Speaking about that, the machinist boss is asking, will there be a Valentine's Day DLC? I want the wet paint material, that's why I ask. There better be, because I need the bath.
Well, there's not.
But as far as I know, they're not planning to not have that event.
Well, there's
the
not.
event should be coming, right?
Yeah, there's not going to be a DLC, but yes, the Valentine's seasonal event should be back.
Event.
There's no reason there's no reason for it not to be back. And basically, they last year, like we pretty much saw, they not only did they keep all the events we already had, they added a few extra events so that we basically we have events throughout the whole year. So every month there are some events, and very often one event ends and the next event starts. So we can expect that pretty much this year. So I can pretty much guarantee you we will get the Valentine seasonal. The only question is when.
Yeah. I'll just let you guys know I'm going past a little bit where it seems like people are having a conversation with each other. So if there's something you specifically want read out, let me know. But I'm trying to, not read out things that people are just talking amongst themselves. But Phantom said, I didn't watch Miss Marvel because Captain Marvel was a stressful movie to watch. I haven't watched that either, so
I'm not sure why it was
because I was unhappy with it.
I'm not sure why it was stressful, but it was not good. And
Yeah.
some of the things, like we talked about diminishing characters, like they showed us how Nick Fury lost his eye. He got scratched by a kitty cat. It's like, come on, really? So it was so ridiculous. And then he doesn't even go to like to the med bay or to the medic or anyone to fix his eye. It doesn't do anything. The eye gets infected, and that's how he lost his eye. It's so ridiculous and stupid. And also I understand that we're trying to show a young Nick Fury who maybe was a bit stupid, but again, they literally diminished the character in that film.
Oh, sorry. I'm reading ahead. Hang on. We'll go back to this one. Chi Lai is saying, I wanted the Pied Piper's ability for years, which would be called a sound class. You are not the first person to say they want that, and I also want that. I think that sounds awesome. But honestly, I don't think that new abilities are coming in at all. And even if they did, I think that Blue Lantern is probably their first port of call because that seems to be the most commonly requested. Also, probably the easiest for them to make because they already have some light abilities and things that they can draw from, and also in that Legends character as well. So, but honestly, I don't think anything's coming.
Well, they could easily make a Pied Piper artifact with that ability.
Yeah, yeah, they should
So
do that.
will they do that? Well, we don't know.
So this is the one I was like, oh, Superman says, to give you a better description or depiction, it'll be like an aura-based thing or accessory style more than an actual move. Like if Multiverse's Darkseid style would have a red barrier silhouette around them. So something that looks more like a personal body shield but is only a style? And doesn't have anything that it actually does, so it doesn't act as a shield. So an aura.
Or either way, it doesn't.
Interesting.
It's okay.
Yep. T-Flight says Pied Piper would be a troll class, but his power would be a new feature. It would be a great feature.
Yeah, it would make a nice troll class, but it probably won't happen.
Yep. Matt said, when I picture a sound class, I think Koichi from JoJo's Part 4. I don't know what Koichi is.
I have no idea what that is. Sorry.
Phantom said feedback back in the update probably won't happen till after what they have prepared for the next 3 DLC. Yeah.
Well,
We give
maybe.
them feedback now and it doesn't apply until 2 years away.
Yeah, the sad part is that there's a lot of work that gets done ahead of time. So by now they're probably working on the next 2 DLCs. So yeah, whatever feedback we give them now, probably we won't see that until the 4th part, maybe, assuming we do see it. We'll see. That's why I think we have to wait until at least 2020, the end of 2025, to see really what the devs will be doing, and to see if they are going to course correct. But right now we don't know.
Chilai said they could at least add his crowd control AoE as a supercharge, or like as an iconic ability, or like Multiverse said, and probably more likely in an artifact. I think is what they'd do if they did anything.
Lots of things they could do. Sadly, they're not doing it. They're not doing it.
T-Flight was saying, I kind of was thinking they could make a black smoky material. Oh, I think I'm wearing the smoke material. It's a chroma, but you can change it to black. I'll come and stand as close to you as I can get so they can, if they want to see, but there we go. I'll chuck the black on because if you change the color, it's black and smoky. I don't know if this is what you mean, but if you look at my wings, that's what it's like when it's black. You can also do it in a dark gray and get that kind of effect. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're after, but I'll grab a dark gray. Like that. So you can get kind of a smoky texture. I don't know if that's what you mean, but that exists in the game. It's literally called the smoke chroma, I believe. I'll double check, but yeah, if you want it, you can just go to booster. Smoke chroma is what it's called. So if that's the kind of thing you meant, it does exist, and you can get it. The other 2 swatches are black. So 2 blacks and then a smoky that you can adjust the color on, which I normally make purple, but, do with it what you will.
And the smoke chroma is one of the best chroma in the game. Sadly,
Agreed.
Right now you pretty much have to get it from Booster Gold, and it'll cost you 5,000 quarks.
Yeah, it is not cheap. That is true. Phantom has a question. Is there a way to get infinite Zamorin crystals? Zamaranian crystals. When do we get Zamaranian crystals? Like for the base is the only thing I can think of.
Well, I don't think you'd need infinite, but if there's a way, sorry,
No.
I wouldn't be able to say. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure. I'm guessing you're not referring to the base pieces, and if you aren't, then I'm not sure what you are referring to. So I'm really sorry. I'm not sure. T-Flight says, what if they did a Vixen power set? What is Vixen's power set?
She can.
I'm trying to picture Vixen.
She can take the powers of animals. Like she can have the strength of a rhino, or the strength of an elephant, or the speed of a cheetah. Or technically, we have an artifact.
Fun.
We have an artifact that kind of does that. Like the. Do I have it here?
Does she transform into those things, or she's just
No, she just get the
absorb their
power.
power?
She's,
Okay.
and we have an artifact that kind of sort of. Oh, there it is. The Reforged Tantu Totem. So whenever you use certain abilities, you'll get the lion aspect. Then you'll get the shark
Oh yeah, you're
aspect.
right.
Then the gorilla aspect. And so basically, this is the closest we have to some sort of vixen power in the game. So we got our necklace that gives us the power.
Matt says, I heard if they were going to add a new power, it was going to be plastic. And then he also said, non-JoJo's, Bizarre Adventure fans, shaking my head, LMAO.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry, I don't know.
no fans. For the plastic power, we haven't heard anything about that. Unless you mean the
No,
power of the credit
but
card.
also would be cool.
Like
Yeah,
if,
the
if
power
we,
of the credit card.
if we can take out your bad credit card, then yeah, okay.
T-Flight said it would be dope if they added a power like crystal form, the Inhumans like an elemental power, fire, earth, water, wind kind of thing.
It could be
I mean,
nice,
crystal
but
form sounds fun.
we already have fire. Well, we already have earth. We already have water. So pick one.
Yeah.
Pick one of these and pretend you're crystal.
Rishon says I need the primeval weapon style.
Play the broker,
I don't
or
know where to drop.
I don't know if we have that as a weapon. We did. I think.
Yeah, I don't know that one at all.
Yeah, we have it as a style for the back piece. Do we have it as a weapon? I don't know. We'd have to look it up.
Phantom said Kochi is a young student from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure who has a spirit that attacks via sound effects. So now I get the context. Thank you. Phantom also says, I'm talking about the crystals that are like love bombs.
Oh, I thought he meant Crystal, the character from the Fantastic Four.
I have no idea. Is he maybe he's referring to the Zamaron crystals that are like love bomb? I don't know what you're referring to. I'm so sorry.
Well, you probably can get a lot of them.
Candy from the Halloween totems, he
Yeah,
said.
you probably can get a lot of them. I doubt you can get infinite.
The ones where you collect daily, is that the one he's talking about?
Could be.
I've never tried to put more than one in a single base before. The only thing I've put like multiples of that are kind of usually only one per base is Isis.
My guess is
one base.
my guess is if you put like 20 in a base, there's probably only one that's going to give you the reward, and the rest will not.
I'm going back a little bit because I did do all phantoms in a row there. So T-Flight says, I was thinking like a material like Nova, but it's black. So not what I'm showing you. Sorry.
Sorry. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a material like that.
Yeah, same. And if Multi can't think of it, it probably doesn't exist. Chile says, if you read deep into Vixen's lore, there were times where she can actually turn into animals, but mostly she uses her Tantu totem to conjure the spirit of different animals and use their strengths. It would be pretty cool to have like a conjured spirit of something come up every time you do a particular ability for her. It would be a little bit of fun.
But we do have that with the artifact. Like when you use the.
Does it come up?
Oh yeah.
Like
there's a lion thingy that comes up, then a shark, then
Oh, cool.
So no, it does happen.
Oh, there you go. I love that. I haven't used that one because everything about it, I was like, none of that is something I'll use. So I personally haven't seen that. So that's really cool.
It's a bit. I tried to use it with my Phantom, and I thought it was a bit clunky to use. But
fair enough.
It probably is just a bad because you have to use weapon combos and you have to use your powers, and I guess with dual pistols, that wasn't a good idea.
Yeah, fair. Superman is asking, question for Multi. What's your longest live record?
Today.
I think today's is your longest.
Today's the day.
Yep.
Which is why.
That's the bottom of the chat.
One or two more questions and we'll call it quits.
Yeah. We have hit the bottom, so you need to get in nice and quick, guys.
So, what are your plans for the weekend, Shadow Lady, while we're here?
I have to edit. I am behind on editing because of my goof of not reading that email. So I would have recorded and edited sooner if I knew that I was going to be live with you yesterday. So I need to get that editing done. So basically my weekend is edit, eat, sleep, edit, record, edit.
It's okay. See, that's why I don't want you to feel forced to be here because I understand that you have to make your own videos, you have editing to do.
Absolutely.
So.
I
And
don't feel forced, Multi. If I felt like I needed to leave, I would say to you, I really need to leave. But I'm okay. I'm okay.
and on that note, we'll probably end it here. But before we go, you're at 991.
Oh, I'm on 991. Thank you so much, guys. That's lovely, because that's not where I started today, as far as I know. So someone's gone on there and subscribed. That was so nice. Matt says it was fun listening to you guys. Thank you. I'm glad it's fun to listen to us.
It was fun to chat with you guys. So, guys, thank you to all those of you who came to play with us. Thanks to those of you who came to chat with us. And thanks to those of you who obviously are watching the stream. You guys are awesome. Tomorrow, I will have a video.
Thank you for all of your questions. That was really fun.
Yes. Your questions. One of the things I didn't expect way back when I started this little channel was the interaction with you guys. It never even occurred to me that it would be this fun, and also that you guys would have 1,000 questions and also suggestions. I often saw YouTubers mention that they were scared of running out of ideas for videos or whatnot. But with you guys, that's impossible because you guys always have suggestions about making future videos. So thanks to you guys, we'll never run out of ideas or of what videos to make next. And we're very grateful for that. So guys, thank you for being here tonight. And tomorrow I will make a video about something that we will get next week. So keep an eye open for that. And I guess I could say that. Next Tuesday, February 4th, I will make my Flash character, and we will start a walkthrough with the Flash, the fastest man alive. So guys, have a good night, have a good weekend, and we'll see you guys. Oh, Sunday, almost forgot that. Sunday,
yes,
it will be code time, a code day. I'll give out whatever codes I have left. I will give them to you on Sunday. So guys, have a good weekend, and hopefully see you Sunday. Bye bye, guys.